Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We'd like to start the meeting. Today's June 1st, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. 1 week off, and I forget all about this stuff. Okay. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO O'Brien, and myself, Secretary Held, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday next week, the 7th, and Tuesday, the 21st. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in. We'll go to Albany first, then Buffalo, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. There'll be no oral argument on any matter whether a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask that you silence your cell phones. Chairman, you have any announcements?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, first item in Albany is 1177 Douglas and Eldert.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Karen Greco. I'm from the Office of Glenn Kubist and Associates, and I'm here today with our clients, Susan Baldessarini and her manager, Shai Kessler from Douglas and Elder.
Are there any protesters there?
Yes, there are.
We'll just hear from them first?
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Jim Linan. I represent Bottle and Cork of New York, LLC, who's one of the objectors to this particular application. I would note that from a public convenience and advantage point of view, that we have submitted to the authority census data evidencing that the population for the area where these stores and the proposed store are located has been decreasing, not increasing, over the past several years. I would note for the board's authority, to the board, that over the last 2 years, my client's gross sales have decreased, and that he is on track for 2016 to have another approximately $80,000 decrease in his projected income. I would note that he is not the only store in the area to have decreased sales, that Veravino Wines and Spirits, who also has a gross sale letter in the file, has had decreasing sales from 2014, 2015, and if mathematically you look at their gross sales so far this year, they are also on a projected decrease. The point is that the area is certainly well serviced, that a 900 square foot facility that has the ability to cherry pick and put out just the products that are the most saleable and not provide a full service to the surrounding area, as my client's larger store does provide, does not advance the public interest or convenience, and that we would oppose the granting of this license as the facility, the area is already oversaturated with facilities.
When you talk about the area, what's your geographic range there? Because the second closest store I have is 11 miles away, which is the one you're telling me is decreasing sales.
Yes.
That's in Catskill.
That's correct, but...
That's a whole nother exit on the thruway, isn't it?
Well, it may be another exit on the thruway depending on which way you're coming, but the point is that if you look at the overall geographic map, the area that I am talking about is the area that is serviced by Route 41, and that the stores that I am discussing are located, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty, I guess that's Route 81, I apologize. Route 81, and the stores I am discussing are located on Route 81 at some distance from the thruway. So
But
It's
they're
not
10
the
but they're-
throughway traffic that's going to service
No,
the
I
stores.
understand that, but my point is that the store you're telling me the sales are declining, and at least one of them is at least 10 miles away from this location. And that's
Yeah.
that's the second closest store, right?
That's correct, and one is 0.2 miles away.
Now, I have 2.1 is the number I have.
Now, my map, apparently
Am I
my
wrong?
Google map disagrees.
The closest store is 2.1 miles away? Okay. All right, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it's, yeah, that's, second store is 9,790 square feet, and they're only doing 300,000 in sales. So
Is it that big?
That's what I was like. Does anyone that have an answer to this question about the size of Arvino Wines? Is it 9,000 square feet?
Is that their corporate name?
The
Arvino
bottle
Wine.
shop.
Bottle shop, 391 Main Street, Catskill, New York.
It's not 9,000 square feet. We've been in there.
They're not even one of the 4 closest stores according to,
Well, according
Land.
to us, they're the second closest store.
The app is only a guide, we have to go beyond looking there, sometimes it misses some.
right?
I don't, that's on Main Street in Catskill. There's no 9,000 square foot store in
That's
Catskill.
what they said on their establishment questionnaire.
Do you know how big the bottle shop is, the store in Catskill? Approximately?
Yeah.
How big is it?
Can't be more than 1,500 square feet.
Oh, that's-
Approximately 2,000 square feet would be my client's estimate.
About 2,
Okay, thank you.
maybe it was 1790, and they wrote it wrong or something.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, we had sent you some supporting documents previously. 3 letters, one from the Chamber of Commerce from Greene County, one from the Village of Coxsackie, and one from the Town of Coxsackie, all in support of this new proposed liquor store. They're located in a village, in a hamlet that is regenerating. They're seeing new businesses come in. They're primarily looking to take care of the local inhabitants of that area. There's 2,800 living in the village. Both residential and businesses are looking to welcome this new establishment. They're not looking to compete with Bottle and Cork, which is 2.1 miles away. They're looking to complement them. They have, through Shai's affiliation with the current store he's working with down in Brooklyn, he has cultivated relationships with businesses, distributors, producers that are not currently represented in the Greene County area who are more than willing to work with these people in order to bring their product up.
How many square feet is this store going to be?
About 1,000, half the size of Bottle and Cork.
Can you name some specific items that you'd be selling that Bottle and Cork doesn't sell currently?
We would be carrying smaller producers from the West Coast, like Adelaida Cellars, small producers from France, like Cap de Bissay, Cremata, Bourgogne, things like that. If you want local ciders like Orchard Hill and Redbird Cidery from Finger Lakes. We would also be carrying things like Black Dirt Distillery. We'd be carrying wines from Cellar to Table, EGM Wines, Omni Wines, and Vine Collective, all companies that don't have reps in the Hudson Valley, but are able to ship.
Who are you?
Excuse me?
You're not the applicant. Who are you?
I'm the manager / buyer. for the
Okay.
store.
So where do you work now?
Dry Dock Wine and Spirits in Red Hook, Brooklyn.
All right, could you put your name on the record, please? If you haven't already.
Shai Kessler?
Shai Kessler, sorry. Yeah.
Confusing.
Can you describe some of what the development or revitalization in the downtown, or what is it, the waterfront they're revitalizing? Can you describe what they're doing, if anything?
You can address
Sure,
that.
absolutely. It's an idyllic little Main Street drag. And in the time that we've been spending up in this area, we're beginning to see a bed and breakfast. 3 buildings were purchased just over a year ago, and this woman is beginning to accommodate the weekender tourist and the wedding industry by offering rooms and bed and breakfast accommodations. There's a new restaurant opening 3 doors down from our retail space, a guitar shop, real estate. There are a handful of small businesses that are re-emerging in this little strip of Cooksaki. A general store, the same woman who is opening the bed and breakfast is opening a general store on the first floor of these buildings to offer more amenities to her guests and the local residents. We want to be able to continue to service that same area and offer more amenities and convenience to the residents, not only the residents, but also those coming up and touring on the weekends.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Baldessarini, is that right?
Yes, yes, very good.
So you haven't been in the industry, correct?
That is correct.
Could you just tell us what got you to think about opening a location up there?
Certainly. I'm a corporate professional. I've worked in New York City for 15 years. A year and a half ago, we purchased a home in New Baltimore, New York, 6 miles from the shop, with the intent of opening a small business and moving up here full time. Shai, my partner and store manager, has been in the food and beverage industry for 15 years as a chef. When we realized that this was something we would be looking to do, he shifted his trajectory, went to Dry Dock in Brooklyn, and was very transparent with them, told him that he wants to learn the business, wants to learn the industry, and they were very, very accommodating. They put him through a class. What's the class, Shai, in New York City?
WSET certification.
Where he was certified with distinction to train and learn the industry, so that we could be experienced in a way that we can accommodate the local area in a way that Bottle and Cork cannot. I just want to be clear that in the way that they don't want us to compete with them, we don't intend to compete with their product. We've been in their store several times. We anticipate having very little overlap in inventory, so we hope to bring something different to the community.
And neither of you have any interest in Dry Dock?
No interest in that.
Oh, no, ownership or interest, no.
No ownership interest.
Yep.
So how do you explain that how would you explain that the sales at Bottle and Cork have been decreasing fairly rapidly since 2014? Would you have any explanation? I mean, the population, as they pointed out, has decreased slightly. And then you're talking about a revitalization and a lot of businesses coming in, and the numbers don't seem to reflect that.
Geographically, they're in 2 separate locations. Bottle and Cork is located right on 9W. According to New York State Department of Transportation, approximately 6,500 cars on a daily basis pass by their store. And I haven't seen any increase or decrease in that traffic population. So from that perspective, I can't say why. You've been in the store.
In the store, my guess would perhaps be no turnover or change in inventory. In the times that we've been into the store, there appears to be very much the same product. What we hope to do is offer different things and continually changing, accommodating the asks of our local community and customers.
I would say the product seems to be the same in the package stores along Route 9, like the Main Street Bottle Shop in Catskill and Bottle and Cork. And the other closer liquor stores seem to have a very large overlapping product, and we don't intend to compete with them on a product-by-product basis.
Can I just ask a question of the representative from Bottle and Cork, please?
Yes.
So, what do you think of the explanation? Is that reasonable?
Well, I would say this, that we do carry some of the inventory that they just enumerated that they claim we don't carry.
Like which ones?
So Black Dirt cider and local all New York State wineries, also ciders and
The local ciders and the local New York State wines that were enumerated, we do carry in the store.
Can you name them?
also Yeah, Black Dirt on 9-pin ciders. Also, Black Dirt has all other ciders too. Carson
9-pin?
Distillery.
18
Not-
seconds, I think. Just
There are a couple of other ones. There was one you mentioned, it was something along like Orchard.
Orchard Hill?
Orchard Hill, yes. My apologies for not remembering the name off the top of my head. Beyond that, if customers do have the chance to come in and they're looking for a specific variety of a wine or a bourbon of sorts, and if we try our best to contact our distributors and we get it in for them if we can. In terms of,
That doesn't happen that night, though, does it?
yes, that's completely understandable, yes.
So what percentage of your sales are New York State wine or liquors or spirits?
I would say like in the summertime when the out of town traffic comes, they're looking at New York State products. And that's probably, I don't have the percentage, but we do sell a lot compared to the other state wine.
Right, he's asking you how many you carry. What percentage do you carry compared to other wines?
So we carry around roughly around 100 different types of New York State products. Comparatively, I don't know what percentage that would be for the entire store.
All local wines we have in the case is like from Niagara to the all the
Finger
way
Lake regions
Finger
as
Lakes
well.
region.
And so why do you think your sales have declined so dramatically?
I believe
Because there is not enough traffic, and there is a traffic, but it's not a like out of state, out of town traffic. So which is they're working in a big industry in the area, and they're living in the Albany and the Kingston area. So there is not proper residence enough. So it's not his business is not growing. Bottom line.
All right, so Ms. Valdersini, what percentage of New York products do you plan to carry?
Shai can better speak to that. He's been managing our inventory list.
That's fine.
We plan to have like a soft focus on New York State product, not super intensive, but I would say a good 5%. Definitely ciders will be 100% New York State because I believe strongly in the New York State producers.
And how many SKUs of ciders are you gonna have?
I think to start with, opening day we'll probably have 4 or 5, maybe a few more. With liquors, there will be a higher percentage of New York State produced products, and with wines as well. I'm working to find the quality products that we could have.
30% of our inventory.
15 to 20.
So here's where I'm coming from. It seems like you're in a town about 8,700 folks. 2.1 miles is the other store. I mean, the other stores, as the chairman pointed out, are 11 miles away, further away, so I'm not really putting them into the calculation. The town has submitted letters of support, presumably with the understanding that they're not trying to drive out any existing businesses, so that's a positive sign. And then your representation is that you're mainly going to sell products that Bottle and Cork doesn't carry currently. So it's hard to hold someone to something like that without kind of having specifics about what you actually will be selling. So,
Am I allowed to support to this? In his time at Dry Dock, Shai has built several relationships with reps that don't service the Hudson Valley area at all, but have all expressed interest. He has verbal commitment from 4 different reps listed here who are anxious to come up and pour for tastings at our shops. Some have interested being part of the grand opening to bring new product and inventory. We could supplement an inventory list if that would be necessary. We'd be more than happy to provide that. But the point is, these are people who are focused in the city who are anxious to bring new product that we have researched not only in Bottle and Cork, but some of the other competitors across the river who are closer by mileage that are currently just not being sold in the area.
sure. All right. Yeah, I think, given the town, there's a decrease in sales, but I think based on the representations you've made, I think that if you're bringing in items that aren't currently sold there or bringing in alcohol that isn't being serviced in the area, I could see that a 900 square foot premise like yours could add public convenience and advantage. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. There really is only one store in the general vicinity, and that's 2.1 miles away, and that's not you're in the village center, which I understand is going through a revitalization. There is a significant amount of tourist traffic, weekend traffic going on in that area, and it sounds like that you are going to serve a niche that's not being serviced right now. So I'll vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Next item is 1223, Frisch Wine and Liquor.
Good morning again. Karen Greco from Glenn Cabista and Associates, here today with my clients Sangeeta and Avtar Singh of Frisch Wine and Liquor.
So this location had a license previously?
Yes, this location did have a license previously.
Do you know why they shut down?
I personally know, I grew up across the street from the woman who, she and her husband had it. It was a venture that they thought they might give a go, and they just couldn't make it work. I know personally she's a recovering alcoholic, so having somebody who doesn't drink sell alcohol can't really pass on firsthand information. I know that about a year or so ago they were contemplating selling it. I was trying to hook them up with a buyer, and they just decided to fold. Their heart wasn't in it.
Do we have anybody protesting over there?
No, we don't.
Okay, we did receive one letter from Supples Wines and Spirits. And so both will be active at the premise, and then Sangeeta Singh will not continue her current employment, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know Summerlin Wine and Spirits in Wappingers Falls? Is that still open?
Yes, it is. My clients did visit them. They indicated that their selection is a very poor selection. It doesn't appear that they're offering a lot.
Okay, all right. Given that there was a license there previously until November 2015, which is the date of surrender, the closest have had increasing sales, so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, given that it's replacing a formerly existing store. Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Item 1219. 1219, OS Bar and Grill.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Anthony Casal, today on behalf of OS Bar and Grill LLC. With me are the two applicant principals, Frank Carcone and Dominic Rose. It's our understanding we're here today because there's a question been raised as whether or not Dominic Rose is qualified to be a licensee based on a prior disapproval application, which he was also an applicant. We have submitted to you a statement from Mr. Rose. First of all, we disclosed completely in the application the prior history. It's submitted a statement with it. We've now submitted an enhanced statement from Mr. Rose attesting to the fact that his basic background and experience has been in food and catering. He did manage a bar for another entity at one time, but he was approached by a Mrs. Oliva Doty, asking her to join him in opening a small restaurant on Culver Avenue in Utica.
I mean, I'm going to stop you there. I wasn't really worried about your client. I was worried about the other guy. My understanding is he's not involved in this business at all anymore.
No, they had no relationship, and I will tell you, with all due respect, Mr. Oliva defrauded Mr. Rose by telling him he had no problem to do prior. But, you know, Mr. Rose...
So here's my issue. I mean, look, aside from everything else, I have slightly different concern than the chairman in that Mr. Rose is my concern, is because if Mr. Olia Vadotis had defrauded Mr. Rose the first time around, then I get it. Then he would have just left. But he actually then just took Mr. Olia Vadotis off the license, and then I forget if it was a reconsideration or reapply. Let me finish, please. Can I finish, please? So he reapplied with Mrs. Olivadotis the second time around. So if nothing else, poor judgment is called into question here. But mainly, well, let me finish and then I'll give you a chance, please.
I'm listening. Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
It's early in the morning still, right? But so my point is that what happened the second time around really befuddles me. Because if he was defrauded, why would he still want to stay in partnership with the gentleman's wife? And the first application had said that Mr. Olivadotis was going to be the manager on this, so obviously very involved in the business, almost the person in charge. And then you're coming back now with a new person who seems to have a clean record, has a license and doesn't have an issue with the SLA. So to me, I still question whether Mr. Olivadotis is somehow involved in this and that Mr. Rose is really acting as a straw person for him. That's my concern.
No, Mr. Carcone, who's an experienced and respected businessman, bought out the assets of Mr. Olivadotti after the disapproval. He used those assets, combined them with the assets that Mr. Rose had already put into the business, and the two of them formed a new entity. And we can assure you, and if you want a sworn statement, we'll get you one. There is no relationship between these two men and Mr. Olivadotti. As a matter of fact, I understand that family has actually left the area. But Mr. Rose is not a straw man or a straw person for anyone. I can assure you that. If you want a signed statement, we'd be glad to do that for you.
So can you tell me why the second time around, if he was being defrauded?
Okay, as I said, Mr. Rose never had experience in applying for the Liquor Authority. The Olivadottis did the application the first time, it was disapproved. He was led to believe they were going to ask for reconsideration. Instead, they hired an attorney from Rochester for whatever reason. He filed a new application, which you also disapproved. Now, when we watched the video, I watched the video when I got involved. There was never any question raised about Mr. Rose at either of those hearings, to the best of our knowledge. It was always about the Olivadottis, and now he realizes that they were not honest with him. But he's an honest person. By the way, we have submitted 2 letters of reference about Mr. Rose's character. One from a former district attorney of Oneida County, respected attorney, and the other from the Oneida County executive. This man is very well known in the community. He's respected. He grew up in Utica. He's been in business. He wants to remain in business. He's honest. And he's forthright.
And again, if this was after the first time, I would approve this, and we'd be done with this. The second application, after what happened, makes no sense.
Because it was done by the other party without his knowledge, apparently.
So Mr. Rose had no idea that the second application was coming in with him as...
He was told by this new attorney that that was the proper procedure. He did not understand it.
Sir, I didn't even pay to retain that lawyer. I was totally against it. It was a $6,500 retainer that the Olivadottis paid out of their own personal checking account. I went along with it, and it's bad judgment on my part apparently now that I'm looking back at it.
So what did you want to do when that first denial came to you? Then what was your idea of doing?
I was led to believe that this happens and that you just you send in you reapply, that you were able to reapply.
But did you understand why you got rejected the first time around?
Well, I didn't know.
You didn't know the reason why you got rejected. Like when the reason was very specific. What we do is we send out basically a 1 to 2 page letter, and it specifically says that your business partner at the time did not disclose that they had serious issues with the SLA. They had very bad adverse history. So if you knew that, why would you let them even apply for reconsideration or whatever it was, if you already knew that was the reason why you got rejected? That's what I want to know.
Sir, to be honest with you, and I'm not lying to you, I've never seen any letter that was sent from the authority to whoever, whether the Olivadottis, I don't know who received this.
Okay, so you never saw the letter, but were you ever told by the attorney, by your partner, by anybody why it got rejected?
Not by them. No, I did not.
So you had no idea why it got rejected?
What's that, sir? I'm sorry.
You had no idea why your application initially was rejected?
No, because originally, before I got into this, I specifically asked them if they had any problems with the State Liquor Authority. They told me none whatsoever, that they had paid whatever fine they had, and that the Liquor Authority had told them that anytime you feel like you want to reapply, feel free to do so. They also told me, because I had asked them if they had any problems legally with the Utica Police Department and or the mayor of the city. And I was told by them that they did not. So I guess it was bad judgment on my part because I assumed that what they were telling me was the truth.
Right, but when you got rejected, you didn't ask why did we get rejected? You just said, okay, the SLA is just doing what they do.
Did you go the first time?
Did I?
You were at the first hearing or the second?
No, second hearing. I was
The
not.
problem is that they went to the first meeting of the SLA without him. It wasn't until he was at the second, this whole issue arose publicly at the second license application when they appeared before the authority, and that's the day he finally realized the seriousness, and of course, and he accepted your decision at the time.
What does that mean? He accepted our decision.
He
Does it?
understood, he finally understood what was going on.
I understood why we were rejected. At that second time that we met with you, we were in Buffalo, and that's when I really found out, because no one had ever approached me or talked to me about anything. Everything was directed that day towards the Alvadotes. So I knew I wasn't the person in question here, that the Alvadotes were in question.
Okay.
No one ever asked me a single question that day, and that's it.
So CEO O'Brien just showed me that the first denial went to Ms. Jody Olivadotti, and there's no evidence that you actually got a copy. So
I did not get a copy. No,
all
sir.
right. So I will take your word on this that it was at the second hearing that you understood this, and I'll vote to approve. But just understand, if they are involved in any way, this is it. You understand, Mr. Rose?
I understand, sir.
Okay.
Well, and I'm hoping and I'm based on his experience, I'm sure Mr. Carcone does understand that, so.
That's why Mr. Carcone bought them out and asked that they leave the premise.
So I'll vote to approve as well, given who your new partner is and his experience.
Thank you. This is an approval of the applications, I understand it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you very much.
All right, in Buffalo, 1159 Coyote Cafe. 1159 is disciplinary.
I am Jeff Trevino, the owner of the Coyote Cafe. And I just wanted to, I was fined for serving minors, and I just wanted to read this to you guys. My name's Jeff Trevino. I'm the owner of the Coyote Cafe. I was recently fined for serving underage person in my bar. I want to say that I've spent 23 years building my business, planning for the future of my family. I work very hard to keep my business viable. It is very difficult to accept that the fate of my establishment may lie in the hands of others who have absolute no regard for me or my livelihood. I do my best to hire responsible employees who understand the importance of being vigilant about the issue of underage drinking. As hard as I work to install this in my employees, I am still at the mercy of their ethics or abilities. Any establishment such as mine is at the mercy of the agency and the people we employ. It is very difficult to maintain a positive outlook when at any time my livelihood can be taken away on a whim. I understand my responsibility and do not take it lightly, but at the same time I do not feel that only the business owner should be held accountable for the actions of others who for all intents and purposes are out of my control. I am at my restaurant day and night. It is a difficult job, made all the more difficult when I am fined $7,500 for something I was not personally able to control. I have put my entire staff through training, and I have dealt personally with the specific employee. I can only hope that my actions curtail further issues, but again, I am at the mercy of others. And I just want to say this is the second time that they say I serve minors. And what the SLA does is they just come in with the person goes up and buys a beer or whatever. They usually look older than 21. They leave the establishment, and about 18 days later, they send you a fine. For first time was $2,500. They do nothing to the employee, and now this time they say it's $7,500. I am not sure where the sliding scale comes from, but I just want to say that the day after they did that, we started collecting kids that had fake IDs, and I just want to say these are what I caught in one weekend at my restaurant, about 15 of them. There's nothing happens to the kids that do these. They don't go after any of my employees. My employee still has, well, the ex-employee still has 3 other jobs in the downtown area. She does not get in trouble at all. I don't know why it's $7,500. I forget what the lady's name was that told me to write $7,500 when I first got the letter. And even if I wanted to fight it, I'd have to pay $1,000 to my lawyer just to retain him, just to start the process. And just on some of the things with the fines, I just want you guys and anybody to know that this fine for $7,500 will be 9 weeks of my take-home pay. And nobody else is going to get in trouble for this except me. I'm a single father. My kid's going to college next year, and that's about it. I do not understand why the fine's $7,500. I had all my employees do the alcohol training with Mr. Walters, and I don't understand why the person that sells the alcohol does not get in trouble. I do not very or the minors that make these cards that look very professionally done.
Are you aware of the facts of your case here?
My facts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a letter saying.
No, but the decoys came in with real, actual licenses that said their actual date of birth and said they were under 21.
There was only one person.
Your bartender took the license, read it, and sold it to him anyway. So there's no fake ID here.
Correct, I understand that. I was there that day. I was there. I saw. I don't know if it was just a miss from her, but like I said, these are all the IDs I got so far. Like it's an ongoing. It's an ongoing thing. I've been in business for 23 years. That's not my major thing, is to, serve underage people. Can I be told why the fine's $7,500? Because there's no real scale.
Well, in this particular case, not because of anything you said, but prior to it, just looking at the record, I actually had it at 6,000. There is a scale. It's it's in general, and they're guidelines, so they're not set imposed numbers. But our first sale to minor would be 3,000, then our second would be 6,000, then our third would be 10,000, and then the fourth one, you get your license taken away. So that's kind of the scale, because if you think about it, in your particular case, yes, you have been in business for a long time, and I don't know what's changed in the past year or two, but you had a sale to minor in January 2014, and I don't know the particular facts of that. And in this case, it's April 2016, so you have another sale. And as the chairman pointed out, the fake IDs is a major problem, and you won't believe us, but we are empathetic to that. The case here, though, like he said, there were 2 people, 20 years old and 18 years old, and no matter how old they look, when they use their real IDs, it has stamped on the real IDs under 21, and your bartender looked at it and still proceeded to sell. So I don't know if if you're there, maybe you need to have a better system to check people at the door, or I don't know if you're using scanners, but you know,
Yes, we do use scanners also.
okay, so, but, you know, we understand it's a burden for the business owner, but it's also an obligation because think about the reverse. What if everybody were saying what you were saying and alcohol was being sold to minors all the time because we're saying nothing could prevent this? So there's the flip side of it, right? But I'm not going to get into a debate here. At this point, my fine for you is $6,000, not $7,500, because I was going to dismiss charge to failure to supervise in this particular case.
Why? He was there. He said he was there and he saw this all happen.
No, I
He's the
was there.
licensee. He's there complaining that nothing is happening to his employees. The license is issued to him. Sir, you are the one with the responsibility. You are the one given the license. You are the one who is ultimately responsible. Yet you're talking about your bartender walking around town with other jobs. You're
Correct.
perfectly free to fire that person if that person can't control your premise.
They are fired. I said that.
I'll agree with Commissioner Kim. 6,000, which is the general fine for the second sale.
Chairman, are you dismissing charge two?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If this is very important to us and we're finding these, like the $6,000 that is incredibly high for, I don't know if you guys are in New York City or in Buffalo. If it's so important, why don't we go after the employees? Why don't we go after the person? Like I was standing there, I watched her ID the guy, and then what am I supposed to do? Chase her behind the bar?
In many parts of the state, the police departments do this, including where you are. And when they're doing these operations, the bartender is summoned, given a summons or arrested. So they do go after them. We don't have the ability to do that. And most of the underage sales we get in our agency come from police departments where summons were issued.
But the SLA does work with the police department. Why do they do it sometimes without?
Because we're allowed, because it needs to be, the law needs to be enforced, as you've
That
proven.
would be terrific. That would be great. But why would they go out without?
Yeah, well, you can call my office on Friday and I'll talk to you as long as you want about it. But we have other cases to do. Are you going to accept the $6,000?
Can I just ask,
Circumstances you're reducing.
Okay.
does the alcohol training of all the employees that I did with the Marty Walters help at all too?
For the reduction, no, he's already had a violation within 5 years.
No, because you've already had a violation within 5 years. But it certainly is going to help them with their operations.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next item, 1178, Hertel Liquors.
Good morning, Attorney Chanel McCarthy appearing on behalf of Hertel Liquors LLC, doing business as Hertel Liquor Library. I have with me today the manager, Tony Farrow. And I guess I'll defer to the board for any questions that you may have. We've submitted some substantial materials with letters of support, distinctions between the neighboring locations, and some photographs and maps and information about the area. We have letters of support from our Common Council member Joel Faraletto, from Gurney Becker and Bourne, a major real estate company here in Buffalo, as well as the Lexington Co-op and other business areas and residents in the neighborhood in support of Hertel Liquor Library receiving a liquor license.
Is there any opposition there?
There's no opposition.
And how far is that, the line ones?
Oh, you want to know how far it is from this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know of a recently rejected application called Wineworks?
Yes, we are aware of that. We did actually view the hearing on that application and would note that the materials that we've submitted in support of the application are substantial compared to Wineworks, which did not come prepared with any materials or letters of support. And again, we have letters of support, not just from neighboring businesses and Common Council member Joel Farrelletto, but also from residents in the area. And we note that the business model for Hurdle Liquor Library is distinguished and unique from the existing premises in the area. Hurdle Liquor Library plans to focus on small batch, artisan, craft spirits, New York State wines, in addition to some other, artisan products that may not be made in New York. But this is a very distinct business model which does not exist in the immediate Hurdle or Delaware district area and even beyond. In addition, Hurdle Liquor Library does plan to have a tasting room and provide free tastings and food as required under the law that it is free, in addition to some educational classes to make craft cocktails and other sort of artisan drinks. And this is something that is not available currently in the market.
So you're saying that currently none of the four closest, Parker, Hurdle Liquor Store, Savory Sips, International Liquor and Wine Stock, Black Rock Wine and Spirits, none of them do tastings?
No, we're not saying that none of them do tastings. What we're saying is that they don't provide like cocktail classes where you can learn how to make a specialty cocktail. This is a huge rage I'm sure you've seen in a lot of bars and restaurants where you're paying, for a craft cocktail that has, several ingredients. Well, people want to make those at home. They want to learn how to do that. It's not just your gin and tonic or vodka cranberry anymore. They want to learn how to make these artisan cocktails, and none of the liquor stores do that. I know that Savory Sips does do tastings, and several other locations may offer tastings, but also note that Savory Sips has not opposed this application. There are only 2 submissions in protest, and neither of those stores are here today with representatives, although both of their letters indicated they would be. And one of the protesters, International Spirits, I would note that they opposed the Wineworks application and did not appear. They also opposed the Savory Sips relocation about a year and a half ago and did not appear. And I would reiterate that the business model of Hurdle Liquor Library is distinguished. They don't plan to carry the mass-produced products that, say, Hurdle Parker would carry, which is, I believe, Casria and Sons, Inc. And we have some photos of Casria in the packet. And you'll see that the shelves are empty, which is a complaint that a lot of neighborhood residents have said that they don't go to that store because the shelves are empty or because products they seek to purchase are not available.
So this is a 3,600 square foot store and you're only carrying small batch? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not only carrying small batch. They have a focus on small batch, but they will also have other higher end products available. This is not the place where you're going to buy the no-name vodka. It's where you're going to buy nice spirits. The higher end Grey Goose, Kettle One, in addition to the New York State spirits. And I would note that currently there. I'm sorry.
That's what everyone. Kettle One, Grey Goose. That's what I assume everybody else is selling, no?
A lot of times those products are out in some of the neighboring stores. And also I would note that there are currently 78 active distilleries in New York State. And as I understand, there's an additional 37 that are currently in the works. And there is a huge market, I think, for New York State products and other artisan spirits outside of New York in the area. In addition, this is a store that will have high-end finishes, that will be offer a great customer experience. It will be in good repair. Some of the stores, one of the stores actually at the corner of Hurdle and Parker, which is owned by Casria and Sons Inc. I mean, I'm familiar with the area. That store, I mean, they had a broken window at one point that was covered up with cardboard, and it existed like that for a good year and a half. And you know, it's in disrepair. People don't go there. That's noted in the Gurney, Becker, and Bourne letter from licensed real estate broker Leonard Cellino. He notes that he himself, along with many of his neighbors, leave the neighborhood to purchase spirits, as none of the stores currently in the area stock the products that they want to purchase, specializing in the craft cocktail market, New York State distilled spirits, or provide a clean, well-maintained establishment. You'll find that at Exhibit C of the packet.
Do you have any parking here?
Yes.
Where? And how many spots?
There's a dedicated lot right across the street that's owned by the same landlord. And then I think there's room for 40 cars.
Okay.
In addition, the Lexington Co-op is doing a major second store expansion, and we submitted that letter just last week because we received it late. But in that letter, and also we have some other materials that show what the Lexington Co-op store is going to be, a 10,000 square foot co-op store. It's very similar to a Whole Foods, if you will. And we have another one just 3 miles away in the Elmwood Village. And as noted in the co-op's letter from their general manager, they did a study that lasted a substantial time where they determined the best place for them to open a second location was just 3 miles away. And I think that's indicative of the neighborhood being on the upswing. And that's also, you know, corroborated by Gurney, Becker, and Bourne broker Leonard Cellino. The co-op will be a 10,000 square foot store with 55 parking spaces. It's a high-end grocery store, and I think the customers of that store would definitely, you know, go across the street to frequent Hurdle Liquor Library.
When was Wineworks rejected again? Recently,
I
right?
believe that was February.
How far away from this is that?
157 feet.
It's right across. And we did it for
April 12th
PCNA.
board meeting.
PCNA.
I mean, I understand you have all of these letters and that you plan on doing something different, or at least somewhat different, but we licensed 2 places very close to here of approximately the same size within the last year.
Sure, and one of those is
And rejected one that's 157 feet away.
Sure, and I note that Wineworks has not, at this point.
Well, that we take into account, but that doesn't mean, you know, that we ignore it.
Sure, but the economic impact is not the only thing that the board should consider. You know, the economic impact on the petitioners is not the only thing that should be considered.
Well, I'm not considering that. What I'm considering is that the last one that we rejected was rejected for lack of public convenience and advantage, and I don't know that what you're telling me now all of a sudden creates that.
Well, the distinction between Wineworks in this application is we have substantial support noted in our materials of residents in the area and other businesses saying that having this store, Hurdle Liquor Library, open will serve public advantage and convenience. Because we have, for example, in the Gurney Becker Bourne letter at Exhibit C, we have a resident in the neighborhood and a business person in the neighborhood saying that he and many people he knows leave the neighborhood because they cannot get the products that they desire. And now we have a store that seeks to sell the products that they look for, and that right there would serve public advantage and convenience. And it would keep people in the neighborhood.
What's the retail side? What's the retail square footage?
1,600 square feet.
1,600.
Is that including the tasting area or not?
No.
So just shelving area is 1,600 square feet?
Yes, sir.
So this article about Lexington Co-op opening was from 2015 February. Are they open now?
They're not open, they are under construction.
So, look, because in February, we had just denied a 600 square foot space application, 157 feet away. We noted that the 3 closest stores had declining sales. You know, the only information to me that's different is that the Lexington Co-op across the street is opening up, and there is something to be said about that, adding public convenience and advantage. I just don't know if it's enough to overcome all the other factors that we cited in the previous ruling. So for me,
If I could, Commissioner Kim, other distinctions with regard to the neighboring stores, they have no social media presence. If you look at their social media pages, they haven't updated them. One store since 2009, another store since 2013. They often, many of the complaints that we've heard are that they don't have the product available. Their shelves are often empty, and they have products that are mass produced. We're talking, you know, the $5 and $8 bottle of wine. Not everyone, you know, wants to buy that. And Hurdle Avenue is sort of a neighborhood on a resurgence, and people want a nicer bottle of wine, which is why Savory Sips is doing well, and I think why Savory Sips has no objection to Hurdle Liquor Library opening. These other stores have a problem because they have declining sales, but their declining sales are probably the result of their business model and their business operation, not because there's a saturation in the market. They carry the same type of products, so they're in competition with each other. We don't believe that Hurdle Liquor Library would take away from those existing, that existing store, you know, client base.
so you're saying Savory Sips is kind of the model what you're aiming to shoot for?
Well, Savory Sips focuses only on wine, and they
Right.
focus on European wine and small
Right.
batch wine. So we wouldn't be carrying those same types of wines at Hurdle Liquor Library. They would be focusing more on spirits and New York State wine.
Because for the first 4 months, they only reported 24,000 in sales. So I don't know if you can necessarily say that the demand is there, that something has changed in that area to call for these higher end products at this time. So
May I add that the block that we chose was totally vacant 12 months ago, and within the next 12 months, there's over $5 million in development just on that block alone. Between the co-op going up, there was a new residential complex that just went up. There's a new Mexican restaurant on the corner that's going up, and they're spending over $1 million themselves. So from going from zero, from having nothing on the block to having a lot going on.
And I think we understand that, but once again, my problem is we just issued one last March, the Savory Sips as a wine store, I understand, and then we just rejected one in almost the exact location because we felt there wasn't a need for one, and that was how long ago? A month? And I don't even, I don't remember that application, but I know it was on public convenience and advantage, which to me, if I'm voting that way, that tells me that I believed there was not a need for another liquor store there, and it's certainly not fair to that application to grant another one a month later in the same location. I just don't see how I can do it.
And 6 times the size. So, I mean, based on that, I have to vote to deny.
I'm going to have to vote to deny as well.
Okay, next item, 1148, Snyder Corp.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner, Attorney Joanna Chen on behalf of Snyder Corp, Beaver Hollow Corporate Retreat. I have with me here Kathy Egan, President and CEO of Beaver Hollow. We come before the board today to respectfully request the approval of a conditional no contest plea negotiated with counsel Jamie Gallagher, and would be happy to answer any questions that the board has today.
Your change of method of operation application was withdrawn?
Yes, we initially thought that the change of method of operation application was what was necessary to reach compliance, and have learned from the process and now are in the process of entering a change of class application, which should be completed by the end of this week.
To what class?
We would be changing from a hotel class to a catering class. The resort currently doesn't allow
Oh, I see,
guests.
okay. Okay, I understand.
So with the new application, you're going to submit updated diagrams, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when do you plan on submitting this new application?
Within the next week.
Within the next week, okay. All right, your offer is for 2,000 penalty? I accept.
I accept.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Okay, thank you. All right, onward. 1233, 327 Eddy Street.
Well, 33. Well, 33, it's an over.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. This is for a new liquor store in the city of Ithaca on Eddy Street. With me is Peter Papachrysanthou, who is going to be the sole owner of this establishment. My client has lived in Ithaca for...
We have opposition, so maybe we'll hear from Mr.
Sure.
Romano first, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano on behalf of Collegetown Wine and Spirits, Inc. My client is located just 705 feet away from this proposed location, and I have submitted to the board for your review documents indicating that the four closest stores, two of them are showing decreasing sales between the years 2012, 2015, and excuse me, my client was showing an average of only 1.7% increase per year, and the fourth closest store was showing an average increase of 3.5%. The population of Ithaca, New York, has remained flatlined for the last 20 years at approximately 30,000. There are currently eight stores within 1.25 miles of here. It's clear to me that the public convenience and advantage is already being served fully. The area is saturated, and there is no need for an additional store. That's it. I'll be very brief.
I'll address some of the issues that Mr. Romano raised, but let me just first introduce my client to you. As I stated, he has lived in Ithaca, the city of Ithaca, for over 40 years. He and his wife had owned and operated the Souvlaki House just 2 blocks from the space that we want to license now at 315 Eddy Street. After 40 years of operating the restaurant, working from early in the morning until late at night, and 2 heart attacks, my client had enough of the restaurant business, and he recently sold it. But he wants to remain active and healthy and involved and in business, too young to retire yet, and has this opportunity just 2 stores down in a building that's being constructed now. It's a brand new construction to open a liquor store. He's been in this area for a long time. He knows the people, he knows the residents, and this fits perfectly in an attempt to sort of wind down a little bit from the restaurant business, but stay active in this community. There are a number of reasons why we believe it serves the public convenience and advantage to license this location, one of which is the experience and expertise of my client. The store will create its own demand, and there's something in the application I have to change. We indicated the square footage at about 1,400 square feet and change. It's actually only about 900 square feet. The space that we are leasing will be 1,400 square feet, but we're going to divide that space up. Part of it is going to be a specialty food and convenience store with its own 4 walls and entrance, and next to that will be this liquor store. So the liquor store itself will only be 900 square feet. Of course, it will have its own demised walls and its own entrance. And what we're going to be able to offer is people that come into the food specialty shop will be able to order food as well as prepared meals. And then if they want to pair that with wines, we'll be able to by just going out one door and in the other. It's a model that's been used successfully before One that comes to mind is Foragers on West 22nd Street, where they have a liquor store, a specialty shop, and a restaurant, and it sort of all serves the same customers and creates, in a way, its own special demand. There is very significant growth in the area. The population has not decreased. It has not increased substantially, although I want to point out that while the city of Ithaca has about 30,000, I believe the town of Ithaca, and some of the closest stores are in the town of Ithaca, I believe has a population of about 20,000 on its own. The building, as I said, the building that we are in is brand new. It's under construction. It will have 28 residential units for 68 occupants. And there are a number of new buildings going up or that have gone up very recently within just a couple of blocks. 307 College Avenue will have an occupancy of 103 persons, supposed to be up in August of this year. 114 Catherine Street was built in 2015. There are two buildings also on Valentine Place with 430 new occupants. East State Street between 2012 and 2014, 10 new buildings have gone up. On Dryden, the Cornell paper, I forgot the name of it, just announced this past month in May that a $25 million gift was going to result in the erection of a 70,000 square foot new office building on Dryden. Dryden is, I think, half a block from where we are, and it's going to be part of the Cornell Business School. There's also a new grocery co-op, Green Star, 3,200 square feet of space. Exhibit E to our submission gives you significant detail as well as photographs and more information on these recent developments. So there are a lot of changes coming to this area. And we can call it a gentrification. And we can see, for example, that of the closest stores, the ones that are a mile and a half away, the more upscale stores have increasing sales. They have significant sales. Two of them are over $1 million, and their sales are increasing. The stores like Collegetown that are no-frills stores, that offer no service. At Collegetown, there's one young gentleman that works in that store behind the cash register. My client can attest to that because he goes there. It's close to where he's been. They don't offer product service. They don't have wine tastings. They don't have educational programs. If you look at the photograph of that store, what's in the window? IDs they confiscated and boxes of wine. They cater to people that want to guzzle wine out of a cardboard box. That's what they've done for years, and that's what they do. That is not our model. If you look in our letter, we have photographs of other stores that we wish to emulate, to have a more upscale environment consistent with the stores in the area that are upscale that are doing well. Another important fact, and this is not in my letter, but I want to make note of this. There are a number of other businesses, including some bars and even some restaurants in the immediate area within a few blocks that have closed, some of them just this year, just in the past 5 months. For example, Stella's, 403 College Avenue is a bar. Chariot, 422 Eddy Street, right next to us, a bar restaurant. Dunbar's on Dryden, Green Cafe, 330 College Avenue, Chapter House, 400 Stewart Avenue, Sandwich Shop. These are low-end stores that are serving, some of them serving vodka in a plastic cup that the people really don't want anymore. And I submit, and this has been mentioned before, that the Collegetown sales, which some years go up and some years go down a little bit, is really a reflection of not modernizing the store, not offering service, not offering tastings, and the fact that that store and these other, I don't want to degrade them, but these are just cheap bars where you can just buy, as I mentioned, a cup of vodka, are not making it because that's not what the people in the community want anymore. So we are offering something different. We are offering a more upscale experience, following the spirit of the SLA and the governor and Governor Cuomo's initiative to foster and promote New York wines. My client will carry an extensive collection of organic wines from the Finger Lakes region. He knows some of those, knows of some of those wineries and is able to tell you, I don't know, but he can tell you what they are. So I think there's a very significant difference between what we want to offer and what Collegetown offers. None of the other liquor stores are here. None of the other liquor stores have indicated any objection. There is a more mature population there. The graduate school, the applicants to the graduate school in the past 10 years has gone from 12,000 to nearly 20,000 applicants. There are more and more people of age that are coming to
Applicants
this area.
or
Applicants.
students?
Students have also increased, but applicants has increased, yes.
But that just means they want to go there.
They want to go there and they want to come to our...
I wanted to go there too, but I was an applicant, but that doesn't mean I'm going to help your numbers.
The stores, well, I tried with that. The upscale stores, Red Feet and Pete's, have, as I said, sales of over 1 million. Of the closest stores, 4 of them have increased sales. 1 is flat, and another one, which is a discount wine store over a mile away, has decreasing sales. So we believe that that shows the public convenience and advantage. We think that this neighborhood needs a store like this. The others that are upscale are further away. Remember, this is a city, so a mile here is different than a mile in some other communities. And we believe that we've shown that the public convenience and advantage would be satisfied by this very experienced local operator having a chance in his later years to open the store.
So with this 900 square feet and you're talking about tastings, I'm looking at the diagram. How do you plan to do these tastings in this space?
It's a small space about doing tastings. I mean, a tasting is a small table with a few bottles of wine there. You could do that in a space that takes up the size of this podium.
No, that's true.
Is the diagram we have the diagram that represents the specialty food store, or is that without this food store?
That's without the specialty food store.
Oh, this is without. So it'll be smaller than this.
It will be a total of about 900 square feet. This picture's not drawn to scale, the plan that you have.
Yes. Does your client do tastings?
From time to time, he has done them, and he intends to do them.
Well, I didn't.
The reason I'm pointing this out is just last week he signed a new lease, and he didn't want to invest any money into the store unless he knew he got the lease.
And what, a bottle?
Excuse me?
A tasting requires a bottle.
No.
Bottle of wine.
No,
What?
he wanted to rearrange the store, and he didn't intend to put any money into the store. His lease was literally expiring last night at midnight, and he didn't know if his landlord was going to renew the lease. She did, and it came down to the wire. She did last week. I do want to point out, while there may be new projects going up in residential units being built, it's not going to bring more people to Ithaca. It's just going to relocate the people that are currently in Ithaca. My client's store is literally a 4-minute walk, 3 minutes if you walk briskly. It is a less than 1 minute drive away. They can come from that specialty food store and walk.
5-minute drive away. I looked.
I have it
We do
printed out.
Google
Okay.
Maps. I
Was
have it
his
right here.
description of the exterior of the store accurate?
I don't know, honestly. I'm not going to.
Excuse me, 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes, 0.2 miles.
Here, I'll give you my.
I have it.
All right,
Point-
it's 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I have
That's
it.
fine.
Okay.
It's
printed
close.
for me 1 minute. But it did.
All right, 1 minute, 2 minute. I think.
Anyway, so that's.
Are you finished? I didn't want to interrupt you. Okay, so.
Chairman, just to answer your question, we've attached in a letter a photograph of Collegetown that was taken 2 weeks ago. So that shows you just what it looks like. And I
Can I see? Do you have a copy?
Yes, certainly.
Because I don't know if we do have that.
The box wine is actually what's featured in the window. Instead of having upscale wine products.
And what's your client's outside going to look like?
Okay, thank you.
Did you submit photos?
On the outside, but we've
Please
given
send
you
it.
photographs of other stores that we want to copy for the inside. You can see it's quite nice and quite elegant and quite upscale. I also just want to mention that council's statement about not wanting to invest because the lease was expiring. They've been there for 40 years, and I don't know what they've done in the past 10 or 20. So even during that time, as there are changes since 2011 with all this new construction, there's no upgrade, and it's really time to allow for that, not to give an exclusive right to a small little store with one young person in it just selling cardboard to college students.
I think the way college wine and spirits exists currently, I think that the model that you're proposing, I think will add a public convenience and advantage. overall, this area, there's a slight population increase, only about 2% from 2010 to 2014. I looked it up. And then in terms of the overall numbers, yeah, some stores have increasing, some stores have decreasing. But if you look at the total numbers since 2012, 13 till today, there's overall a net increase in about 350,000 or so net revenue, I think. So it shows signs that there is increased sales in the area. And, based on your client's fairly clean history while running the souvlaki, I think he just had one violation in 2006, even though he's had a license for over approximately 30 years, I believe, 32 years. So in light of all that, I think there will be an added public convenience and advantage for an upscale store at this location. I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well on the same grounds. I think that while some stores did go down, some went up, and the total sales volume clearly went up. There is obviously, at least while the population may not be increasing, there is new development going on in this area. And this is clearly a different model he's proposing than College Town, which is the closest one, who does have, their sales did go down since 2014, but they have pretty robust sales for a store that size. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
1142 and 1234A, Luke's Lounge.
Good morning again, Robert Romano. We've submitted a plea here, a conditional no contest plea of $4,000, settlement in full on both cases.
First, we're going to dismiss charge 1 at the request of counsel's office in the first proceeding.
Okay, I'll accept the 4,000.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1230, 3363, LLC.
Morning, Stacy Weiss for licensee, conditional no contest, $5,000 offer.
So we asked you to come in here.
5,500.
Say that again?
5,500.
Was it 5,500?
Yeah.
Right, it was 5,500.
But we asked you to come in here because has this stuff all been fixed?
Well, I came in here to tell you that we're going to work on it. We're going to submit all the documents that need, well, yes, most of it's been fixed, yes. The security guards have been fixed.
What does that mean, security guards have been fixed?
Well, I mean, they have a licensed security guard company. They have all the documents on site.
Does their license let them have a DJ and karaoke?
We don't have anything about that.
No, they're not, currently they're not doing any, they don't have the DJ there. They don't,
So not currently.
they don't have.
Ever.
Well,
They're not supposed to have a DJ ever.
right, well, they don't have the DJ, right.
No karaoke either.
No,
They're not.
they're running ads for salsa dance parties.
I'm sorry, you have ads for, you're not currently doing any of that? No. No, they're not
Well,
currently.
I mean, this is the classic case where you're supposed to be a restaurant, and then it was licensed in 2013.
Right.
Then a year and a half, 2 years later, you have dancing, karaoke, security, DJ, kitchen only open till 1 a.m.
Well, they don't
It's
have any
obviously
dancing.
not a restaurant.
They don't have any dancing. No dancing. That wasn't any of the charges. Right now, as I said,
It wasn't any of the charges, but we have evidence that and we're not going to charge her with it, but there is clearly an indication that she's advertising it or has advertised it. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any,
Well, let's.
I mean,
ask
it
your
goes
client.
back. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any advertising about dancing.
No, look, can we ask your client?
Commissioner Kemp?
Yes?
Commissioner, just let you know the offer is 5,000, the agenda sheet is not correct.
Oh, agenda sheet's wrong? Okay.
As far as, whatever needs to be corrected, we wanted to come here first we will correct whatever needs to be corrected, but right now, she has no DJs, she's not playing any, she has no dancing going on. She's corrected, like I said, everything with the security guards, all records are on site. She has the security guards present to make sure that everything is kept secure as far as the adequate supervision. I mean, we're going to put in whatever we need to put in, to change the method of operation. As far as adding the DJ with the.
I don't know that that's a good idea, but you do what you think is best for her. Because this is supposed to be a restaurant. We licensed it as a restaurant. She's clearly not acting like a restaurant.
She is serving food. She does have a full kitchen. She does serve food.
Full menu of food as a restaurant?
She has a full menu, yes. She has a full kitchen. And she continues to serve food.
Okay. Your offer was 5,000, not 5,500, but
So 5 months ago, you have dancing here. You have a guy singing with a mic and a woman doing, a whole bunch of people doing salsa dancing right in the middle of the place.
Like lessons, we allow groups to come in and do like little courses and so forth.
No, you don't.
The opportunity. So I wasn't aware that that was a bad thing. My apologies for that. And
Dancing's dancing.
even I saw it as exercising. I'm sorry, but it won't happen.
I guess it can be called that too.
No more exercising.
No more exercising.
So, I think what's happening here, honestly, is that you are a restaurant for most of the time, but then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatnot, when you're open till 4 a.m., you kind of turn more into a bar/club. Am I mistaken?
We're not open to 4 a.m. We're closing between 2 and 3.
2 and 3, but yeah.
They changed their name back in June of 2015 to this, Latin cuisine and sports bar. They've had a couple endorsement changes for their DBAs.
I mean, based on the decor, the pictures, you are obviously a restaurant. So I give you that for most of the time. But the other activity that's going on cannot happen until your method of operation change has been approved, if it gets approved.
Okay.
So I have a counter at 8,000.
8,000?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1139, Vargomez Corp.
1139.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the licensee. With me today is the licensee's owner, Wasser Then. This was a summary suspension, and there was a hearing held. I put in my controversion. I don't want to go over all the specific issues raised in the controversion. I just want to point out that this is a full-service, sit-down Mexican restaurant that was licensed in 2011. Prior to this incident on January 30th of 2016, there's been no adverse history. The video surveillance of much of the evening of the date in question was put into evidence. It did show the wait staff IDing patrons throughout the evening at the tables. What we believe happened was that they were, false IDs were being shown to wait staff. When the police came in, the real IDs were pulled out by minors.
So you're going to sit there and try to tell us that your client had no idea that his restaurant had become a attraction to people under 21 and had been for months?
It's a young crowd in there, no doubt about that. He realizes that.
How many people were in the restaurant when the police went in? Approximately
55 to 60.
60, and we had 55 charges underage drinking. That's like a high school.
That's like every single person.
One of the IDs was a student from the Mary Lewis Academy, a school I know that you're familiar with.
I know what many also. I mean, we also put into evidence the food order. The orders from the wait staff what was ordered and logged into the
Well,
systems.
I'm glad there was
And
food for the
it's-
underage kids who were drinking, but they're.
No, but what I'm
55
saying
underage
is, when you look, and again, I'm not making excuses here, but when you look at the ordering that was done at the tables, you'll see in many instances, let's say, four dinners were ordered, but not alcoholic beverages of 4 people were ordered, things of that nature. Shortly after this incident, and prior to the summary suspension, the licensee did start using scanners at the restaurant to scan IDs. Mr. Then would like to make a statement to the board. I just want to point out that the premises has been closed since February 28th. It's just been 3 months now. I know there was kind of a similar case in Bootleggers where the board did accept a suspension and civil penalty. At this point, Mr. Then would like to address you.
So, and I'd like to know, why was the door locked when the police came?
Okay, I'm gonna
If
address
Mr.
that.
Then can
I'm gonna address
I
that.
mean, we disagree with the door being locked.
We disagree. Despite all the accusation, I'm Oscar Den, by the way, okay. Despite all the accusation and all the arguments against me and Dalia's employees, I could like to say a few words to try to explain and clarify those allegations and accusations. I apologize for having to read this, but as you may know, my fluency in the language is not the best. First, I could like to mention that the accusations that were made are not entirely true. I agree and understand that the patrons that night were underage and perhaps were drinking alcohol beverages. However, I also want to point, not everyone was drinking that night. The server did ask for ID, receive one, or make sure that they were an age. The fact that one police arrived day and night to show ID was purely afraid because they knew that their driver license were not valid. Also, I clarified that I didn't know until that night because there was only reason why they couldn't deny to have shown identification, what they did. We are not a club, we are a restaurant, and we did not have to device to check for a valid of the ID. However, we're willing to do anything to help this situation fix the problem. We have implemented a scanner for ID they are receiving by the service. We have to hire a security will do so. We are willing to fix any issue that have been not take care to this matter. I also want to address the fact that could not ever put in danger the life of the client in any way. We did not have any door lock at any point of the night, in any other night. The accusation is false. People were walking in and out of the establishment all the time without a problem. We could never endanger anybody's life. If the police was not able to open the door, it's because the handle had to be turned down, open. Sometimes I'm guessing they never did. The recording, it was clear to see people walking in and out, which again showed that the door was open. Last but not least, I could like to everyone to be aware that as much as this problem have hurt me, and I'm not the only one affected. Many people have lost their job. Many people who depend on these establishments to their family have been left without income to help themselves. It hurt me to this issue have affect my business, but hurt me more to see because of the situation going out of control. My employer have been affected and I need to a job, with bills waiting to be paid. I understand the affidavit was signed, but at this point is the word against my word. But police saying is you want to do this the easy way or the hard way wasn't the proper way to do it. We brought evidence to show that we checked ID. We have shown that many tables the night was just eating and not drinking. We are not responsible for the face ID that they have been shown. The New York City is a party city. Things know they were around to get alcohol. I know there is a job in the restaurant make sure that they will not sell underage drinking, but we are not responsible for the invalid ID that they have shown late at night to do so. I deeply apologize for not having control of this different matter. Perhaps we need to be more careful and truly check for sign of fake ID. maybe we need a bouncer. We need make sure that those who are age are not buying for underage. There's so many different things that we could have changed and do differently, but now things are done and cannot be undone. We can only look for the future to fix everything that we don't run. I give my word, and if we get the license back, we will make sure that no underage will be serving alcohol on our premises. We make things right this way. We just need one more chance to prove that we are doing this how we are supposed to do. Thank you for your time, for listening, and may consider my points and address this point. Prove we have shown a value enough to get another chance, and a chance we not waste. Thank you.
Mr. Buscemi, you keep citing to the Marone case to say, you cite to the Marone case and say that it applies here, but in Marone, the police were never in the location, they never saw the alcohol, and they never saw the IDs, and all of that is present in this case. The police spent a large amount of time at this location. They did obtain all the IDs.
Look, I'm making some legal arguments here. I'm not looking to belabor the point of legal arguments. I addressed the points that I think are questionable in my.
You think Marone is applicable?
To some extent, yes. I think it is.
Well, my problem here with this case,
I'm not looking to argue that point.
and my problem here with this case, as opposed to other ones we've seen, is the number of customers that appear to be high school kids. There's testimony in here that at one table, the officer noticed several girls that were 16 years of age. Then another officer testified that it was an extremely young crowd that appeared to range from ages 15 to 18. And we were dealing with college kids before. These kids aren't in college, they're sophomores, and they can't even drive.
Again, the police officers were saying they appeared to be this or they appeared to be that.
But that goes against, also goes against his, we're getting fake IDs, because there's not too many, you can't find me 55 16-year-olds that can walk in this room and convince me they're 21. I'm sorry.
But no was, they know all was, they know was 16. They said that they are late to see 16, but how many 16 they will sign the paper that they say they signed? No one was under 18. Almost everybody was over 18.
Almost everybody.
I mean, but not everybody was drinking also. A few people was drinking. Not everyone that was in the store was drinking. And they alleged that everybody was drinking because when they got there, they say, like, you want to do the easy way or the hard way? You want to, if you don't sign this paper, we're going to go bring it to the precinct and we're going to call your family to come here.
Right, and if they were 21, there wouldn't have been a problem, would there? The family wouldn't have had to come.
I know, but everybody wasn't drinking. They said to everyone, no matter they was drinking or not.
So you're telling me of the 55 people in there that were underage that you got charged with, most of them weren't drinking. They just decided to come out and hang out in your restaurant.
They was eating.
I think you have a combination.
Your food that good?
I think you had a combination of
combination,
things.
both.
I mean, and the food receipts, the food orders showed that there were many tables where there were people that ordered food were not ordering alcoholic beverages.
But Mr. Buscemi, these aren't children who live down the block in the neighborhood. These were kids from Queens and Westchester who come to this location for its reputation of the fact that they'll be served there. They're coming down to the village to a location they know they'll be served at.
Having grown up in Queens, I know that there are always places in Manhattan that do develop reputations where they do serve underage and then they congregate in this manner. So, it's not something that's out of the ordinary. The fact that you had your occupancy is 55, 60 people and we have 55 charges, I mean, that's just...
But no, 55 or was.
No, I understand that, but then how many are drinking? It's, you're saying a few people were drinking?
No, you know what he's saying? He's saying that the kids lied, and they all lied.
Right, they got scared and that they all signed something.
No, we're not saying that everyone there that was drinking was not drinking alcoholic beverages, and that 50 people got scared and signed misstatements. That's not what we're saying.
So what are you saying?
We're saying, I believe it's a combination of those things, that you had some people that were drinking, that were underage, that were showing false ID. I mean, if you looked at the video, you'd see.
We have videos of it, and they check
You'd
with
see that.
me.
You'd see that this is simple, that everyone, this is a sit-down restaurant. People are eating. Yes, they're drinking.
Did I miss something? Was there a large collection of fake IDs by the police that's not in the record here? Because
No, they didn't search the patrons. So when the police come in and say, look, get out your IDs.
so it's only-
We're going to call your parents. What IDs they're going to pull out? Their fake IDs? No, of course not.
there's nothing to
They're gonna pull out their
substantiate your
real
claim.
IDs.
There's nothing in the record to substantiate your claim that they were using fake IDs.
The video was showing the wait staff, and the wait staff testified.
So was it ever, the police weren't able to copy it, right? The video you're talking about?
Yes, we
Yes.
do have it. I do have it here.
No, but the
It was-
police were not able to copy it. I remember.
Yes, they were. They put it into evidence. What's a little unusual is that the video surveillance that the police did copy broke down right before the police entered, so it doesn't show the police inside the premises. It cuts off right just before the police entered the premises.
So your video copy shows what? How many hours before the police showed?
Like 3 hours, 4 hours.
So 3 hours all the way up to the point where the police enter, you have.
Shortly prior to the police entering, correct.
And also, when
It
the
was,
police
it
entered,
was viewed by the ALJ, who still sustained all the
Yes.
charges.
And I happen to disagree with ALJ D'Alto.
Seems like I.
and also,
But I mean, the video, you see people sitting down. You see
We can
people,
put it off if you want to do that, I don't care.
you see people sitting down, you see people eating, you see people drinking. and
That doesn't, that's
if you
not
re-
relevant
And
to
if
me.
you review the video,
I'm glad they're eating there, but you have
staff checking
44, you have
ID.
44 sales to minors under 18 years old. I don't care if they're eating, I don't care if they're dancing, it doesn't matter to me. So you can keep telling me it's a restaurant that's serving alcohol to high school kids. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
and they realized what happened.
Oh,
And
and
they-
so do I.
And they took steps shortly thereafter to correct the situation by getting scanners in and stopping it. And a couple of weeks after that, the summary suspension went into effect.
The police officer testified, when he asked who was under 21, almost everyone raised their hand who had been drinking. In total, 50 people under the age of 21 said they were drinking alcohol, and we have 55 charges here. It doesn't sound like, even before he had them line up to sign this, and out of fear some of them out of fear signing this, it seems like there's 50 people who were drinking who were under 21. So
You also have a police officer that actually testified to the fact that when the sergeant came in and started his conversation or made a statement to everyone in the premises, that he threatened the patrons and that the police blocked the exits and where no one could leave. And one of the police officers themselves, a police officer testified that the sergeant threatened the patrons at the restaurant.
And I disagree. I don't see it as a threat, because if they were 21, the threat is meaningless,
no, but they,
right? I mean, they
Oh, yeah,
basically,
yeah.
if they're all of age, whatever they said, the police, it would be meaningless, because you can't get arrested for showing a valid ID.
And again, I'm not arguing that people weren't drinking alcoholic beverages, but not everyone was. The food receipts bear that out.
Yeah, I
And
think
when you're threatened, when you're threatened, said you can get out of here if you sign a statement.
Yeah, no, I think you're repeating yourself at this point. So I think the number of charges here and the preponderance of the evidence, I will sustain the charges and impose cancel on bond.
I had revoke.
Bootleg
What?
is something similar to this?
You were going to revoke it? I'd revoke it too. I mean, it's definitely got to get
Cancel
canceled.
and bond and a name stop and location stop.
All right, I gotta stay up here. I gotta stay up.
1217 C and G Arthur Avenue.
Again, this was two sale to minors. After hearing, You have my controversion.
And again, you're citing to Marone and you're citing to Cafe
yes, I'm
Concerto,
citing-
but these were cases where these were underage agents. In both of those cases, they were just underage of the general public. Those cases aren't applicable.
Well,
You
I
and
disagree
Mr.
with that,
Bell are
and I
just love
cite,
citing to them.
and the Cafe Concerto Court cited matter of New Stratford Restaurant versus New York State Liquor Authority. The New Stratford case was an undercover sting operation. In the New Stratford case, the court held that you prove the age of the minor regardless, even though he was an underage agent of the police department, you prove the age of the alleged minor by an official document or the minor's testimony. Here, what we have in this particular case, and I don't know how, with all due respect, I don't know how this was sustained. We have the police, there was no identification of the minor put in. There was no statement of the minor put in. The police officer that testified didn't know the name or the identity of the auxiliary police officer, didn't know the date of birth of the auxiliary police officer. So we have,
So I guess the legal question is if there's no proof of age proffered into evidence, or even if they were underage agents, not a member of the general public, does that still, is that still valid charge?
I'm looking at the documents that were submitted.
I mean, the courts are very clear on what
Well,
the
I mean,
three elements are.
he testified that the underage agent was 19 years old, so he did know her age.
The affidavit from.
You need to, you have no date of birth.
Well, I mean, but he knew her, you're saying, you made it sound like he didn't know how old she was at all. He testified she's 19. You're correct, he did not give a date of birth.
The affidavit from the nuisance abatement was the document that was moved into evidence.
And there's no date of birth of the minor? I don't even think there's a specific.
Does it say 19?
Alcoholic beverage consumed.
I followed police department procedures and verified that APO was under the age of 21 by checking her New York State driver's license and official police department identification card.
And that's simply insufficient. The courts are very clear. You don't even have an age, forget, it's under 21. There's a date of birth. The courts, you have 3 courts, appellate court decisions that I've given you that state you need the identification. If the minor's not going to testify, you must put in the identification of the minor or a written statement of the minor, an affidavit from the minor. And the New Stratford Restaurant case specifically goes to the issue of when it's an undercover police agent. And in New Stratford, the court sustained it after saying that either the age of the alleged minor has to be proven by the identification, government-issued ID of the minor, or a statement from the minor, testimony or a statement of the minor. In this case, we have none of that.
What happened to the nuisance abatement case?
Excuse me?
What happened to the nuisance abatement case?
I didn't handle the nuisance abatement case. It was probably settled, which means no admission of wrongdoing.
Article 78 this, I don't.
Article 78? So, all right. I guess we'll figure this one out in court then, right? 7,500? Because the 2 are together, so I put 7,500.
7,500.
More? Yep. 1202, Lovely Marie.
This is after hearing. First 4 charges were dismissed. Charge 5, failure to supervise, was sustained.
Can you tell me why you believe charge 2 was dismissed?
I don't remember what charge 2 is. I just know
Security guards.
Right, 2 should have been sustained based on the date in question.
the security guards were licensed security guards.
After the fact, though?
No. They were licensed security guards on the date in question.
Not according to the evidence we have.
At least not according to the judge's decision. That does not appear to
As I
be.
recall, they were licensed security guards, but they didn't have their ID on them at the time. So he sustained the failure to supervise because they didn't have IDs on at the time, but on the
Well,
date
he
in
says
question-
here that the license expires on 8/21/16. It is noted that New York State security guard licenses are valid for 2 years prior to the expiration date. And here the evidence indicated that that this happened on 5/17/14.
But they run in cycles, 2-year cycles.
Yeah, but we don't have
Look,
evidence
I don't
of-
have it, I don't have it in front of me because the charge wasn't sustained. But I believe it was shown that they were licensed at one period of time and that it was 2-year renewal, and they showed a renewal. I mean, that's what the judge is getting at. It's a 2-year renewal cycle.
I know, but if you go back 2 years, you still don't get the 5/17.
But there was, again, I don't have it in front of me, but there was, something must have been in evidence with regard to them being licensed back then.
So dismiss 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Sustain 5.
I mean, I'd argue that 5 shouldn't be sustained as well, since
1,500.
anything that was, the judge is talking about with regard to 5, other than the security guard licenses, was outside the premise.
No, there was a weapon smuggled in also. Whoever was
He's not- but
checking.
he dismissed that.
No, but I mean, the point was that that a weapon was at the premises, and whoever was supervising did not catch that.
What'd you say, 1,500?
1,500.
1,500.
All right, thank you, have a good day.
You too.
You too.
1220 El Rancho Latino Corp.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant. This is Walter Guerra, who is the principal of El Rancho Latino Corp. I believe this is before you because the prior license at the location was canceled. Mr. Guerra has been operating for 2 or 3 months under a temporary permit and has been operating very, very fine, clean operation with no issues, no violations, no summonses. He has security personnel on staff. I think he has 4 people on the weekends and 2 during the week. And there is no relationship between him and the previous licensee who ran the place prior to his taking possession. If you have any other questions, either I or Mr. Guerra can answer them for you.
Well, the question is, it seems like what he's doing is exactly the same method of operation that got canceled in March.
No, because finally we hired for security every single day. Most of us say from Friday to Sunday, every day. We check ID with the scanner. That's pretty much we.
The other people had security.
Yeah, but I don't know how what kind of security we have. But we have a company to supply the security, or has license.
He has a menu, he serves food, he has licensed security guards.
The menu is tacos and bagel bites.
It is a relatively limited menu, but it is a menu that is enough for an OP premises. And he certainly sells, I don't know what your percentage of food.
What percent?
What's your percentage approximately between alcoholic beverages and you know?
A percent with the food?
It's such a credibility issue here.
20%. 10% with
more music, I think,
No, what the alcohol or the
Huh?
food?
having more music than the other
Oh, no,
licensees.
I would say.
What do you mean more
It's
music?
because the prior licensee said recorded.
No, 10% of the food.
This guy's live DJ, he's got everything.
Well, the other guy said recorded but had live DJ anyway, right? So this now here at least they're coming clean, but
He is being upfront about it.
So, since he's been there, obviously he's not responsible for the fact that the previous guy was canceled. He signed a lease, he signed a.
previous person being Mr. Gonzalez?
I don't know who the previous guy was, but he has no relationship with him.
No, he didn't even know that the previous one got canceled the last time he was here.
No, I should not.
So, in good faith, he signed a lease, he filed an application, he's been operating, no violations, he's clean.
I think
and-
the
and he
issue,
has-
but I
and-
think
and he
the
has
issue was
scanners
Mr.
and he's got
Gonzalez's
security
involvement in this.
Pardon?
That's
Excuse me?
Mr. Gonzalez, when This is Mr. Guerrero, right?
Yes.
And you had applied on 2 other occasions, correct? At Miss Beer Palace
I did apply for that.
and, right, at 2 different times? And both times it was determined by the board that we weren't convinced that somehow Mr. Gonzalez wasn't involved. And there was a lot of overwhelming evidence that he was obviously involved, but you had claimed that he wasn't involved. And so I don't see how this changes anything, what we're doing here.
It changed a lot. It didn't mean I would say because
Well,
now-
no, I mean, you lost your credibility by not being upfront the first 2 times. And so I don't see why we reward somebody who's saying now they're coming here being changed and honest, and the first 2 times you were not, obviously.
It is because now I'm here full time, make sure everything run the way it's supposed to be running, and that's made my work.
And is Mr. Cordero involved?
No, not at all.
I don't know. I just, you know, to me, it's like, how many times can you try? I understand you really want a license, whether for yourself or for Mr. Gonzalez, but
Not for me, actually, no, I want to make a living without, no.
He's the sole principal. He borrowed some money. We provided.
again,
him
one time,
from the lender.
and you've learned your lesson, but you came twice with this.
No, that's me, definitely not anymore. Now, I want to reach, I want to be there, and then actually now I'm there every single day, most of those.
I'm not saying you're not involved. I'm saying
We don't believe that the other guys aren't, and neither does the residents around you. They have all indicated that they believe he's involved.
No, I don't know, no. They're not even there, no. I need a change to prove that, no. It's not the way, it's not that way.
well, I mean, look, twice you came here, you said the same thing,
No.
that he wasn't involved, but he was involved those 2 times. You're still saying that before he wasn't involved? Mr. Gonzalez?
Watching with, no, sir, the community, they try to say it, but not because the community say, I can't convince, I mean, how many people?
I'm not talking about the community. Was Mr. Gonzalez involved in your other 2 previous applications or not?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't involved. So you're still going to stay there and say he wasn't involved, which makes it
He
even...
wasn't doing the renovation. He wasn't working on any of it.
No, it wasn't. People say that, but not really. No.
Not people, the records that show that.
All right.
All right, well, for character fitness reasons, the same as the previous 2 times, I have to vote to deny.
I vote to deny in character and fitness as well. I just, you know, if you want to come in and tell us the clean story, but we have records that indicated he was fixing the building. So,
But that's a different place where I'm there every day. This is
no, the
we're not
first
saying-
time you told us, though, you didn't even know the guy. So, I vote to deny.
Sometimes if you just come in and be honest, and we'd want to give a chance, but if you're going to stick to your story that already was disproved twice, then it's hard for us to say, how do we know you're telling the truth this time around?
And I don't know whether he's telling you to do this, but he's never getting a license while I'm sitting here. So if you want one, you better extricate yourself from him and find a way to prove it to me.
How can we prove that someone's not involved?
I don't know, but each time you come here and stick to the same story, it's not helping.
We go to the community board and find out why they believe he's involved and why there's records that show that he was helping with the renovations and that he paid someone to cure the building violations.
And his relationship with Mr. Cordero, and Mr. Guerrero was hiring Mr. Cordero. There's a lot of evidence that showed why we had to deny the first 2 times. Thank you.
Item 1190, Sarika Vineyards.
We have a offer and compromise in front of you for a $2,000.
I accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much.
1190.
1225, Woody Crest Liquor Store.
Good afternoon, Vivian Tozaki on behalf of Woody Crest Liquor Store, Inc. Is there opposition?
I don't know. Is there any opposition? I guess not, so go ahead.
Okay,
No, actually, we didn't receive any either.
Do you know if Grant Wine and Liquor is still open?
what is it called? I'm sorry.
Grant Wine and Liquor, 239 East 167th Street.
No, the only thing I have on 167th Street is Family Liquor. Is that a DBA or is that the?
No, it's the DBA.
It's the DBA for Family Liquor Store?
239 East 167th.
Oh, no,
Street,
this is 2
Liquors.
East 167th Street. As I pointed out in the application, I won't repeat anything that's in the application. I just want to add to it that even though it looks like it's on 167th Street near Family Liquor, it's actually an elevated stairway that it's hard to climb. I did it twice. That separates the stores. So it's not like you walk across a bridge or something and the other store is there. I also reported 3 new high-rise residential buildings. I want to add to it that 92 West 169th Street has 108 units. It's in construction. We have pictures of everything that I'm about to tell you. 1282 Shakespeare Avenue has 25 units. 164 Woodycrest Avenue has 30 units. These are new developments. Adding to this, there's a new development, 1450 Plimpton Avenue, I believe 60 units. 164 Ogden Avenue, 28 units. 169 Nelson, 45 units. And 1395 Nelson and Edwards is 28 units. All of these new residential developments are within 5 blocks of the applicant. And furthermore, we'd like to add that every store that was required to report the gross sales, they all pretty much carry the same products. And my client would like to carry some products that they don't. And she actually made a list of the products that she plans to carry that are not being carried by the other stores. And that's all I have to add to the application, unless you have questions.
How many of these other stores are bulletproof? Do you know?
I do not know. All of them? Pretty much all of them. I looked at the.
All of them
by
are?
2 or 3. We went by 2 or 3, and they were all bulletproof. But they're the typical small little bulletproof stores.
It's hard to tell without that information. I mean, I don't know what's so different about this. We issued in 2013, a new license 0.2 miles away.
And then another one in
Another
2014.
one in 2014, 0.3 miles away.
This is you're saying 3 miles away?
0.3.
Oh, 0.3. Is that Cinna?
Yes.
That's, yeah, they've got a lot going on over there because that's sort of a heavy residential area. You've got Merriam Playground. I know the map that I did isn't great, but all the other liquor stores, almost, it's as if they have their own sort of little town or area not a little area that they're servicing. Like they have their, and so this applicant doesn't, it's really not competition for the other stores. That might be why there's no protesters here, because this area is so separate from the other little areas. Like Family Liquor Store, they're right next to the 4 train. They've got the CVS, all of that stuff going on.
Explain to me the staircase that separates family from your.
I think I put a picture of it in the application. So there's a lot. For example, imagine a staircase that starts at the bottom. How many floors is it? 14 stories? It's like a 14 or more floors of a staircase. It's tall, like you can't see the top of it.
So it's going from one street to the other, you're walking, or?
There are a lot of them in the Bronx.
Yeah,
Right,
and they're known.
So it's like a rock outcropping that the staircase goes up? Okay.
It's huge.
Especially up by Woody Crest.
Right.
14 steps or 14 feet?
No,
14
floors.
floors.
If you were to climb,
It's essentially a cliff.
it's a cliff. It's a huge cliff, and that's what divides this from the other stores. So you walk down the block, and then you see the top of a staircase, and it's as if you're standing on a huge mountain, and you're going to climb down the mountain, and that's the staircase. Yeah, they're all over the Bronx. So that's what separates that from Family Liquor Store. So on a map, it looks like they're cliffs, but they're not.
Yeah, west of the Deegan to the river, where it's cliffs like it.
And from when I did the foil, I show increase in sales in the other stores. I think all of them. Some, like for example, this one, Family Liquor, the closest store, it was 79, 270 in 2014, then 85, 190 in 2015. So increase in sales.
And you don't know if Grant Wine and Liquor Company is open? The one, it's 237 East 167th Street?
I just tried to make a phone call and there was no answer. Not that
It's
they
on the
couldn't be
east.
busy,
Yeah,
no.
just to make sure we're clear, that's all east, and this is west.
No, I know, but
Okay.
we didn't get any response from them, so I'm wondering if they're open.
I mean, I have stuff that shows the increase in population in the Bronx in this
Okay.
this area code. I don't know what else to
Are you checking that?
give you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a image of it, but it's hard to check.
She's a female entrepreneur. She wants to strike out on her
Oh,
own.
her husband owns a license, right? Less than a mile away?
Yes.
He owns a package store?
Yes. And obviously, no involvement in this store. It is sort of her inspiration, I guess you could say, but this is her project, her baby. So
I see her store.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I like, it'd be good to see the separation of the community based on the steps, right? Otherwise, this
She's
other.
got you have a
one's
picture
very
of the
close.
steps?
I'm trying to get it on Google.
yeah, if you we have pictures of the residential developments, the new stuff we're going to carry that the other stores aren't carrying. It's easy to find a picture of the steps. I mean, even if you go online, you put
I mean, not just the steps, but how you say it's separating out the communities. That's something would be nice, a little overview.
I went there. The way I can describe it really is.
Can I talk?
Yeah, sure, please.
The thing is that here-
Talking to the mic, please.
Excuse me. The liquor that you say is over here. Then you have to walk like 2 blocks and then make a right and then make another right and then you're gonna find the stair. And the stair is like she say, like 14th floor. And then you have to walk 2 blocks to find the store.
There are
But it's,
platforms.
I don't know, you can Google it, but it's not closed, because I check. And we walk.
Yeah, we walk.
And it's like 15 minutes.
It takes 15,
walking.
20 minutes to walk up or down the stairs, and just so people can rest while they're walking on the stair. Their platforms, flat platforms.
So you can't get off the stairs once you're on it?
No, there's no.
It just keeps going?
It's
Interesting.
Yeah, you can. You're not getting
You're
back
gonna
up.
get
Yeah,
back up.
no, it's
All
not
right,
like
so
a-
you understand we've had, not that you're going to engage in this, but, we've had issues of co-op buying. Do you know what that is? Co-op buying, so your husband owns a license, right, as a store, and there are instances when family members or people close, they'll get together and they'll purchase items together and then they'll split up the inventory and
No, I want to.
But I'm just explaining to you now, just if you didn't know it, that's something that's a very serious violation. And not that you were thinking about it, but I'm just putting it out there. Got it, okay. All right, so based on the determination of the location, sounds like there would be a public convenience and advantage for residences and businesses up on the top of the stair. Community, I guess we can call it, and there's a supermarket
on the
across
bottom.
street.
You're on the
Are you
bottom of the
bottom
stairs,
or you're on
right?
the top?
Oh, you are on the top.
You're on the top, and there's a supermarket across the street, so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds.
Thank
All right,
you.
good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now a lot of people are going to use a stair argument.
When the police go running after the criminals.
1226
I'll go climb that
Liquor
stair.
Company of New York.
Company of New York. Do we have protesters? Yes, can we hear from them first, please?
I believe I'm the owner of Larchmont Wine and Liquor, which I believe is the closest store to this new application. And it would be a third of a mile away, I believe. There are also, at the moment, there are 5 liquor stores in Larchmont. It's not a big town. Population is under 6,000. I don't think any of the stores are doing super business. We're all close together. There are 2 more stores down in New Rochelle on Palmer Avenue, not too far away. So at the moment, you have 7 stores within 1.4 miles of each other. It seems like the area is very saturated. I believe there had been a store that someone tried to get a license 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe Greg has more knowledge of that. And it was turned down, I assume because there are too many stores, in my opinion. On a personal note, my store, I took it over 4 years ago. I'm slowly growing the business, but it's a slow process. And it just seems like we just really don't need any more liquor stores in this area.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Greg O'Brien. I'm the owner of Spanky Enterprises, which the DBA is Wine Tasters of Larchmont. I'm also on the board of the Chamber of Commerce of Larchmont, and I own commercial property, namely the building that my store is located in. So I purchased my store in 2010. I took a store that was in extreme disrepair. At one time, it was actually the most successful store in Westchester County back in the early 80s. It's a store that's been in existence since 1933. The year I purchased the store, there was the previous owner of my store that I purchased. I had worked with him for a year prior to owning the store, purchasing it from him. At that time, there was a process where there was another store application close to the train station, which was denied. Since that same year, there's a store where the current applicant is applying, was a liquor store that went out of business. And that's mainly due to 2 new stores that opened up south on Palmer in large grocery store anchored strip malls. One is called Wine Bazaar in New Rochelle. I believe it's about 5,000 square feet. He basically put this store that these gentlemen are applying for out of business. Then,
what year was that?
That was 2011, I believe he went out of business. And then in 2012 or 13, Wine and Liquor Discount Warehouse right next door to Wine Bazaar in New Rochelle. And these stores are only a half a mile away from this store. He's got an even larger store, an 8,000 square foot store owned by a Russian gentleman. And his prices are just, as they would say, insane. And these guys have the liquor business in our area. So my business is 80-something% wine. So I am a very specialized store servicing, we have a large international population in our town, expats from overseas that the companies own the homes or whatever the case may be. And, we specialize in wines from around the world. So we're not what we call a regular store. We focus on service. We know 80% of our customers by name, these types of things. So it takes a lot of work and energy to build up the business. Not only that, I've invested close to $1.5 million purchasing the building, upgrading my store, doing events in the community. It's all about networking in Larchmont. It's a very small town, less than 6,000 people. The village is 1.1 square miles. So we have 5 liquor stores in our town. We have all these liquor stores down Palmer Avenue, big ones. I mean, I think the Russian guy does $12 or $15 million a year. So I think the pool of wine business in our store, which in our town, in our village, is what you're looking at. That's the pie. It's not liquor. People go elsewhere to purchase their liquor when they go to the grocery store. But if they want service and they want people who know what they're selling, That's the type of business that we're in our town. Is there room for another? I would think it would be silly, first of all, the strip mall that they're going to be located in. The parking is atrocious on the weekends. DeChico hires guards to make sure the people coming into the strip mall parking closest to their, so I don't even think there's 100 spots. And DeChico's is brand new. And that's like a 13,000 square foot, beautiful store. There's a Leonardo's Pizza next to it. There's a condominium building that's brand new that just went up next to it. There's no parking. They're hiring guards to make sure that you're shopping there and, you know, scolding you if you're not. I'm not understanding the real logic of another, I'm surprised the application was put in the first place because I don't know how they're going to deal with the parking. And I was just really surprised. And when I got the email from the inspector to provide some information regarding the application, I guess my email was a little stern. And then I called him and I said, you know, why are we even talking about an application here? And he said, well, I guess we can't stop people from applying. And so I took the time today to come down and oppose this application.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, I am Steve Forcello, co-applicant and co-owner of Liquor Company New York, Inc. So we intend to prove consumer convenience and advantage based on the following. First, we're in a shopping center, which offers a great mixture of stores and creates a one-stop shopping experience. The anchor store would be the DeChico's grocery store, the Largemont Pharmacy, and we hope our liquor store. We feel all these stores complement each other and create a nice convenience for consumers. Secondly, the parking we felt was a strong point for us. We have 130 free parking spots for customers, which is very rare for the village of Largemont, including these two stores. All the other liquor stores in Largemont, with one exception, are curbside stores where potential customers have to search for parking and then parallel park on a main road.
Which one has parking?
Jay's Wine and Liquor shares a small parking lot with New York Sports Club.
Thank you.
You have 30 spots dedicated to your store?
No, we have 130 spots in the shopping center total for all the customers.
But none of them are dedicated
No, none of
specifically
them
to
are
you guys?
specifically dedicated, no. But we felt 130 is a fair amount of parking spots. It's also important to note that there has been a very healthy amount of development in Largemont and Mamaroneck in the past year, as well as the past 6 years, which I have specifics for I would like to get into later. And additionally, the surrounding stores all have increased or steady sales. So I would like to touch on, real quick, the difference between a DeChico's grocery store and a Stop and Shop, ShopRite grocery store. It's very important to understand the difference because it's going to create a whole new stream of shoppers. It's a very high-end, expensive store. They have a food court with a salad bar, expensive meats, outdoor seating. They have a huge craft beer selection, over 500 to choose from. It's going to attract people from all over the county. And as we know how densely populated the area is, in a 2.5-mile radius, we have over 120,000 people. So people are going to come to this area for the quality of the DeChico's. Regarding the liquor stores in New Rochelle, people will always go there. People will always go to Stop and Shop right down in New Rochelle. Everything is less expensive there, and in that respect, they're great grocery stores as well. Wine Bazaar will always be able to do well, so will the other discount one that these gentlemen were speaking of, because they have created that convenience for shoppers. And we only ask to be given the privilege to do the same for DeChico's customers. That's our main target. So as I said, the area is very densely populated. We expect people to drive from around the county to go to DeChico's. You know, I understand the population is small, however growing, and I think what really should matter is how many people shop in Largemont rather than how many people live in Largemont. So we're going to have a different clientele. It's important to remember as well that Wine Bazaar only being a half a mile away, it is a completely different neighborhood, which is typical for southern Westchester. It's in downtown industrial New Rochelle, which has a population of 80,000. They neighbor a masonry yard, a FedEx office, Marshall's, Home Goods. Another very important thing I was able to find out was that there's exactly 10 large residential buildings and 100 residential homes directly in between our proposed store and Wine Bazaar, literally right along the half a mile stretch on Palmer Ave. I found this extremely significant because none of these homes have a Larchmont or none of them have a Larchmont address. It's either New Rochelle or Mamaroneck. So that's one example of how the Larchmont population stat can be misleading alone.
What's a large residential project that how big of a size is that?
I didn't count specific units. I would say 5 of the apartments are garden style, about 3 stories. So, you know, anywhere from 15 to 20 units per building. And then there are some of the bigger buildings that looked like they were around 10 stories. And as I said, 100 residential homes as well. So none of these are Larchmont populations. In that stretch, there could be a couple thousand people that live right there who are direct consumers for the area, but aren't going to show up in that small Larchmont village stat. So as I said, 2.5 mile radius, 120,000 people. Within an estimated 10-minute driving distance, there's 170,000 people. And we found that using freemaptools.com, which we thought was
All
really
right, so can you explain to me, you're arguing it both ways. You're saying that Wine Bazaar is in a completely different area, even though they're 0.7 miles away, and that people who go there won't go there. And then at the same time, you're arguing 2.5 mile radius, and there's 100,000 people that'll drive everywhere. You're kind of giving me both sides.
I see what you're saying, and that's why I'm not in love with statistics in general. I just thought the 2.5 mile radius stat was significant because it is a very high number, not only in the New Rochelle direction, in the Mamaroneck direction, in the White Plains direction, in the Pelham direction.
But presumably there's liquor stores in all those directions as well?
Exactly, yeah. That's, like I said, I'm not in love with stats. I'm not a stat guy. I argued whether to even bring that into play, but because it was so high, I decided to bring it into play. So I understand what you're saying there as well.
Can you describe your internet sales?
Excuse me?
You mark that you're going to be doing sales through the internet. Can you
Yeah,
describe?
we plan on doing internet sales, yeah.
How will they be delivered? Where were you selling to?
We would have to hire a delivery man.
So just local delivery, or are you selling throughout the state?
We would probably like to start off local. You know, the more important thing for us is to have a actual store that's successful, and we feel the internet sales locally will pick up, and then we'll see where it goes from there. So just on the development aspect, there's two 30-unit buildings that just opened right next to our proposed store, about 300 feet away on the same side of the street, that do have their own parking, which I think there was a little confusion there with what the other gentleman was saying. A 149-unit condominium called the Cambium just opened a few months ago, about 300 feet away from Jay's Wine and Liquor. And the Hampshire Golf Club is being turned into 160 residential housing units. So that's 370 new housing units. And there was population growth prior to any of this development. There was, from the U.S. Census, from 2010 to 2014, the population grew 4.2%. The county is growing as a whole. From 2010 to 2014, in that same time period, the county grew by 19,000 and ranked 7th out of New York's 62 counties in population growth. Larchmont is a very wealthy town. We intend to market to those people who are going to shop at the Chico's, who don't mind paying $20 a pound for their steaks. It's a different consumer that goes to the Chico's than that goes to Stop and Shop and ShopRite. It really is. That's a fact. The giant craft beer selection that they offer as well is very significant for us. That's pretty much it. So we have the DeChico's, we have the pharmacy. It's a great one-stop shopping experience. You can't get that in Larchmont. I understand there's a lot of stores, but we would be the only ones in the village offering parking, offering the one-stop shopping convenience. There's a lot of development going on in the area. The surrounding sales of the stores are either increasing or have remained steady. you know, this is a great opportunity, we feel, for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No adverse.
Okay. So, and you were a store manager at Leewood Liquor Corporation?
That's my brother.
Oh, that's
David Forcello,
for 3 years.
co-applicant for the
Okay.
New York Liquor Company.
And they're not involved in this at all?
No involvement. It serves as a bit of an inspiration, as well as the design of the store. I've been working there for 3+ years, and when I started working there, we were roughly 4 years into a brand new business there. It was never previously a liquor store. So I feel it's good experience for me and now this is a nice opportunity to take it and step
So
up.
you'll leave working there to do this full-time, correct?
Correct.
Commissioner, my name is, excuse me, Manny Tavalila, the owner of Leeward Liquor. I would like to speak on behalf of this application.
Sure.
David graduated University of Miami in 2013 and then came to work for me. I'm also his uncle, also the boy's uncle. Rather than go into the corporate world, they wanted to learn about the business that I was growing. And since that time, he's gained a great deal of product knowledge. And my store has grown tremendously, and a lot of it is due to the efforts of Dave and his customer service, which he wants to bring to his own store. And just to note, there is no involvement on my part in any way in their application.
Thank you. And there was a store here existing previously till 2010, as noted, right? Okay. All right, so the Larchmont population in itself is fairly small, and there are 4, maybe 5 stores there. There's that New Rochelle major wine bazaar, and other larger stores seems to be also seemingly in the area. I think the main factor for me is that the DeChico store coming into the shopping mall where there was a license previously, and the convenience, public convenience and advantage that will provide. So I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. It's DeChico is clearly a specialty grocery store that will attract customers. That I think there will be a public convenience and advantage to having a liquor store in the plaza to serve those customers. And there was a liquor store there about 5 years ago, I guess, which was not successful. But I don't know that they had an anchor like you guys do have. So good luck. I approve.
Have a good day.
$11.83, liquid interests. Request for reconsideration. Of a full board disapproval.
Jesus. I have this number.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I have with me here today Peter Freer, who is the managing partner of the applicant, his son, Peter Freer Jr., who will be an employee and has extensive experience in the industry. I also have with me Kevin Eldred and Joe Gaithy, who are developers of Township 5, which is the development and retail complex that this store will be a part of. First off, I just want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to be heard on reconsideration. And rather than rehash the arguments we made at the initial hearing, we'd like to take this opportunity to, one, show the facts that have changed since we appeared in December, and two, try to better articulate some of the ways that this store will serve needs of the community better than the stores that exist in the area. And now I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Eldred, who is the developer and can speak to the changes since December and the retail project overall.
I am Kevin Eldred, and was born and raised in this area. I'm currently residing in Cazenovia, New York. Over the years, what we've done here is we've worked with the county, the town, and the state on assembling a 68-acre site here to to produce what is now known as Township 5, which is a lifestyle center. And lifestyle center, you can live here, the apartments that are now open. You could shop here, and some of the shops that have opened, Costco being one of them. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. And you can stay there. And there's going to be a new hotel that I'll talk about in a moment that's coming there. So what we did is we had approvals for over 500,000 square feet of a combination of those types of uses. To pull this off, it took 2 years. This is New York State Route 5, coming right through here. I had to work with New York State Department of Transportation to get their approvals to come off the highway system and come into this project, which I'll show you here. We ended up spending over $5 million of road improvements to improve the overall road networks here to be able to produce this project. Like I said, we work with New York State DOT, we work with Onondaga County Department of Transportation, and the town of Camillus to provide this regional draw. We then worked with the Industrial Development Agency to get their approval, because this thing was going to have such a regional draw. They wanted to be sure that the road network was safe. They entered into a pilot agreement with us, and the traffic study that we did with our environmental impact showed that at peak times, there's over 1,000 cars entering and over 1,000 cars exiting this project. It has such a big regional draw. Costco was the first tenant to open in October of 2014, and they located a 150,000 square foot store with a gas station there. And as of recently, they're approaching 40,000 members, household members, that are now there. The town of Camillus itself, which resides in the town of Camillus, has 9,000 households. So even if everybody was a member here, it's showing that roughly 80 to 90% of the people that are coming to this are coming from outside the trade area. We'll beat to this one, take those two down. So this is trip generations as to who our customer is that's coming to the project. They're coming in off of the road highway system. We built a 7/10 mile connector road that connects one exit off the highway system to an entrance ramp coming back onto the highway system. This has truly become a destination. As you can see here, you're going all the way down to Binghamton, which is roughly 75, 80 miles away, pulling from Utica. We're pulling from Auburn up to Oswego. We've got people coming from the Watertown area. So this is providing such a regional scope. We are pulling from 10 different counties when people come there. Our customer comes here, goes to the various stores. There's 7 restaurants that are coexisting there. We just recently opened up a surgery center, and people are coming from a 10-county area to come to that surgery center.
What's a surgery center? What kind of a surgery center is this?
Oncology, it's for men, oncology. And
Oncology is for cancer, right? Yeah.
Yes, they'd come in there for the day, the families would stay around. And again, just recently, we just worked out with Hilton brand hotels. They've awarded the first True brand, which is similar to like a Hampton Inn. They're going to take their first flagship. It's a new flag that they have for them. And that's going to be within Township 5, an 85-room. So we've got here the movie theater is opening up next week. They project over 500,000 people to attend in its first year. So as we see here now, Costco was the first one to open, which is roughly 150,000 square feet. Since the applicant came before you, which was the beginning of December, we've opened up, either under construction or opened up another 247,000 square feet of additional uses within this 68-acre site. And we continue to grow. Our leasing team is out there continuing to lease this project. So we have the rights to go up over 500,000 square feet.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Kelly. My name is Peter Freer. I'm managing partner of Goodwood Interests. I think what I would like to talk about, is this notion of proximity. You know, this has been a struggle for you, Commissioner. Here we've got a depiction of the development. This is the Costco warehouse and the main entrance that comes in here on the corner. This little bump out here is the Camillus Liquor Store attached to the Costco warehouse. So it has a little entrance here on the side. So you can see this isn't much of a store in terms of its presence and its image. It's a fairly small store, and we'll get into that later. There was a concern and an allegation that we would be sharing the same parking lot. And here, our building pad, because the store is not built yet, the building's not up, is here. This is our building pad. We would be on the north end of this pad. There is a store here blocking the view. There's going to be a Petco up in this area. And the entrance to this store, the Costco store, the Camillus Liquor Store, actually faces our delivery dock on this building to be constructed. Our store would face west. We don't share this parking lot. This would be our parking lot area on the west side of our entrance. So there's a little green space over here in the movie theater moving in. And so it is not possible because of the traffic in this area. This would be dangerous for people to walk. They really wouldn't do that. If they can't find what they need here in the Camillus Liquor Store, or they don't use that as a destination to begin with, they're really driving to a different parking area.
And you think that's convenient?
Yes. Well, the parking in front of any store is convenient. And we'll get into SKU counts and that kind of thing in a bit. The other point that I wanted to make, and we're trying to confine ourselves to new points since I was last before you in December, is the whole notion of proximity. And so that took me off guard, and I did some investigation and some research, and you'll see.
I hate to interrupt you, but I'm going to. You guys spent a lot of time well, not a lot of time, but you pointed out that we said it was 1,000 feet, it's really 1,200 feet. That to me is not the concern. My concern is that I can see your store from the other store. That's my concern. We're in a shopping center, and I realize your argument that you're not sharing a parking lot, okay. But I can see that your store from the other store, right now at least. And that's, well, but that to me is the argument about proximity. It's not necessarily how many feet, but you're telling me that the people that can't find what they want at Camillus are going to have to get in their car that's parked at Costco, and that it's more convenient for them to go to your store than it is to the next closest store in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And
first and foremost, Vice Chairman, is a person going into Township 5 as a location has already got a mindset as to whether or not they're going to patronize the Camillus Liquor Store or they're going to patronize Liquid Interest. So it's not like they're going to be doing mystery shopping between these two stores.
Well, I would disagree with you, because I think Costco's whole business model is on the fact that many of these people have no intention of buying liquor until they walk out of Costco and see the store there. And they're making a lot of money doing that. I would agree there are certainly people there that are going directly to buy the cheap stuff, but there are a number of people that are walking out because of the location and the proximity to the Costco where they just bought whatever they're buying in Costco.
Well, and both types of stores offer customer convenience and advantage depending on the customer's needs. So one of the examples that I wanted to point out was a classic example is Northway Mall in Albany. It's on Central Avenue. It's across the way from the big Colony Mall. It's in a mall called the Northway Mall. In that mall, there's two big box stores. There's Target and BJ's. BJ's has its liquor store. 90 seconds away, there's Empire Wine. Empire is probably the largest retail package store in New York State.
I have been in it, but
20, $30 million a year. They coexist.
and I don't know how that happened. I wasn't here, but I think we were here for one in Rochester that we did do a similar thing for. But the difference there was that the other liquor store came in here and said, we don't care.
Well, that might have been Lisa's.
I don't remember what the name of the stores were, but they were literally across the parking lot from each other. Now, if that situation was here, I'd probably say, you guys go fight it out amongst yourselves. But I don't think we have that here.
Well, I think what we do have is a difference in the inventory, and that's really what we'd like to focus on now. And Peter is involved in the industry, and he could focus on the difference in the SKUs and the scope of the products. Because as you know, Costco, they tend to focus on kind of your staples, larger bottles, same retail model as the Costco store, and the model that we're going for here is very different.
So my name is Peter Joseph Freer. That was my father, other Peter Freer. I'm going to be an employee at the store. I have 20 years experience throughout food and beverage, started in restaurants, managed restaurants, was sales director at a 4-star, 4 Diamond Award resort spa property in Skinny Atlas, which is in the Finger Lakes. I then moved on to be a salesperson at an importer, Frederick Wildman & Sons, based here in New York. And I've spent the last 8 years managing liquor stores, purchasing, buying, and selling, active sales on the floor, marketing, on and on and on. So I think what wasn't intimated last time was exactly how different Vine and Barrel is going to be from Costco, or the Camillus Liquor Store. Camillus Liquor, in essence, serves the Costco customer. It is a no-frills, limited SKU store with extremely low pricing. Not everybody in that market, or in the county, or in several counties, as we explained the draw, wants a mag of Dewar's. That's not convenient for customers that don't want that type of sizing. You go down the line, all they carry is, Svedka 1.75s, Grand Marnier, just big bottles, one size of Hennessy, one size of that. In addition, doing some research and, the relationships I've had in the wine region, specifically the Finger Lakes wine region, for the past decade or more, there's just taking Southern Wine and Spirits and Empire Merchants North. Combined, they have over 1,000 New York State wine SKUs, separate SKUs. The Camillus Liquor Store carries 20 SKUs of New York products. 20. We have an aggressive plan to dedicate 25% of our wine inventory to New York and actively promote it. Actively promote it. Get people engaged and interested. It's not just a cashier and a stock person and a put it on the shelf and watch it go away model that we're going to present. Nobody in that area can beat us on the combination of price, product selection, and service. I know these stores. I work in a store in downtown Syracuse, New York right now, and I know for a fact that people in those western suburbs and beyond travel past those stores and then frequent stores in downtown Syracuse and on the east side of town. I mean, that's just fact. I'd rather keep those dollars in Camillus, in the western suburbs, and make things convenient for them, because otherwise they've got to drive another half hour across town to get what they're looking for.
So we, to try to measure community support and customer support, you'll see we did a bit of a petition. And not having any experience with doing petitions, and I'll see what the political candidates go through, but we started with a written petition, and that's pretty slow going. It's a lot of effort, a lot of work. We visited with volunteer fire departments, neighborhood watch groups, and then we found an online app called change.org, And we opened that up with a message as to whether or not people felt that they wanted a full-service wine and liquor store in this Camillus area to serve the western suburbs. You kind of primed the pump on this, and you initially sent an email out to some friends and colleagues and neighbors, and then they in turn, after signing, they in turn then will.
Yeah, and
I
you
don't
can
think
see-
you need to
yeah,
explain
we-
how change.org
So
works.
we
but-
submitted a number of the comments that the petitioners signed, and you can read them on your own. But basically, people have expressed a desire for this kind of store. They have expressed.
Listen, the one thing I will tell you is I can see a desire for this kind of store. I'm not questioning that. We don't have a question about the guys running it at all. The question is solely the location. I know why you want to put it there. I just don't know whether that's the right place to put it. Given that there's the other stores in the area plus the one right
Other
across
stores
the
in the
back of your parking lot.
The other stores in the area, basically customers that come to this location, they're not going to get back on the highway and then drive down to the West Genesee stores. It's just not going to happen. So for them to have the option within the same complex to go to a store that offers a greater selection is a huge public convenience and advantage for them. And just to highlight some other differences between the Camillus liquor store and this liquor store, we'll have a dedicated tasting area. They will staff a certified sommelier for all the time. So, these are things that the Camillus Liquors really can offer, and frankly, the other stores in the area are not offering either.
I think we talked before
Sure.
that Camillus Liquors, their notion of a tasting event is to pull out a card table, and there's a label of the day, a red and a white, and that's a tasting event for them. What we're doing is a dedicated area of 400 to 500 square feet within the store where we're bringing in farm distilleries, wineries. We're doing food pairings with restaurants that exist in this development. Just a much more dynamic, much more educational, much more fun experience for the consumer. This is a vast, vast difference from the plain Jane merchandising philosophy that Costco uses in their adjacent liquor stores.
What's your retail space going to be? Because this says 8,600 for the whole premises.
So the retail space, Commissioner, is 2,000 square feet dedicated to warehouse space and 400 to 500 square feet dedicated to a tasting event area.
So about
So the other way around, right?
Down to about 5,600.
Right.
So it doesn't, no, as compared to like a Camillus Liquors is purportedly.
But you're not going to say with 5,600 square feet, you're not going to sell anything that Camillus is selling, right? That's not what you're. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? So part of it is if you're telling me, hey, we're going to do, they only have 20 New York State SKUs, so we're going to do, we're going to cover all of that area that's underserved. And then, Camillus is doing the bigger quantities, 1.75 liters of alcohol. And, we don't want to do that. But you're going to have 5,600 square feet, right? To me, it's still the same parking lot. We can say it's next one over, but anyway, whether it faces the back or the front, I just, if you had come in and said, I don't know what the exact square footage would be, but a much smaller footprint saying this is what we're going to focus on, all the things that Camillus doesn't have, then it would be much more of a compelling argument for me to reconsider. But, if you're going to overlap and do everything that Camillus is already doing and then distinguish yourself with that, I just don't know how much of that. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
We're not going to overlap. Obviously, you need Svedka 1.75. You need Dewar's 1.75. As a legitimate liquor store, you need those items. There won't be a 100% overlap at all. I mean, we're projected out to be about 2,500 SKUs.
I'm sorry, how many?
About 2,500. And they have 250 to 300.
But that's what he's saying. You're more than likely going to have 200 of those 250.
All of that, because they only do what's really selling, and you.
For the Costco customer. I know Well, that's just perception. The perception is still maintained that that's a membership.
But that's my point, is that if you didn't have any overlap, and there are people who come in, proximity notwithstanding, say, this is what we're doing that's distinguishing. We're only going to do wine, for example. We're only going to do organic wine. We're only going to do New York State wine. No, I'm trying to help you get there. So that, it's, but when you have this overlap, you're basically Camillus Plus, and that just doesn't work in this location. That's, I think, what we're getting at.
But I mean, there's a lot of store owners in this building. I've been in a lot of stores. Every store carries some of the same.
Of course. No, that's the point. I mean, those things are sold because they're the best sellers, and you need that as your base revenue model. I get it. So the other part, it adds something, but I don't know if it adds enough public convenience and advantage to overcome the other factors that play against that. So that's, I think, what we have to balance.
Yes, my name is Joe Gaithia. I'm a developer. I'm also a resident in the market. We live in Skaneateles, which is 12 minutes from here, and developed this project specifically to make it a regional draw. And one of the things I do when I do development is I have a test group. And the test group that I found is most successful is my wife and her friends. They shop. They know what they're doing. And I can tell you that my
Wish you
wife
would spend
shops.
some time with my wife.
Oh, I know.
She's going to hear that.
I made her nervous. I made her nervous because I put the credit card
She
app
doesn't
on
know
there.
how to shop.
Timestamp that.
So she shops at Wegmans in the market, and she shops at Costco in the market, and she shops in Cayuga County for her wine. Because when you go to Wegmans, rarely do they have Phantom, they don't have Spur, they don't have the staples that she acquires, and we end up entertaining a lot and having a lot of wine. She doesn't buy the wine there. And she's a member. She's a classic example, and there's 40,000 of them that are going in there. Maybe they'll run in and grab the vodka if they're having a party, or maybe if it's a tailgate party or for Syracuse is playing, they'll go in and they'll grab some of that. But when they're doing their traditional wine shopping, it is happening at either Pascal's Liquors on the east side of town or in Cayuga at Auburn, which is 15 minutes outside of Onondaga County, which is directly against what the IDA wanted to see happen. They wanted to see sales tax coming back into the county. That's why we did a pilot and did $6 million worth of infrastructure work. And I can tell you, of those 350, I can probably list 50 of them that are in her, on her team. They've all asked for this.
Can I, and since you're the developer, I'll ask you this. How, you must have known, developing this site, because you clearly already know where Petco's going, that you wanted to put this store there.
Yep.
So why would you allow Costco to put their store there?
We have a right in our REA with Costco to do another liquor store. They had no issue with us doing another liquor store. This is within the restrictive rights. The problem with the Costco liquor store is Costco doesn't care. You ask if Costco is in here, I've asked them. They don't care. But they have that situation in Rochester where the liquor license was given before, and then they went in and tried to get it, but they couldn't get it. And that's a whole different situation.
No, but you could have not leased it to Camillus Liquors,
I
correct?
couldn't. It's a Costco sublease. That's the way Costco gets around.
Oh, they took a piece of their store and gave it to...
It's to an owner out of San Antonio that
Right, no,
has
I know.
30
we know the relationship.
I didn't
And it
realize
is-
they subleased
and
it.
It's not a local. It's not a local. They don't even sell the Kirkland brand in there. That's why the Costco members get disgruntled, because they go in and they hear all about Kirkland brand, and they don't have a Kirkland brand in there. It's a minimal wine and liquor store, and it is not serving the people coming to this market. And one other thing.
Because that was the issue last time. Costco was second, right?
Right. Costco, I think it was Fairway, or no, so it was some other large, we had licensed some 11,000 square foot
Costco was
store, and then Costco tried to come in, and then we said no.
So they
Right.
got upset and they weren't getting involved in this situation. I've talked to the real estate guy, the operations guys. They really don't care. It's not, but they're not going to go down and put the clamps down on this guy because of the relationship they have with him. But they put in the REA. We can do another store, and they have a subtenant to their.
I'm
space.
not so worried about what Costco thinks and whether they.
No,
they-
I'm not either.
Yeah,
I just wondered the reality of it.
I think it just kind of goes back to my original point being, I see some advantage to it with having items that aren't there at Camillus currently, but it's the 250, they only have 250 SKUs, and if you're going to have 250 out of your 2,500, same thing that Camillus is having, that's the problem I have.
Commissioner, we will never, probably ever, be able to compete against them with respect to pricing on those two.
No, somebody just, one of you just said you would have the best price product mix, or that was part of your presentation just now, and now you're saying you won't be able to compete with them on price?
It makes no business sense.
I still think you're not, well, you haven't satisfied my concern that what you're still saying is you're going to have have the items that sell well because you have to, and I totally understand that, but that's the issue, is that you're going to take what Camillus has, and then you're just going to add on top of it all of this other stuff, which is the issue with having so much space.
But providing the customer service, the education, all the other dynamics of a full-fledged store.
That's the advantage that I see, but all right, I don't know how else to explain this.
It's really a different customer.
He wants you not to carry what they're carrying. Is that what we're talking
That's
about?
basically kind of, if that were the case, then it'd be a very compelling argument why this would add public convenience and advantage. But, you know, I mean, but I don't think it's possible for you to do that because these are 250 probably of the best-selling items out there.
Well, they don't do any box wine that I know of. They don't do any like commodity wine like.
But if they don't do it, then that's not an issue.
Taylor.
Right, if they don't have it, right, if they don't have it, then you can sell it. That's not an issue.
5 bottles, few quarts, pints.
So you're saying if
Isn't the issue, I understand your competitive issue.
It's not a competitive issue, it's the idea.
Adding more of the same.
Right,
In proximity.
Sure, there you go.
Okay. However, when you have basically over 1 million people coming to this particular, 1 million trips to this particular project, a portion of that is Costco, a portion of that is the theater, a portion of that is restaurants, 96 apartments, and also the medical facility that's 50,000 square feet. All those shoppers aren't shopping there. It's really 40,000 members where it's a service to those 40,000 members. And if you look at the 40,000 members and how many times they're coming, call it, you know, once or twice a month. If they come 400,000 times, you have 1.5 million people, less that are still coming to the site and not getting serviced because they're not going to the cost. I watch it. I sit on site and watch it. I talk to the members. I talk to consumers. They do not go. And they're going outside of the community for it. So I get, okay, we don't want to overlap. However, that overlap, it's really minimal because you're just serving the Costco customer with that membership. And there's so many more customers that are coming here and there's also so many more customers that are going outside because the community doesn't offer what they're offering. If you look at Pascal Liquors and you look at Harborview and you look at what's in Auburn, I can't remember, liquor, they offer it. And people go to those shops. We're trying to offer this for the West Side. And all we're doing is saying, we're not going to be able to do that to these consumers because Costco caters to 40,000 members with this small liquor store that, by the way, is owned by someone in San Antonio and doesn't have New York State product in it.
We're going to take a restroom break and be
Sorry.
right back.
Okay.
Are we back on?
I'm sorry, were you saying something when?
Yeah, if I could just have a chance to summarize our argument, and that is that essentially the
So before you do that, actually, I don't, I want to just kind of explain again my thought process on this. So I do see a public convenience and advantage from everything that you've presented today. Again, my my issue is having the same kind of products that Camillus is already selling. But you did make a good point that people who are going to Camillus are people who are members of Costco, and they're not people that are going there specifically for the particular type of products that are being sold there. Nevertheless, if you're selling the same thing that they're already selling, to me, you're adding on more of the same in such a close proximity, which I don't think is needed. That being said, again, I mean, there's the argument that the people coming there to this area, to this complex, if they're not going there to the Costco Camillus store, then they'll be coming for other purposes, the movie theater, the restaurants, and that they could be looking for the higher end stuff here, which isn't available in Camillus. So what I would propose, and this is something that I had an issue with the first time around too, was just the sheer size of the selling space. If you could agree to shrink that down some, maybe increase the size of your tasting room, which would also add the public convenience and advantage, distinguish this from Camillus. And then I think somebody had mentioned either in the papers or today that you were going to have 20 to 25% New York State products. Was that correct? All right, so I'm going to hold you to that. I'll make it 20%, hold you to the New York State products on that. And then somewhere also, I think several times it was pointed out in the papers that you would have a full-time sommelier there. And I'll hold you to that as well. Those will all be conditions to the license. Because I think, obviously promoting New York State products is important. Distinguishing yourself as a high-end destination because of the sommelier presence, full-time sommelier presence, I think that's important. Now, the part with overlapping with Camillus, I understand the difficulty with saying, and we've done this before in other areas, other locations with smaller stores where we say, well, you can only be a wine store, for example, because there's enough liquor, particular product already out there on that. So here, it's difficult for me to say you cannot sell the 250 SKUs that Camillus is selling, but I think based on your arguments too, I think the understanding is that Camillus is often selling the 1.75 larger jugs of alcohol, and I would suggest that, or I would like to see that you don't sell at least that size of these types of liquors, and that you can sell the same, but they would have to be the smaller size. So those are kind of the things that I think would get me comfortable with the issue that I was originally struggling to overcome, and which we obviously denied this the first time, and that's why we never overcame it. But if you had a smaller footprint, the sommelier, 20% New York State products, and not selling the 1.75 size that Camillus is kind of known for, then I think I could approve this license on those conditions. Then those are my thoughts right now. So I don't know exactly what the chairman's thinking, but going to the bathroom, I had a chance to think about it, and this is kind of where I think I am. So
You need to talk about that, or?
You have to go again, and maybe some more thoughts. It might go the other way, though.
No, but we can recall it if you want to go talk about it. And when he says lower the size, I'm thinking, what'd you say the sales space was, 5,500? So I'm thinking 3,500, not including the tasting. Doesn't mean obviously the other space would end up being warehouse or the bigger tasting area. Right, is that small enough for you?
Yeah, I think so. It's a fair size.
You can go talk about it if you want. We'll second call it.
Okay,
But I could live with what he's talking about, because you actually, the argument he brought up actually can change my mind.
And that being that it's essentially a different customer?
That I had forgotten that Costco was a membership store.
Right, the customer is going.
And I would agree with him that I'm not going to Costco liquor store as a non-Costco member. But as he said, there still is an overlap that we have to address.
Right, but I think our argument is it's not necessarily the same people. Someone's leaving Costco, they go in there.
Well, that's me, but not everybody thinks like me, is what I'm saying, is that there are some people that would go to Camillus that aren't Costco members, probably. So,
Size, I believe, is reasonable.
Can you come to the mic, please, just so it gets.
The reduction in the footprint, I can kind of understand and get around. The issue with kind of limiting size, and I don't know if there's precedent for that, but in any event, thinking through it.
I don't know either, actually, is there?
As a buyer, when you're talking about 100 case levels of Svedka or 150 cases of Black Velvet, if I can't use a 1.75 to get to the pricing I need, assorted with other sizes.
No, I understand.
And I can't just buy 150 cases of Black Velvet liters.
No, that's right. That's why, to me, I threw it out there, because I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We have to be viable business people as well. You know what I mean? And have the ability.
Well, I totally get that, and maybe this isn't the answer, but I still don't. I was throwing it out there because I don't know what the answer is with overlap of products. That's in such close proximity, not to mention the impact it's going to have on all the other stores in the Camillus town. So look, it's that was a suggestion. Maybe it's a way to throw out the idea just to have you come up with something else. But I need something that gets me over the overlap of products.
Can we?
If you grant a recall?
Can we have a
Yes,
second
please.
call?
Of course. Yes. Yes. Please have a discussion and come back.
1176, MP Draw.
Good afternoon, Ravi Sharma for Sarid, who is the new principal for MP Draw under the corporate change. He's not here. He emailed me this morning, indicated that he had a personal matter, asked if I could put it off. If you'd like to speak with him, of course we can put it off. I can make the same argument that I would have made if he were standing next to me, if you'd like to hear that.
There's some stuff in here, I don't know whether it would help him or not, but there's some stuff in here that I need to speak to him about.
That's fine.
I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I put, I rarely do this in my notes, but I put, what a mess, because it's a lot of accusations flying here and there. His ex-wife has written us a letter. His ex-wife or his current wife? She's written us a letter making a number of allegations. I don't assume she's here. We have Community Board 3 objection, and so without as many of the parties here, I think it's hard to really fairly review this.
I'd be happy to pick another date, and I'm sorry for his lack of presence.
Next week?
You want June 7th or the 21st?
It'd have to be the 7th. I'm not here on the 21st.
All right.
Okay.
Over to 6/7.
Thank you.
1224, William Vale Hotel.
Good afternoon. I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm representing William Vale Hotel. With me is Morty, who works with the developer and the hotel operator, and Saul, who is managing the food and beverage operation, so they can answer any detailed questions. As outlined in my letter, the reason we didn't obtain community board approval or support was the issue about hours on the rooftop of the hotel. That community board has a standard set of stipulations and absolutely won't consider any deviations. And we've got a couple more of these coming up in the next couple weeks in the same community board as well. So, the circumstances in this case I think are reasonable to request deviations to the standard stipulations. The William Vale Hotel is an ultra-luxury boutique hotel coming in a commercial, industrial, and light manufacturing district in Williamsburg. It's super boutique. The highest end rooms are just under the rooftop level. They've taken attention, they paid attention to soundproofing. I think the diagram also shows how far any of that rooftop area is from. There's only one residential building anywhere nearby, and I think it's a 220-foot, distance in the aggregate to the closest apartment from the rooftop space. It's going to be an ultra high-end restaurant. There's not a cabaret license. There's not going to be any dancing. It is a high-end restaurant on the roof, but there are two terraces. There's a terrace on the upper roof and a terrace surrounding the atrium restaurant. The operators are with the Andrew Carmelini Group. This is an upscale restaurant. The food and beverage is all, high-end, chef-driven, but the community board's standard request for any area which they wouldn't consider deviating from at all is 11 and 1 for any outdoor space in all of Community Board 1. And, we have a few of these coming up where they're holding applicants to this, under the BQE and industrial areas just because they aren't considering any individual circumstances in any case. And
So one of my questions, I should say, is the pool deck has an outdoor event space?
yeah, so that's
What's that for?
That's well, I can talk to you more about the operations. The fourth floor has a terrace, which is, we didn't have any problem with the community boards on that. So he can explain more to you what the.
It just happens to be on the same level as the pool deck. The fourth floor covers one of the base buildings. So it has about 7,500 square feet of outdoor space in total. One side, on the North 12th Street side, is the pool deck, and that, gated separate pool area. And then on the North 13th side, separately, is an outdoor event space.
And that's what my question is. Outdoor event space for what, weddings? You're going to put a tent up or?
We won't be putting a tent up. It's mainly geared towards offering a great event space for all incoming large corporate clients, as well as food and beverage driven events such as weddings, mainly.
Yeah, we have indoor event spaces, so a tent really wouldn't, be the purpose.
So there will be events out there with music, presumably? Potentially?
Again, main focus is food and beverage, normal coursed out service with an emphasis on weddings. And because of the space and the view of its location, will there be music involved within a wedding format? There's typically music, but nothing along the lines. And again, that's on the space, that's on the terrace side.
The only residential building nearby is on the.
No, but I think you have to recognize, and as you said yourself, there's a number of these coming up, and the people that live there are kind of getting tired of it. Because at some point, that community is going to probably have residential stuff around it.
In fact, I think part of this is there is no other residential stuff.
Right now.
But one of the articles you saw across the street is an entire full block development of light manufacturing and office space.
Well, at some point, somebody's going to pay enough money that it's going to be something else.
Like the article, it's a huge industrial, commercial office, high-end offices and light manufacturing zone. That's the full block right across the street, the Kent Avenue side.
So the only issue the community board had with any of your operations is hours.
The outdoor space?
Only for and I think the key.
I just want to respond to what you were saying about, eventually there being residential. That entire area from North 9th to North 14th, from this Middlebury to the river, is a designated industrial business zone. The community is actually fighting to keep that way. So Community Board 1, committees as well as the board itself is actually fighting to keep that commercial.
I'm sure, because they see this, they don't want this stuff in this community. For whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't know that I agree, disagree, but it's clear to me that based on my contact with them, they don't want this stuff there, the people that live there.
And we're also talking about there are a couple different rooftop spaces. I think the rooftop that is the most important here for use is the one that's actually 23 on the 22nd, 23rd floor, and not the pool deck side that is the closer to the apartment. So by the time you're talking about 25 stories up. The Wythe Hotel, by reference, which is a rooftop, is like on the 6th floor of the hotel that was King and Grove, which is now the McCarran Hotel, is I think tops out at the 6th floor, so that is much closer to residences than the rooftop spaces that are really essential here, which are on the 22nd and 23rd floor.
So you agreed with every other one of their steps except the hours?
For the outdoor space, correct.
Well, why do you say that the 22nd, 23rd floor outdoor space won't be an issue? Because sound travels a lot. I mean, I've personally lived in Midtown where I could hear the music from 230 Fifth Avenue, which is on 25th Street and 5th, all the way up to like 33rd Street and 5th. So the higher you are, in some ways, you're impacting even a greater area of the community. So I don't think it's just the one that's right next to you, the 4th or the 6th floor. I think they're all factors in the noise.
So in addition, there is soundproofing. There are 1-inch thick, 5-foot-high glass walls on both of those terraces on the 25th floor. There is soundproofing on the ceiling, on the roof overhang there. And you're not in Midtown Manhattan where you're surrounded by a lot of residential. Like I said, it is still a commercial business, light manufacturing, industrial area.
So what are the proposed hours on your side?
For the
We, as of right now, 2 a.m. would be our proposed hours to close.
Every
on
day,
the floor.
every day you mean?
Correct.
And they want it 11,
The Community One standard stipulations include 11 and 1 for outdoor space.
11, you mean 11 a.m. to 1 or 11
no,
p.m.?
11
11 p.m.
11
on
p.m.
weekday,
weekdays,
Sunday through Thursday?
Yeah.
Uh,
1
Or
a.m.
Wednesday.
Friday and Saturday.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's how
Friday and Saturday, 1 a.m.
they're not open.
At least that's what I'm reading from their stipulation.
Yeah, I think that's part of their standard. And at this point, they have taken the position that they are not open to sort of considering the circumstances anywhere in the district. Here you've got, obviously a very high-end place. The difference here on the hotel too, you have fantastic operators running the food and bev, and it is a luxury high-end hotel. If they trouble their guests in any of the penthouse rooms because of noise, there's not going to be a club. This is not a place that's going to have, a cabaret license on the roof. The first people that are going to be bothered are people paying a small fortune to live to spend the night in penthouse rooms on the 21st floor of the hotel.
And how big are the roof? So the ones there's one on 22nd and 23rd, you said? Or?
The main operating space would be on the 22nd floor, which is where the restaurant is located.
Okay.
And then the 23rd floor is a open deck area that is.
So 22nd also has outdoor area or no? 22nd floor?
It does, yes.
How big is that?
Enough to hold.
How big square footage, the outdoor space?
It like wraps around the atrium
Oh,
restaurant.
I see, okay.
Correct.
And what about upstairs?
It's essentially the same layout of the footprint of the roof of the interior space.
Which
on the
is how many
22nd
square
floor.
feet?
4,800 square feet.
And the top roof deck will just be, there's a pool there or no
No,
pool?
no.
The pool's on the 4th floor with an outdoor deck
Correct.
area?
A large portion of the business model itself represents, again, another location for incoming corporate clients to utilize the space.
So you're only going to have private events there?
Absolutely.
It's not open to the public to just come in?
It's not.
For the 23rd floor deck? No, it's in fact, it's not like fully serviced by a regular elevator. It's only accessible by stairs from the 22nd.
It's like, okay.
Or a wheelchair lift, so it's not, not something where we would want guests coming and going.
So the 22nd floor restaurant, then the public can go out to the wraparound terrace?
Correct.
Well, there's going to be tables out there too, right?
At the terrace, there's going to be seating and some small tables.
Correct.
How many?
Oh, you're not going to serve dinner out there?
We will, weather permitting, we will be able to do so. So our main focus in the business model is 5 months out of the year.
So how many people will be sitting out there?
Max capacity is 110 guests.
Ten guests.
And is there a bar downstairs at the ground level that's open to the public too, or no?
That bar is located in the first floor restaurant, which is our 3-meal restaurant, which services all breakfast, lunch, brunch, and dinner for all hotel guests. And yes, we will be open for the public as well.
And that's completely enclosed?
Yes, sir.
So no side, do you have sidewalk or no?
There is a plaza that's inside the building,
There
is
is an-
divided in two, and there's a plaza in the center that's on our property. And yes, in fair weather, we would include outdoor dining
Yes,
from that
there
ground
was
floor
outdoor
restaurant on the
dining
plaza.
included on the ground level as well.
That's on street level.
The plaza is enclosed as a courtyard, or it's
No,
just
it connects to the street, but it's.
next to the street?
It's private property.
Yeah, I think the, you open now or no? As far as rooms? No? You are or you're not?
No, no. Just wrapping up construction though soon.
Finishing construction, going for CO right now.
See, the problem with, I mean, just history has borne out with certain hotels, high-end hotels like Gansevoort, for example, right? I mean, you hear a lot of complaints about their pool area, Sunday brunches, and, you know, people, granted, it's Midtown Manhattan, so there are people living around there. Here, it seems like you do have industrial buildings surrounding you. There's a vacant lot to the south, I guess, is it?
And that's the one where the article that I've included in.
Oh, so that's also going to
So
be,
that full square block is going to be commercial and light industry.
that's commercial light
It's
industrial.
empty right now?
Yeah, well, it's
empty
under
right now.
construction.
They're still empty. They're going for final ULURP approval, but there's 475,000 square feet of office.
That's the one that could become a residential right next to someday. I mean,
So that is
And
the.
the other, I mean, there's another big difference,
That one.
obviously, between hotels like ours and the Gansevoort. You know, we are a food and chef driven.
Thank you.
Our food and beverage operations are food and chef driven, which is why Carmelini Group is involved, as opposed to Gansevoort, where it's all about. You know,
who's involved?
Andrew Carmelini.
is going to be running food and beverage, and unlike these hotels, where it's all about drinking and partying, you know, for us, it's about rooms and
So it's 1 a.m. versus 2 a.m. Yeah, in this particular case, the fourth floor is less of a concern than the higher floors because the sound right now immediately surrounding you is industrial, but how far is the nearest residential area? Oh, there's one right here, 6 stories.
There's one residential building near
Right.
the pool side, and
Right.
the pool side is not going to be open till 2 a.m. And so, I mean, we could.
What time is poolside closing?
For service?
Yes.
Yeah, the
For
pool
William
side,
Vale?
yeah, the pool, the outdoor pool lounge, the one that,
8 p.m.
I mean, the pool itself would be open to hotel guests, but there would be no food or beverage service.
Correct.
after 8 p.m.
After 8 p.m.
It's not going to become like some of the hotels where you can hang out by the pool?
Certainly using the Gansevoort as a great model. They're a national brand, which is, they've made their models based on that kind of entertainment-driven, whereas we are completely F&B driven. Emphasis on specialty cocktails, obviously an extensive liquor and beer program, and on the food side with Chef Carmelini, an emphasis on
So you, after 8 p.m., you won't have food and beverage service there?
on the
no, on the pool side, which is the only.
On the pool side?
only residential
That's
side.
the only side that is adjacent to, there's one apartment building and that's close to.
Well, I'm seeing here's the residential on this corner, right? So the pool side you're saying is this side?
Correct.
With the
Correct.
pedestrian plaza? Oh, there's a map. And there's a residential, and then the pool side, and then this other one, 22nd story, this is the, it wraps around though, right? This wraps around?
Three sides. The third side, that side that's on the right side of your page, is actually going to be closed off to guests.
So the one on the pool side's closed off to guests?
No, the other.
This side?
Sorry.
The short side, this side. That's closed off. Okay, so this side, and then the 23rd is 360, right?
Yeah, but it's
Also-
smaller, it's like
also
the
except for that
center
one
part.
side.
I'm sorry? It's
That
except
one
for this
but it's a
side?
Way smaller footprint, because it only covers the indoor portion. So
Right.
cover the, pool.
I mean, you know, to me, it just seems reasonable to give it a go at 1 a.m. just to see, because, I mean, like I said, I've experienced sound traveling from on top of a, 20-story building. And there are, if this were not residential, then I'd be like, okay, let's go with 2. But the fact that there are, and if you don't have a problem after a year, I have no problem giving you the 2 a.m. But I mean, until we see the impact, because it's not operating yet, it's hard for me to, go against the community board in this respect.
But it
We'll
is,
give
I
them 1
think,
a.m. all weekend.
but I think when you start talking about weddings and corporate events,
Sure.
especially being, on a rooftop level on the 22nd, 23rd floor, that's a revenue stream to have to
Right.
close that off.
Right.
And so, I mean, if you want to break down which areas are more important to be open than others, I think it's essential for them to be able to book a wedding and not have to be cleared out by 1.
Certainly. Also, just based on the sheer size of what a wedding would take in order for us to provide.
So how many weddings you're not open yet though, right?
We're not open
When do
yet.
you plan to open?
They've already,
Mid-July. I mean, we're
Mid-July. So do you have any weddings booked already?
We do. We currently do.
How many weddings have you booked?
3 as of right now, with a large handful of them pending.
And they're all outside weddings?
They all want to be.
Thankfully, due to the construction and how beautiful the space is, they certainly want to maximize that location's potential direct line of
the
sight to
view is
Manhattan.
So
It's unique.
that's why I'd like to, I mean, ideally, I would like you to be able to stay open till 2 and then see the impact, but it's harder to do the other way, unless, maybe that's the way to do it. I mean, we'll let you go through the summer with 2, but we're going to review it based on the impact it has on these residential, and then maybe that's a kind of a compromise. What do you?
That's fine. All
I think it makes sense,
7 days
right?
a
I
week?
Are your weddings all days of the week?
I mean,
I assume it's on weekends mostly.
It would be, but to start off in that manner with, I don't want to say that constraint, but to allow us to be able to maximize the potential of the space 7 days a week is certainly
Yeah,
what
but I think
we'd like to do.
that's a little bit, that's harder, right? Because I mean, if there's an negative impact on the weekends, then it's a little bit understandable, but as opposed to all 7 days. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe we go with that.
what? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
2 o'clock, Thursday, Friday, Saturday for now.
And we'll
Review
we'll-
it in
yeah,
December.
We'll bring it back in December. No, the terrace will be done by October.
Well, yeah,
I
November.
think we should bring it back like earlier than
Okay.
that. Yeah, I think if you're doing July, August, September, October, yeah, like November,
So is that,
3,
is that like,
2 a.m. only Thursday, Friday.
yeah, when the license issues, and then do 3 months, I guess, just to see as a trial.
Monday through
So Monday,
Sunday through Wednesday.
yeah, so Sunday through Wednesday, I would say, what, midnight?
what do you need?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then all the other stipulations that you didn't have a problem with for the outdoor space, which are in the,
All right, the community board, all the other stipulations you're okay with, right? It's just this? So let's try it and see what happens. I mean, that's the only way we're gonna know, right? Instead of us arbitrarily kind of,
But just to confirm,
Sure.
for Sunday through Wednesday.
Yeah, what are the Sunday through Wednesday?
That's 12 or 1?
no, so I'm thinking it's 12 because, I mean, if it does have a negative impact, but we reconsider that. I mean, after,
If you're going to review it anyway.
yeah, we're gonna review it after these.
for up
3
and
months.
down, right?
Right,
For
for
more,
up or
for
down,
later or shorter.
Right, so,
And then there's, so the stipulations B through M in the community board's submission will also be imposed. 90 days from date of issuance.
and we'll notify the community.
Well, what's your opening, when do you guys plan on opening? Do you have any idea?
Have Mike Jones contact.
Okay,
them
yeah.
and tell them this is what we're doing and tell us the impact.
If I may,
Sure.
everyone, from an identity standpoint, especially with the new opening, taking everything into consideration with what the brand recognition is for Chef Andrew Carmelini, his other operations within Manhattan, as well as outside of Manhattan in the state of Florida. The 12 o'clock versus 2 o'clock timeframe tends to give a guest or a client kind of the wrong identity. You want to be able to showcase that we are open to them. That part, I live in Williamsburg. I know what takes place in that immediate area, and there is certainly a livelihood to what is taking place there. And 12 o'clock on, say, a Wednesday is tough for us. We certainly would like.
But this isn't open to the public. It's only a party, right? Corporate parties.
Yeah, but correct, but like, if we did want to,
The terrace is open to the public, and the
terrace.
same thing with the party that kind of.
But I thought the terrace was
No, it's a restaurant.
the restaurant, right?
Restaurant. I'm speaking for the 22nd floor. So ideally, what I'm asking for is for it to be 1 a.m. with a main emphasis on being able to take and capture corporate clients. But 2 a.m. is great for the Thursday through Saturday, but to say that we're
But
really
in
offering-
most places too, when it's the outdoor area, we really restrict. We restrict it to be much shorter than the indoor
I
space,
think if
right?
you look at the Wythe Hotel, they think they advertise in the summer, their entire roof deck is open till 1:30.
It is.
Just 7 days a week, they don't have any restrictions on their license.
When did they get
Karen-
licensed?
Who is it?
Wife?
The-
When
the
did
Wythe
when did they
Hotel.
open?
Which would be the Ides.
2012, they're a
Which-
block from us.
So it was before our time.
You know, they,
Um,
and
All
I
right,
think
well, you
on
know
their-
what?
On their website, I mean.
Let's
they
try it
advertise-
then, 1 o'clock, and see what happens. We have 3 months then, right?
I mean, we're pretty confident it's not going to be an issue. So we'd
Yeah, I
rather-
mean, it's on you guys to be responsible, because we're going to notify the community board that this is what we've decided, and to have them chime in the 3-month period.
Yeah, make sure you make friends, because you don't want to making anything up either.
Because this is a 500-foot case, so.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Oh, it is, okay.
So, all right.
So 1 Monday through Wednesday?
Sunday through
Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah, and-
And 2 on Thursday and all the other stipulations?
Yep. And the 8 PM on the pool area, right? You represented that, okay.
Good luck.
Thank you, good luck.
And then 90 days, you'll be back in 90 days, you'll get a letter.
9 days after we pick up.
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Are you ready to be recalled?
They don't look happy.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to start, there's one point which we neglected to mention, and that is about closing hours. So I just want to discuss those quickly. Costco, Camillus basically keeps the same hours as Costco, which is closing at 6:30, and the applicant intends to stay open until 10 p.m. So you do have this overlap of people leaving the movies, people leaving
All right.
restaurants, where
All right,
they-
I'll withdraw that request about the size of the bottle, because I guess it's really hard to do, and,
yes, that was
so everything else then, are we in agreement?
We can agree
3,500
to
square feet?
20% New York State products.
Sure.
On the square footage, we have a lease signed already, so it's going to be difficult to us to go down to, all the way down to 3,500. We could do,
Can't you just expand the warehouse part?
Isn't he the landlord?
Yes.
So he's right here. Yeah, but you're still getting the same money.
I'm not saying your store has to be smaller, I'm just saying the retail area has to
Right,
be smaller. So
right.
you can transfer
Yeah.
that area into something else, it's just not
so
public.
what we can do is to convert some of the retail space into a larger wine room, a larger storage area, and then to also create a fine wine room, which would stock rare and, I guess, high-cost wines that wouldn't be available elsewhere. And that would bring the retail space out on the floor down to about 4,800 feet.
What are you at now, 5,500?
56, I think.
Shit, I threw that away. Can I see your thing? There's no way you can make the warehouse area bigger?
Well, economically, for a retailer, increasing the warehouse
There's gonna be useless space, I get that, but
is not healthy for your P&L.
Right, it just gets to a point
either is
where-
not having a license.
I agree with that.
I mean, 4,700 is still big to me. Is that big to you?
Yeah, I think,
So with
I'd take 4,000.
you make that work? 4,000?
we're saying inside.
With the high-end wine room not included as retail space, so.
What's the proposal on the table, Chairman?
4,000.
Basically, it would be half warehouse, half retail, fine line, walk-in area.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at your diagram here, which I realize is not the scale, but you can you can bang the wine tasting area out and make it bigger. And obviously you can make, make the warehouse a little bigger, which isn't going to help you, but our problem is the amount of retail square footage. And you're at 5,500, and I'm ready at 4,000. And then you don't have to worry about the 1.75s. You can sell them.
Going once.
No, 4,000.
3,900? No. It's 4,000.
Make the break room bigger. Your employees will love you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
So I vote to approve based on those stipulations. Retail space, no more than 4,000 square feet, not including the fine wine room and the tasting room, I guess it is. The 20% New York State products, 20% of the SKUs and the total SKUs, New York State products, full-time sommelier, present at the store. And was there anything else?
That's about it.
I think that's it. And we're granting the
so we're granting
reconsideration.
recon, and I vote to approve.
We're approving.
We did reject this application previously, but based on new information, I believe that there is a public convenience and advantage on their business model. The closest store, Camillus Liquors, did oppose this application, but it's clear that their business model is significantly different from Camillus Liquors, plus we just found out that their hours are going to be different as well. Camillus, from all indications, is designed to serve Costco customers alone, and this is obviously a much larger development than that, so there is a public convenience and advantage to what they're planning to do. So under those stipulations, I vote to approve.
Okay, good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
You all earned your money today. Oh, all right, yeah, I will. See you.
1210 through 1214, Tropicoso Bar Restaurant.
Oh, gee, Mr. Race, we feel bad for you.
Finally made it.
Mr. Race, you don't remember me, do you?
Of course I do.
You and I did a trial together.
know.
You beat the crap out of me.
Sorry. I did Ed Jones. Beat the crap out of him, too.
All right, so you've got.
Margarita. May as well throw everybody.
Oh, did you do her as well?
Oh, yeah.
Charges.
Now's your chance.
I
for
forgot Mike
payback.
Jones. I forgot Mike Jones was in the Manhattan DA's office,
Yeah.
so you probably were trying cases against. Do you still do that? You still doing the articles?
Just about this way. Almost, my son-in-law's taking over most of the stuff. That big guy that comes here, Lucha Sari. I'm just about done. Anyway, I hope they're not done. Before me is Hippolito Tecco. He is the husband of the licensee. His wife is here, Benita Tecco, and her English is, shall we say, not the best. That's why he's here, and he is there mostly in the evening. I cannot go over the hearing because I know the rule. Whatever happened, happened. What I would like to add is 39th Street, where they're located between 3rd and 4th Avenue, is a commercial two-way street and bus traffic. And at the corner of 3rd on the, let's see if I get the southeast corner, there is basically a Chinese restaurant club. And the
Chinese restaurant club?
It's a club. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I've never been in. They're patronized by Chinese people predominantly. Across the street is another bar. There are 3 or 4, I don't recall, I've been there enough, residential tenants directly opposite Tropicoso. We have appeared before the community council to try to ameliorate the situation. A young couple purchased a house directly across the street. Mr. Tecco even told him he added soundproofing, no matter what it is, and I heard some of your conversations, Commissioner Kim, that at night sound travels, and that's the problem. The club is open at night, they're directly across the street. They're in a residential building, and they're the ones who consistently call the police. We went to the 7-2 precinct.
So you're saying the sound doesn't emanate from here, but the Chinese club?
No. I'm just saying what's in the air. Believe me, I wouldn't be that stupid. The sound emanates from the club.
Which club? This club?
This club.
But it's not, see, it's not just the sound.
But
we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cabaret violations.
That's supposed to be a
If you
club,
would
that's the
permit
problem.
me to just finish
Yep.
what I was.
Sure.
That is what brings the officers to the location. Yes, they caught him in violation and dancing. When the cops come in, they are not going to walk out without issuing a summons for something. He has put signs up, there's been testimony, he's put signs up in English and Spanish, he's hired extra security
But if he
people.
just turns the music off, they'll stop dancing.
I was going to say that, Jackie, and I just held my tongue.
I didn't even know your comment about that the police officers are going to write a summons. You were a member of the
Of
police
course.
force, so why are you,
You know
making
that.
disparaging comments
It's
about
not
the police
disparaging, he's attempting,
It is
well, he also wants to make money on the other hand.
But you just made a disparaging comment about police officers.
No, I'm not. They have to come because they're called.
Doesn't mean they have to issue a summons. They're not
Yes.
going to walk out of there without
Yes.
issuing a summons.
When it's a consistent or a perceived.
Well, and I think we're getting off the topic here, but
That's not the
that's
issue.
what a lot of the charges are, and as Commissioner Kim pointed out, this is not supposed to be a club. So the fact that there shouldn't be music loud enough for anyone to want to dance would be the normal conclusion I would come to in a restaurant.
Well, that's what he has tried, added security, and he's making an effort to, shall we say, curtail the music. We submitted photographs showing that it's a full kitchen, unlike some of the original testimony. He has a chef. He is attempting to, shall we say, get his act together. Maybe late, I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
That's up to you guys.
It's late.
Yeah, I know.
If you told me this 2 years ago, I probably would have jumped right on board, but, well, let's dismiss charge 1, sustain 2, 3, and 4, dismiss 5 and 6.
I agree.
Sustain charge 1 in the second proceeding. In the third proceeding, sustain all the charges. In the fourth proceeding, sustain charge 1. And in the fifth proceeding, dismiss charge 1.
Now the issue is the penalty.
Yep.
I'm fully aware.
And they've got
10 charges
a
sustained.
history that's
Yes.
Not
good.
very good. Not good.
I don't think we have a choice here myself.
Yes. That's the thing. Without the history, I could give them one more chance. But with the history, it's
Well,
the same.
I have a suggestion,
charges.
but
What's your suggestion?
10, 10, and 10. 10,000 and
No, they already got a 10-day suspension. They didn't learn anything from that. Back in 2014, somebody gave them one.
A 10-day suspension. And at this point, it's a cancel and bond.
Okay. Cancel and bond. There's just too much here. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
1221, Alabaster's Liquor and Wine. Alabaster's Liquor and Wine.
God, it's 2 o'clock already? Wow.
Yep.
Those guys from Syracuse suck the life out of us.
Vivian Tozaki for Alabaster S Liquor and Wine.
How did you get, you signed up a case and then, how'd you get so separated from your other?
I don't know.
You like clients, clients can sign in.
Oh.
Think-
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So I'm here with the principal, Sherry Ann Stevens. This used to be a liquor store. This location was a liquor store before the owner died. And then you found the location by, I guess you, in the neighborhood? Yeah, so I don't have much, I don't know if there's opposition. I think.
Is there any opposition here? No, we only heard from Ding Hao Liquor.
Do you know if El Paraiso Liquor Corp is open?
Which one is it? Al's?
Avenue.
No.
2745 Pitkin Avenue.
No. We only, I mean, we know of the 4 that we reported. There is, the closest one is 1584, that's Ding Hao. But I really don't have much more to add to this application than already was submitted. We thought it was a great location.
Is this Bulletproof store?
It will be, right? Oh, no, it's not going to be. No,
Open
no,
store?
This is an open store.
You know, or does your client know what ones around her are Bulletproof, if any?
Which one? Sky, there's Rockaway, Liberty. So S&S and Ding Hao are Bulletproof. We're not sure about Sky and 88 Liberty,
Okay.
but we are not Bulletproof.
So you're a registered nurse and you're leaving that job to go into the business? And why is that? How did you come to do this?
Well, back in my country, my dad used to have a liquor store, and I'm moving forward. I just want to think about long term, about my retirement, it's always been my dream to have my own business. I really want to be like hands-on, be the one, because I don't want anything to happen. This is something that's sincere to my heart, so I don't really have a choice. I feel like me being there would be in my best interest.
Can I ask, did you say you weren't sure about Sky, whether or not they were bulletproof?
I'm sorry?
I think
They are, I didn't know. if
Sky is Bulletproof, and oh no, we weren't sure. We didn't know.
Sky is bulletproof.
Okay, so in that way, I guess we are providing a service because we're not going to be Bulletproof.
All right, so given that there was a previous licensed premise and that you're going to have an open floor model and the 3 closest are all bulletproof, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The previous license expired in November of 2014. The 3 closest stores to this location are all bulletproof, and the applicant indicates that she will have an open floor plan, so that in and of itself is, to me, public convenience and advantage. So I'll approve. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
1232 SCHH 104 Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon. Miriam Janicki Crespo for Shea 104 Corporation. Good afternoon. We had presented a no contest plea, but somehow it got crisscrossed, and I talked to Miss Amy Chaplin, and she says, oh, I didn't receive it on time, or even though we did, and she said, I sent it upstairs.
So how much did you offer?
We had offered 5,000.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, Jackie.
Sure.
Were these mailed to us?
How did the CNC come to us?
Well, her letters are dated March 17th, which would make them timely, but we didn't receive them until April 26th. So I'm asking, is it possible that, were they mailed?
Yeah, they were mailed, and I came personally, and I spoke to Ms. Chaplin. She says, it's too late, I already sent it upstairs.
No, I understand that, but when did you,
We mailed them on March 17th. I have copies here.
oh, you do? Copies of the envelopes?
No, not of the envelope.
By us, April 20.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have them here. There was more than one, that's why we know we sent them all, and she received all the others. For some reason, she didn't receive this one from my office. But we're still willing to settle.
You know what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, no, but that's when it was stamped received.
Disorderly failures.
Okay, whatever you want to do.
We don't save the envelopes.
No, I know.
Well, the issue here is in 2 years, you've had 3 dancing violations.
Dancing?
Yes. Failure to conform to applications, dancing. 3 times that's happened. And I know this one isn't a charge for dancing. I'm just, at this point, the last fine your client received was $10,000. I don't know how you handle something where it's not the same
Well, that's why I was
violation.
asking about the delivery of the letter, because
Right.
this was a default before that letter came in.
My client's interested in resolving it because they're in the process of trying to sell it. And that's why they just want to clear up everything, and they already have a for sale sign, and they're just trying to sell it at this point.
Well, I don't know that there's any way to salvage it based on the history here.
They'll be out of there like by September. That's why they were willing to pay a fine and move on, because it would be very difficult for them to sell if the license is suspended.
Well, I mean, the alternative is you can go to hearing on these.
Well, yeah, we were ready to go to hearing, but something happened that she said when we went, she says, no, it's already upstairs, deal with it upstairs. So I'm not sure procedurally.
What do you mean you were ready to go to hearing? We didn't hear, the only correspondence we got from you was the letter that you dated March 17th that offered a no contest plea. You never said you were ready to go to hearing.
Because I was dealing with Miss.
I understand, but don't, that's not really what occurred. You offered a plea.
I offered a plea, and usually she tells me she sends it upstairs. Then if it's rejected, then she sets it down for a hearing. So all those steps were not taken. We're just here today and not sure if we have that option. We would like that option.
To take it to hearing?
Well, I'm not, I mean,
It's-
she's not getting 10,000 again.
Default.
I mean, yes, first it's the question of, are you opening up the default? If you're not, it's imposing.
Going to accept their offer or not accept?
Yeah, I don't, I mean, we received it a month, 40 days after.
So your story is that you mailed it on March 17th and we never got it, and you called up Ms. Chapman, and Ms. Chapman said we never got anything, it already went upstairs?
Because there was two. So we sent it both. She received one, but not the other, and we had a hearing on that one. And
When's
and
that one? Which one's
the
that?
last hearing we had, we just received a decision.
On
that-
this restaurant?
On this restaurant, and it was, they did not sustain the charges.
When
So
did
then
you
I
have the
asked
hearing? When was that hearing?
downstairs,
The hearing was on, there's a
May.
hearing scheduled for June
Yeah,
22nd.
there's also a notice of pleading that was issued on April 29th.
Yeah.
I don't see any police scanned in either on that one.
Did they default on that?
There's no response, and the response is due on,
May 25th.
So there's no response.
It looks like a second default.
So it's another default.
So you've
But there's-
defaulted on another case?
Hold on.
no,
Your client has?
not at all.
That's what we're reading in,
There's another pending case.
We have
But we
other
don't have a
pending
plea.
cases, but we
Case
have, whatever
11,
notices we receive, we've done this
20.
for a while, we just automatically send out the notice of pleadings. All the other notice of pleadings
Oh,
got there,
send
but
it
this
back. I'm
one,
not
if you're
taking
saying
the
another
five.
one, I don't know about it.
5 open cases.
5 open cases? You have 5 open cases in this place?
We had 2 hearings downstairs already. I received a decision on one, not on another one, not on the second one we had. This case, and there's 2 more cases that we're going to be, there's a hearing set for June 22nd.
Okay, well, you're going to have another one. Because I will let you go have a hearing, but I'm rejecting the 5,000 or 5,500, whatever you offered.
5,000.
So we open the default.
Yeah, they can reopen the default. There's, if she can swim through that,
But then you're going to reject we're reopening it and then now
and,
return to council?
yeah. Good luck.
Thank you. So they'll send us a date for the hearing?
You'll hear, yeah, you'll get a letter.
Thank you.
1175, 221 Baldwin Fuel Corp.
What are the odds that that was backdated?
Yeah.
Our mail is slow, but it's not that slow.
No. No, the only possibility is,
Just stamp the, because then it would have to be scanned into.
Oh, I know, because we do for license.
no, the only possibility is that Amy lost it.
Oh, I know.
Or,
But it doesn't
right.
even go to Amy. It goes through all the support stuff.
Right.
Every piece of mail that comes in gets stamped, then scanned.
Nobody here for 1175?
Guess not.
Baldwin,
Baldwin,
Fuel Corp.
Neil Travati, did not come back. All right.
Ready?
Yeah, off to the side, we got other people here. 1194 Live Bar and Grill, reconsideration request.
What number again?
1194.
My opinion is it should be upheld.
Okay. Yeah, that's what that's,
Good afternoon. Was the place that used to.
good afternoon.
Hi.
All here, I think we have opposition.
we have opposition, so we'll hear from them first.
Good afternoon, my name is Jim Rogers. I'm a resident of Marine Park. This establishment wants to open up a restaurant and with music. It's located at 2178 Flatbush Avenue. There has been other establishments there. I know these people aren't involved, but they have also opened up as restaurants and turned into a party house. On 2172, which is basically less than 40 feet from this residence or this place, is another establishment. It's called Sold in Motion Entertainment Group LLC. This establishment, his name is Live Bar and Grill. 2192, which is less than 150 feet away from this establishment, is called the East Savoy, which has been a thorn in the police department and the neighborhood for quite a while. We cannot see how another establishment can open up, especially less than 40 feet away from one that has already been there. The one that was this SIM, you only issued the license November 15th, 2015. So, I mean, you're just loading the area. Now this.
What was your reference to the other Live Bar and Grill? What was, you pointed something out? Huh?
Proximity.
Live Bar and Grill was called Club Freeze at one time. Footloose, both places were constant.
But this place is called Live Bar and Grill, right?
No, I
No,
think,
no,
I understood it the way you did. You're not saying there's another Live Bar and Grill there. You're saying this place is right near the East Savoy.
Yes,
And those are the only two on that street.
no,
What's the other one?
SIM, Soul in Motion,
Where's that?
2172. This establishment is 2178. And the footprint on the
I don't even see it on their map.
18 and a half feet frontage. They're attached.
But it's a different, but why the name was the same? Oh, he was just
telling you the different bars that were there.
but there's one called Live Bar and Grill.
That's this one.
That's this one, I know, so, okay.
Yes. No,
All right, go ahead.
It's just that we have enough establishments with music. We don't need another one until 4 o'clock in the morning every morning where we become walking zombies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Aggie Smith. I'm also a resident. I'm on Schenectady Avenue, which is across from Flatbush. A couple of residents came today. We're all on different streets, but we're all in very close proximity to the three establishments. And the reason I have sent Commissioner Kim and Chairman Bradley personal letters, because since I've been writing to the SLA about the other establishments that you gave conditions to, no one enforces them. They break the conditions every night since you reopened it. I've made 40.
Which place is this?
Savoy, which is 2192.
You've
And you
called
gave them
311?
conditions on February 16th, and not one night, not one since they've reopened, have they abided by any of the conditions. I've made already over 40 311 calls. Councilman Mizell, the Community Board 18, Captain Burke from the 63rd Precinct, and Senator Prasad have all sent letters to all of you for support. I've addressed letters and mailed them in the mail because the website.
Okay, but we're talking about this application, so let's stick with this one.
But the reason that I bring this up is you can open them up, give them conditions, and then nobody listens, and we don't seem to be able to address this to you till a year later. So giving them.
Well, I don't know. Do we have a case on East Savoy?
Oh, yeah, we've prosecuted East
Mike Smith answered
I mean, so we
us.
do, when we get those complaints, we do send people out there, but the process takes time.
Well, it's been 3 months, over 40 311 calls, and my letters have never been acknowledged. We finally.
Well, we're not, if you make a complaint, we're not going to tell you that we sent somebody and we're investigating it. What we do is when you make a complaint, we send somebody. And they go out there and they investigate what you said, but we can't get the public involved in investigations.
Okay, but they continue to break conditions every night, and we're scared we're going to wind up with the same situation, that they're coming up saying they stand alone, they'll be different, as the other places have, and then we have to wait a year before we come before you, then you give them conditions, and then I've been living there 36 years, and 36 years until these Caribbean lounges started to open up, I have never made a 311 call. And now it's a few times a week, and a couple of 911 calls, and we did have gunshots there on May 3rd, that one of the bars were actually closed down for the first time for one night.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For all the reasons you denied the application. It's the same protest.
Hi, my name is Sharianne De Leon. I live on Avenue R, which is around the corner from Flatbush, where this place is going to be located. My bedroom is actually closest to the East Savoy Club, so, I don't want to go into that too much. That's not what's before you right now.
All right, I just recall, you were all here before, correct?
I have not been here, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that our block in that community is in a bit of a crisis right now mostly because of Savoy. There is another club right next door to where this place is proposing to open up. The problem with Savoy, and which we anticipate is likely to happen, is that people start off as a restaurant and then it turns into a club. Nobody's paying attention. Why do they need to have music and dancing at a restaurant? I don't know. The other problem is when people get out of these places 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, they park on our street. They park in front of our homes. They're drinking. They're playing very loud music. They're singing at the top of their voices. We are worried that by granting another license, you're piling on.
Okay, thank you. So the only thing I want to hear is what you think we didn't hear last time.
So I'll answer first. What I think you did not hear last time, I didn't think that we got a chance to give you our documents because we had switched lawyers or representatives, and I don't think that she had sent in the right documentation. Also, we would like to ask that we change our time on the application from Sunday to Thursday, from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Fridays and Saturdays from 11 to 1. We hear our neighbors' concern. We really are a restaurant. We have no intentions of having anyone dancing. I understand that they think that later on this is what's going to happen, but I assure you that it's a restaurant. We're
Your
trying to open.
application has DJ live recorded music.
In our reconsideration, we asked that be dropped. Reason it's on there. We had a previously approved application at another venue, at another place, and the same person that sent out that application is the same person that sent out this. They did not make the any changes except for the address and stuff like that. So we asked that.
We had a previous restaurant, and that's our intentions. And also,
Where did you have a previous restaurant?
We had
Green Mango restaurant.
Green Mango. It was
Oh, right,
on
yes.
Atlantic Ave.
Okay.
Now, we reached out to the police.
What was this? We had this?
Precinct.
Yes.
We reached out to the 63rd precinct and asked about freeze, because Mr. Rogers was complaining a lot about freeze, and they said they had noise complaint there.
I don't remember.
But, so we asked them, is there any
if they have any
reason for the place not getting a license, and they say no, they just had noise complaints, and that was it, right? Even Mr. Dorothy Terrano,
No.
Chairperson
Broth.
Broth. When he started our application and he started speaking about Live Bar and Grill, he said they reached out to the 63rd precinct and the members and the civic group, and
there were no objections.
And it's
Well,
in the minutes.
there clearly is objection. Well, I got you. There clearly is objections. Who is managing the place? Because it indicates, we had confusion that there's potentially third parties going to be managing this place?
I'm the manager. This is my wife.
I'm just speaking on his behalf.
All right.
So why is it that last time we said there was
I was confused about that, Commissioner Kim.
undisclosed third parties?
I was waiting for you to ask me
Managing the
that, but I'm
establishment?
confused about that right now. Because I have no third party, and I would really like to know where that came from. And, concerning the noise, we intend to close 12 o'clock, right? And 12 o'clock is our time, might run us out of business. We might be out of business in 6 months, but we're willing to try.
So Senator Parker here on February 12th had written a letter in support.
Yes. We also have one from Senator Hamilton.
The appropriate thing to do would be to file a new license, because they now want to be a restaurant as opposed to a
Right.
tavern.
Yeah,
that they
that was
filed.
my reason for thinking this should be upheld, is
Right.
it's changing what they put in this application,
Right.
and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, you have significantly changed what you put in your original application. You didn't tell us you were going to be a restaurant. In your original application, you said you were going to be a tavern. You indicated in your original application you wanted live, recorded, and DJ music. Now you're telling us no. And now your hours have changed significantly as well, whereas before you said you'd be open till 4, now you tell us you're going to be open between 12 and 1. That's a lot of changes. You need to file a new application. Or not, but we can't just grant all those changes based on what you submitted here to us.
Just the fact that it's going from a
We've
bar to
seen
a
a lot of people that come before you today that you made a lot of changes to the application.
We did, but not to the method of operation. You told us you were going to be a bar.
We said we were going to be a bar and grill, and there's a lot of places that's called bar and grill, and they're restaurants because of the name title.
But on the method of operation section of the application, when you filed it, you did not say you were going to be a restaurant. You said you were going to, oh, it did say restaurant?
It said,
oh, well, then I take that back.
We have restaurant in there. That's the thing. The name is just like TGI or this.
I get that.
This undisclosed documents.
I mean, here's my problem. This location was a big problem less than a year ago. In fact, I believe it was one of the first ones that I canceled the license on.
but it was, if I'm wrong, you can let me know. It wasn't because of the police being called. It was because they were rebottling liquor.
Well, no, it was unlicensed security guards. It was a club.
We don't Usually on just rebottling liquor, we don't cancel on that
Okay.
basis alone.
They didn't have books and retail on premises. They had noise and nuisance complaint, and they were a focal point for police attention. So yes, it was a police issue as well. And it was also the fact that they didn't run their business properly.
But we're not.
I'm not, but what I'm saying is that created an enormous problem for this community where this restaurant is. And so that makes me very reluctant to put something else in there that's even remotely similar to it right now. It hasn't even been a year yet, I don't think. And
Chairman Bradley, if you could give me the chance, if you could please give us a chance to prove that we're not.
I'm not, this isn't
problem.
this isn't about you, this is about the location. And that was why I disapproved it last time, and I haven't seen anything different that would change that for me. The only thing that's going to change that for me is time at this location. If you go to another location, perhaps and the community board is a little more on board with you, and you want to just do a restaurant without a DJ and without live music.
We don't want live music. That's
I
what
get
we're
that.
saying.
So if you're telling me that
So
that's
then
what you want, then
we could resubmit the application because we put out a lot of money on this location already.
well, I understand that, but this is a problem location. It was a problem very recently, and I'm not comfortable putting another bar in there right now. So I'm going to vote to deny the reconsideration. I haven't seen anything different that would change my mind.
I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great day.
I wish you told me. I forgot this was a reconsideration. We didn't need to hear from them.
I said it right off.
2801 Superstar Deli.
What is it?
1222. 1222.
Hello.
They sat here all day, they should be heard anyway.
I'm the new owner of this premises, 2801 Superstar Deli. Sorry? Fahad Hamid. I bought the store since June. I'm the only sole owner. And my lawyer I hired, he submit the application to get the liquor license, and till now the state they refused to give me the liquor license.
Well, is it correct that one of your employees at your deli got arrested in January for selling illegal cigarettes and marijuana?
He never sold marijuana, but he had one pack of cigarette in his packet. We never sell no cigarette in my store.
It says in the police report, alleged marijuana,
We don't have.
all marijuana.
We don't commit any illegal activity in the business. And I'll be trying to that.
I didn't ask you that. Did he get arrested for selling? How much?
He got arrested, but
And how many untaxed cigarettes did he have on him?
2 packs of cigarette.
And was he in your store?
It was in his pocket, not in my store.
Was he in your store?
Yes, sir. He was.
Did you get ticketed for the untaxed cigarettes?
No, sir.
I'm a little confused with all these, the history of the name and everything. How come the Nino Deli Grocery Corp got licensed or disapproved? Is that disapproved?
No, that one was.
Nino
That
was
one's active.
was active, right? But then we had denied it back in 2012. Right? So how
Yeah, let me look at-
did it become active again? Isn't that weird?
May I answer your question, Mr. Kim?
Sure.
Okay, in Nino, that's my other store. I have a problem when I first submitted my paperwork, guy who submitted the application, they was putting my old name as Abdul Ahmed Ali. When I became a citizen, I changed my name under the court order, and I give him that I've been changing my name. And the liquor authority have my old license that I have it in Virginia Avenue in a different store back in 2001. So when they came and check it out, they say that I was lying at them. But the point is, the guy who prepared the paperwork, he doesn't tell the board or the liquor authority that I have a license before. That's why they denied it. And then when I reapply again, and I showed them the proof, they accepted.
Yeah, continue.
And that's why I get the license in Nino.
So you came back and you proved
Yes, sir.
what happened, and we issued the license?
Yes, sir. Well, I
It was
came
on
back to the,
reconsideration?
No, when you denied reconsideration of that application, he refiled and local licensing board down here issued it.
yes, like Ms. Margarita
Why
said.
would this is 2012, but why would they issue something that was denied by the board?
Well, it was denied by us, by local,
Oh, by local,
and you just
then,
upheld it.
and then
Not
we
the board.
upheld it.
You upheld it when the reconsideration request came to the board. You upheld the disapproval of
So you
licensing.
confirmed that it was actually a name change?
No,
I mean, our agency did.
yes.
Within
Oh,
the-
I see, 2008, okay.
But I mean, the name change isn't so much the issue. I get that. You got naturalized, you changed your name. It was
Yes.
more everything else that was where you were living at the time on the questionnaire.
He was thinking that I lie at them. That's why they denied the license.
Excuse me?
The license, the agencies who I applied for them the application for Nino, they was thinking that I lied at them, and I told them that I'm not the same person that I have the license before. And then when I explained for them and I gave them the proof that my name it was Abdul Ahmed Ali, like I said, and I changed my name, and I'm not saying that or I have no intent to lie at you. The only thing is the guy who fill up the papers, he doesn't write that I have a liquor license before under a different name. That's why they denied this. And when I explained it for them, they give me the approval.
Yeah, which I don't agree with, but what am I gonna do? So what are we looking at? We're looking at another one?
We just had 3 sales to minor at Nino in 2015.
In 2000 what?
You had 3 sales to minor in 2015 at Nino's?
That's one of my workers. I never known about it till I get ticket. And the guy, he got locked up. And I came and I paid the fine that time. And I changed that worker. He's not there no more.
What about the guy with the cigarettes? Is he there?
He also is not there. I fired him. And I hired somebody else, and I already give him training about the rules that he cannot sell nothing to nobody under the age.
When they asked you to list any other names by which you had been known and you said none,
When? I don't
your
know.
personal questionnaire back in.
First application.
First application.
Which for Nino, you're talking about the 2801?
For the 2801.
Yeah, for
Okay.
Nino.
The first one that was denied.
First one for,
First application that was denied,
okay,
and it asked you if you were known by any other names, and you said no.
I don't know. Wasn't me. The guy who filled out the paper is the lawyer.
But you have to sign, you had to sign the bottom of it, so.
The same problem I have back in Nino with the liquor authority, the same thing happening to me in the same store. That's why I come here to declare it, to make it all clear. And everywhere I go, I get the same thing. Because my old name. Even when I was a truck driver, I go to the board this time because of my name.
Oh, but I mean, it's not just your name. It's asked you where you worked, and you said you were working in Arkansas. Did you live in Arkansas from
Back
January?
in the days, yes, sir, I was working in Arkansas State.
Right, but it says that you were working at the store here in September through April when, in your questionnaire, you said you were living in Arkansas. It's the same time period.
But-
Then you said you were living in Brooklyn from 1992 through 2002. Is that correct?
In Brooklyn, yes.
When did you live in Brooklyn? 1992 until 2002?
2001.
2001. Then you moved to
2002, I moved to Virginia Avenue in the Bronx. I used to have a store over there.
2002, you moved to, okay, then when were you living in Arkansas?
Because your questionnaire says you were in Arkansas from January 2001 to 2003.
No, sir. After 2004, I think he did a mistake. After 2004, after I sold the store, I believe I was in 2005 in Arkansas State.
You were in Arkansas from when?
2005.
And then when did you live in Fresno, California?
To I think 2002, 2005, I was in Arkansas. 2005, I was in Fresno, California,
2005, until when?
till 2009. 2009, I came back to New York. That's the time I was working as a truck driver.
Here it says March 2008 you came back to Bronx. I don't know, there's so many of these discrepancies before. It's not even, forget your name. I'm not even worried about your name. I just don't know how the other ones got licensed, and I just can't. And with the 3 sales to minors, you're saying it was your employee, somebody else got arrested, it's your employee. These inconsistencies, you say it's your lawyer. I mean, I just don't know, by giving you another license, if it's somebody else's fault all the time.
Can you give me a chance to correct any?
Well, you already have 2 licenses, right?
No, I have only 1 license. Yes, I do have
Yeah,
2
so you
licenses.
have a license right
Yeah.
now, and right now you're having violations on that 1 license, so I
On
think
Nino.
you have to go and make sure that one's handled properly before we start issuing more licenses.
It is handled properly. I'm never gonna get no ticket today.
I'm sorry?
I'm never gonna get no ticket again. I make sure that.
What year are the sales?
2015,
That's too soon.
March 2015 is a late.
Please
or
give
April,
me.
April, 2.
I already spent all my money in this store. I don't want to lose the store because of that.
Who's what
Man.
store?
When he's
Just give me a chance to correct any errors you want me to do. I will. Please.
Yeah, I just can't see it, given the history that you're barely managing what's going on here. Owner of Big Al Deli, then, you're the owner of Big Al Deli too, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
So you own 2?
3.
You just said you only had 1.
That's not,
No,
I
no.
think it's is Big Al's licensed? You're not licensed there, are you?
I'm sorry?
Are all 3 licensed? Do they all have liquor licenses?
2 stores has liquor license.
Right, so why did you just
The
say
other
1?
one, the third one, doesn't have no liquor license, no beer, no nothing.
Okay.
That's the one you're applying for?
Yes, sir.
Right, and that's the one given the history, I can't give you this 3rd one until I see more responsibility on everything else that's going on. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well, based on the discrepancies in the application as well as the sales history in the last year at the other location.
So when I can file up again?
Okay, I'd wait a little while.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, take care.
1234, 3938 Broadway. 1234, right on the bottom.
Hello.
From people. Go ahead, you can put your name on the record, please.
Yes, my name is Marek Shved. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, 3938 Broadway Inc. and Yasser Lopez.
All right, so the license was issued in June 2015, and then right off the bat, we have violations of having a DJ, karaoke, hookah bar, yes, or dance, and there's dancing. There's no security guard. So why shouldn't we just cancel this?
No, this has been an unfortunate situation of Yasser entrusting the manager that we filed him actually in our initial application. He has since been let go. They have they've undergone a lot of changes. They have shortened their hours. They're closed right now at midnight, and they've made. Basically, there are stipulations also that we had agreed to. Basically, not continuing with such behavior.
I'm assuming DJs aren't permitted on their license? Or live music.
Promotion?
There's a lot of community, I get a lot of emails from residents.
Is
about
this a
place.
restaurant?
It's supposed to be a restaurant, recorded music, 2 security guards.
Oh, I'm done then. I mean, this is what you should come sit in my office someday. Because it's places like this that I get yelled at all day, because you came in here and told us, or your clients did, that they were going to be a restaurant, and then they turned into a full-blown club immediately. And I can't tell you how angry that makes me. So,
I know the client has.
no, I'm canceling bond.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, counteroffer, cancel and bond. This isn't even close to what they told us it was going to be.
They really turned things around 180%.
Yeah, but they came in here and lied to me last year.
We didn't even do a false material statement. Yeah. Presidente, this is yours. This is yours. This is mine. All right. So our counter is cancel and bond. My counter is cancel and bond. You know, as the chairman pointed out, these are the cases that really are at the crux of what people are complaining about. People come in, say they're going to be a restaurant, and then within a few months, I mean, your DJs, karaoke, hookah, dancing, promotional stuff, live performers, and this is exactly why we have to, I feel like we have to take a very strong position on this, so cancel and bond.
We have, there's none of that going on right now.
It's too late. I mean, if they came in here and told us that they were going to do all that stuff, do you think they would have opened? Do you think we would have opened them knowing that there's promoters and there's karaoke and there's hookah and that there's comedians doing live shows in the middle of the night?
That was just a misunderstanding, I guess, on their part. They just didn't know.
No,
that
somebody came in here and told us.
The comedians are just.
Forget the comedians.
Yeah.
The comedians are the least.
So that's cancel and bond. So is the counteroffer.
We had submitted a $5,000 offer.
Yeah, that's not even close. There's not going to be any money. It's cancel and bond. That's the only way that that's going to stop. That people come in here and basically tell us they're going to do one thing and do another is if we start shutting people down. So that's what we're going to do.
I would. The $10,000.
I think my counter stays at cancel and bond.
As does mine.
15,000.
No, we're not, I'm not negotiating. If I thought there was a dollar amount, I would have brought it up. There isn't.
This is a counteroffer, so we'll go back to council's office.
Mhm.
If the offer's not accepted, it'll be scheduled for hearing.
Okay.
Give you credit for trying.
Next is 1180.
I think he was the one who
Sayers.
represented.
That's right. Oh, that's right. We wanted the licensee here too.
Yep.
11 what? 1180?
1180.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shana Alexander.
So in your questionnaire, answer 5E, you said that you had never had a license canceled?
Correct. I have a document with an agreement from my lawyer in the liquor authority where I turned my license over as per Mr. Gee, who's with the liquor authority. They agreed to have me sign my license and turn it in until I got to a new location.
So you placed it in safekeeping?
Huh? Mr. Gee?
Yeah, no, Mr. Yi.
Mr. Gee rears his head again.
Huh?
That was, yeah, it was canceled.
He's no longer
Oh.
here, but we know who you're referring to.
All right, maybe
Oh,
you
okay, I'm
misunderstood it. So I think the offer from you or your attorney or whoever it was an offer of canceling your license and paying a $1,000 civil penalty, and then we accepted it. So your previous license was canceled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was under the understanding that I was going to surrender the license, turn it in, and then Mr. Gee told us that once I got to a new location, that I could resubmit an application or reapply for a license. I didn't understand it as my license
Right.
being revoked or
Right.
canceled or anything like that.
All right, no, that's okay. So that takes care of why you answered it the way you did, which was incorrect. But so I accept that. I think the question is, what are you going to do differently than what you were doing previously, where the license had to be canceled?
My prior location was just a bar, and now I'm a restaurant with a bar. I moved to a total opposite side of the town because it was kind of a high crime area where I was. So it's more geared towards the restaurant business than it is the bar business. I've been open since last July, and I've submitted in my application some of the events and things that we've done with the community and back to school and kids' night and things like that. So it's more family oriented than it is just a bar. I don't know if there's, like, I've been listening to other people's cases, but I don't know if there's any opposition to it or anything. However,
There
the-
isn't.
No, there is an opposition. It's more.
the president of the Common Council, he also is backing me, and Sam Roberts' office called the Liquor Authority, and
Who's
they're-
Sam Roberts?
He's our state assembly
No.
guy, Sam Roberts, and their office was wondering why there was an issue with me getting my license also. So
Well, the previous license at this location was canceled, as well as your previous license being canceled and then denied, so that's why it has to come here,
Right.
to be fully vetted, that's all.
Yeah, I know you're going to work as a teacher and then do this job from 3:30 to 2 a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
What time do you start school?
School lets in at 8, well, 7:50.
And you're doing this all by yourself?
Yes.
Well, that's my concern is what happened previously when we issued you a license was that, within a short period of you receiving your license, there were 2 altercation assaults. You were using unlicensed security guard, which sometimes contributes to assaults occurring. There was another assault that happened in September 2014. What's going to be different on the other side? I know it's the other side of town, but your model of doing things and this previous location has a history of the similar types of violations and endangers the welfare and health and of the public. So we're concerned for that.
I did have licensed security and they were on payroll, and that's something that my lawyer has submitted last time when he submitted his paperwork. And what happened was that I had fired, well, not quite fired him yet because I was trying to work with the police, and the sheriff office is actually the one that brought in these 2 other security guards. So I'm thinking that they're working for him and under him. And not even a week later is when we get the raid, which they didn't find anything except unlicensed security. And I was on the premises for the incidents, and the incidents occurred, if you look at the people who were involved in the incidents, it was the neighbors upstairs. And on 2 occasions, my security had to restrain people from the community from assaulting the police. And so I don't know if the police has submitted those statements either, where my security, which was the licensed ones, actually helped the police out. And on numerous occasions, they've come to me and asked me for video surveillance of things that's been going on in the neighborhood. So I felt like it was a good thing for me to just turn it in and leave that location.
New restaurant wine, so
I have a full, I know, do you have my, I have a full menu.
Yes, we have a menu.
do you have a chef?
Yes.
It's 5 employees?
I mean, this,
5 employees?
Yes.
would you consider shorter hours?
From what?
You're open
what-
from 3:30 to 2 a.m.
Restaurants don't need to be open that late.
I think you said you want to be restaurant and bar, right?
Right.
And I'm not prepared to, okay, live music or DJ.
So you'll end up with the same issues. Which had nothing to do with you. This location had DJs and live music and dancing, I believe, and that's what caused all of what happened here previously. And then
And the same owners to that business, I don't mean to bring them in it, but they also have 2 other locations in Syracuse as we speak, as well as a hookah lounge. So their actions, they're still doing what they've been doing.
Right,
And
so, I mean, we take it case by case, location by location. Of course, if they get a particular license revoked as opposed to canceled, then all of their licenses get canceled. And I believe in this case, no?
Revoked, they do, not canceled.
That's what I mean. If it's revoked,
yeah.
they all get canceled, but if it's just canceled, the others don't get affected, right?
That's good.
Right, so, well, putting them aside, I just think that, have a bar, but no dancing, no DJ, no live music. Does that work for you?
But that's kind of like for the last year is where I'm actually getting people to come in because they're not really coming in. Like they come in for the entertainment, they come in for the comedy shows, they come in for the poetry, they come in to hear the music.
But that's not a
They
restaurant
come in
then.
for the food?
Huh?
They come in for the food?
Oh, of course the food. I'm sorry, of course the food, but that's the pull. Like the kids' night is like there's music and dancing for the kids. I mean, so to say
It just,
none, I mean.
the location was a problem and your former location was a problem. The fact that we're considering this is actually pretty rare, given the history at the location and your history. So, I mean, in my mind, I'm not ready to give you live music and a DJ or dancing. Because that's when the trouble starts.
So what I would recommend is, like he said, normally with your history, we wouldn't even be considering this, and the history of the location. The combination is dangerous, but if you're telling me you're only gonna ask for an RW and you'll eliminate the dancing, DJ, and live performances, then I think, live performance, I think the music's the issue. I don't think necessarily.
no, I'm
it's not-
talking about live
comedy's
music,
fine. You can
yeah.
have a comedian come up there, but it's the live music, like a band coming in or, so if you get rid of the DJ and dancing and live music performances, then I think we'd consider giving you this second chance.
And you can come back in a year and try to get it back.
Prove yourself, operate, because you haven't done it yet, so.
Well, I've been open for a year now with
Without
no
alcohol.
problem.
Don't- yeah,
Yeah,
don't have
hopefully
alcohol.
without alcohol.
Because you
But
don't
this
have
is just
alcohol, right?
beer and wine. This isn't even liquor.
I know, but it's the history. That's the problem. If you came in here with none of that history and the location had no history, this is a no-brainer, but
We
you
can prove
do.
it in a second, but it's the history and the location, so.
And it's not, the history's not that old.
But Syracuse is like, it's not a low crime kind of place. It's a high crime kind of place. I mean, it's happening every day. Even after I was closed, if you read the reports, it says, oh, I left Sayers. We weren't even open. So how did you leave Sayers and get stabbed and we weren't open? So, I mean,
Right.
that within itself is saying that it's not me. It's not my place of business. It's what's going on around it.
Right, but in those situations, we have to be even more careful because we can't, even that it is a high crime area, we can't do a lot about that, but we can make sure that there's not areas that they can go into and perpetuate it. And this was one of those areas.
What would you like to do?
I'm just trying to figure out how I would make money with no entertainment.
You can have comedy, you mean live music? That's how.
And you can
make
have a
money?
jukebox, you just can't have live music or a
Yeah,
DJ.
but no one can dance to the music. So if you have a jukebox and then someone starts dancing, then that's another problem.
That's why.
We're doing this because you want, it sounded like you wanted to be a restaurant. If you can't let go of the club part of it, then we can't do it.
Otherwise, that RW means nothing, and it should have been a TW.
Right. You can sit down and think about it if you want.
Okay.
We still will be here a while.
2945 Rosecrans Road.
Name is Thomas Ford. I'm the manager of 2945 Restaurant Court, DBA Curves. I'm going to request that we get a new hearing date because we didn't know about this hearing until last night, and we need a chance to get our lawyer. He wasn't available today to come in.
You never responded to the initial charges as
We
well.
didn't, we never received a letter for it, and a month ago, we were downstairs for 3 other cases. If we would have known about it, we would have taken care of this one at that same time.
Well, the information we have was that the letter was delivered to your premises at 4:04 on April 1st, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't
Arrived instead. No.
any indication it wasn't delivered.
We never,
Well, somebody got it.
Yeah.
yeah, whoever got it, they never passed it on to us. It's one of those pieces of mail that we just missed. We got everything else.
Those ones from the liquor authority, I know, they just don't look important, do they?
It was certified.
If you saw one of the characters we have received the mail,
Frank
unbelievable.
Buscemi was their attorney? Frank Buscemi was their attorney, and he was here today.
Oh, well, he's obviously not anymore. I don't know what. I mean,
You're asking for an adjournment to
The other cases are,
I mean, it's not going back to council's office, so what are you asking for?
A new date for here,
you might want to
just so that we have time to get the attorney in for it.
adjourn it to follow the other two cases. The letter of controversion already went out on May 31st, so that should be here before the members. 1st July,
21st meeting.
Okay, all right.
put these all on together.
That might be tight, but.
You'll get a letter. It'll be adjourned either June 21st or later.
Okay, thank you.
1181, a Rose Hospitality.
Rose.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I have the license before. Mr. Booth is here.
Joseph Levy from Helbron Levy here with the two principals of the application. This is an application for a new on-premise liquor license for a restaurant with opposition from Community Board 2, which is why we're here today.
Okay, well, let's hear from Mr. Booth.
There've been some significant changes to the application since it was presented to the community board, which, as you know, always creates a difficult situation because it changes the facts which we address. In this particular case, this is a 500-foot case, so more than 3 licenses. The address is 178 West Houston Street, which to the casual observer actually doesn't appear that it's on West Houston Street. It's actually on a roadbed extension that's still known as West Houston Street, but it's actually what, if we walked around, you would think is Bedford Street. So the character of the area is a little bit different than what you would first believe if you heard Houston Street. Even the lamp system that you have, if you look at the map that it generates, will show that the pin drop for its location is in a different spot than where it actually appears. The applicant had provided to us a list of licenses. There are 25 on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet and 15 restaurant wine licenses. It was originally presented to us as a smart casual upper mid-scale restaurant offering a contemporary take on regional American and international comfort food. We spent a considerable amount of time talking about a proposed backyard, which I guess has since been eliminated from the application. But it wasn't the only opposition that we had. The applicant had told us that they couldn't possibly operate without using the backyard garden, and therefore we...
Without what?
They couldn't possibly operate without the backyard garden. So we spent a considerable amount of time discussing it and focused on that issue because that's the...
So it would appear that they agreed with you guys on that issue.
Well, that's right, but that's also why we didn't address the other issues, because they said that they couldn't possibly
So what are the other issues?
operate without it. So now what we're left with is a 38-seat restaurant with 15-seat bars with 3 televisions. The setup of the seating, if you look at the floor diagram, is predominantly a bar area in the entryway, which has the main bar area. When this was originally, they came to the community board because of the address issues and what you would look at. They're also late in providing us with information. They didn't reach out to the local community group. They didn't actually go to any of the adjoining buildings.
Here's, and I'm going to stop you there.
Sure.
Because they have every obligation to go to you guys,
Absolutely.
and they should. And if they don't, then I get upset.
Right.
But to sit there and say they have to then go to every neighborhood group in addition to you guys?
No. What we ask is for them to reach out.
Well,
So
but then they're going to call them in, and that to me is not required. Those neighborhood groups can go to your hearings. They're public, correct?
sure, they did,
And they can raise their objections.
and they did.
So there's no need for these people to have to go to 8 different neighborhood groups.
There's actually just one, and what we ask for them is to actually reach out to them, tell them what they're doing, so that they have this information beforehand.
Well, they-
We
you guys
hear,
know
just
it.
as, I'll back up for a second. Well, we hear, we have 2 meetings a month where we hear 20 applications at each meeting. The amount of applications that actually end up coming to you guys is significantly less. We try, just as you do to have this information discussed before the meeting so that we can properly look at them and not sit and discuss, very minutia, which is what upsets a lot of the neighbors, but actually get to the real issues. And that's important to us in order for us to weigh in on all the number of applications that we get.
I understand that, but it's
So-
also an issue that, and maybe this is only one neighborhood group in this area, but some of these community boards have 6 neighborhood groups.
For us, for the most part, there's just one block
Well, I just-
association
and
each
it's-
I think
other.
the chairman's point is that even if you have members of your public, whatever liquor license committee, bring them in to meet with the applicants beforehand, that's one meeting, right? And that's with the community board. I think, why can't that community, other organizations come and join you at that same meeting?
They do, and they did.
then-
But in this particular case, just as a follow-up, we didn't get our questionnaire, which we asked for 2 weeks, I believe, in advance of our meeting. We didn't get it till the day before the meeting.
No, but
So even
I
we
think we're just
can't-
trying to understand, though, the general process is that when somebody applies, you're asking them to also reach out to, who is, in this case, LES, or who?
No, in this case, is the Bedford Downing Block
So
Association.
you're asking them to reach out to schedule a meeting with Bedford?
Or send an email about.
Or send an email
Send an
information,
email
anything.
about what they're
I mean,
doing?
as you know, on your notices that are submitted to us, there's very limited information. I mean, for the 30-day notices.
What I'm saying is, could
it's,
Bedford join in with the subcommittee or the members of the subcommittee to sit there at the same time with the
They do.
applicant?
What-
do,
what
okay.
we,
But you're
you know,
saying
again-
for them to send that information prior to that sit-down?
Right. Generally, as you know, each community board has a different additional questions that they have, whatever it may be.
Right.
But what we're doing is part of asking people, maybe it's a misnomer to say that we're asking them to meet with them. It's not necessarily to meet with them, it's to provide information. There's
But
no
see, and
information.
this is where I go back to, why
Right.
can't they get that information from you guys? That's what you represent, these people. That's what
Right,
your
but
job
we
is.
get the information from the applicant.
I know,
And when
but
the
why can't
applicant
then you
gives us
share-
the meeting on the
Why
information.
can't you then share, I mean, if he didn't get it on time, then that's on him. But why can't you share that information you get from the applicant with these neighborhood groups?
I mean, if that's something that you'd like us to do going forward,
Just
that's,
think
we
that
can,
sit there and put- He's a lawyer. They have to
Right.
pay him every time he shows up somewhere.
sure. I'm a member of the
That's
community board and I show up here and I've sat here all day.
No, I get that, but that's.
So, and he showed up late and signed in afterwards and the
There's a-
calendar is generated on
He
the
has a
manner in which
legal
he signs up and not on us, so.
It's a
that's-
legal obligation
Sure.
to go to you guys.
That's right.
And that's required by law, and we have to listen to that, and I get all that. But to sit there and say that we want you to contact this group and contact that group, or we're not going to listen to you, to me is not what the law is intended to do. And that's my only point here.
I would, in many cases, I would agree with you, however, this is previously unlicensed. And the hurdle in a previously unlicensed location is significantly higher than, I think, than a previously built-out restaurant. In
That may
fact,
be
we
true,
asked
but
them.
You're missing the point.
Mhm.
Your guy's job is to represent these other people. Whether, I realize you
Sure.
don't get paid for it. I realize it's a very difficult job and you spend countless hours at it. But it isn't, you're there to represent these neighborhood groups. It's not,
Right.
these neighborhood groups, great, they have all this self-interest and I applaud them for it. But they should be coming to you, not requiring these applicants to go to them. Or requiring the applicants, you know what, send us information, but also send the 3 neighborhood groups information as well. Because I don't have to listen to the neighborhood groups. I have to listen to you guys, and I do. But I really don't care unless they're going through you what they're saying, to be honest
Right.
with you.
Okay. Okay, so the point is taken on that. We try to get the information from the community groups because they are even more specific to the areas. And in this particular case, actually, it's a very good example of it. This is the gateway to the West Village where this location is. And the name of this place is Zero Bedford. It is not 178 West Houston. They're identifying with the entryway into Bedford Street and into this area. And it's an area that is much more residential in character than it is commercial. This was previously a laundromat. There was no noise here after 6 or 7 p.m. The issuance of this license is definitely going to have an impact on movement of what is happening in this area, an area that already has a lot of other licensed premises. The presentation that was made to during the 500-foot hearing had presented this as a American Jewish restaurant as one of the unique factors. It was never presented to us as that. And it's now suddenly a significant factor in whether you're weighing the issuance of this license, and it wasn't even brought up to us. If you look at the upper mid-scale food menu, I mean, a lot of this is very routine food. I'm not sure
None
that
of it's Jewish except for the matzo ball soup.
Okay, thank you. You know, you've got wings, pulled chicken, mussels, you know, half chicken, tacos, and it's also a very large menu for a location of this size. Community Board 2 was never provided with any updates on any of these changes from the applicant. Let me go back and see for a second. It's not clear also to us why they would need to have so many televisions for, if you look at the setup of this place, if it's a upper mid-scale restaurant, that's not something that you typically would find. We had also asked them the question of why this location. As you know, that there are plenty of locations that are available in Lower Manhattan that are currently licensed or previously been licensed, and they had indicated to us that the other spaces did not meet their review process. They thought that this place, though, in that review process had been previously licensed, but they had been mistaken. There was an adjoining storefront. And even a casual inspection, I think, of the physical premises would have indicated that it was not previously built out as a restaurant location. And then as part of that, for the venting systems, which is also another huge issue, they're tapping into a venting system that's part of another storefront, and it's hard to understand how all these factors sort of came around in that manner. It doesn't seem to us that in this particular case, even if you take a look at our resolution, a lot of it focuses on the backyard, because we were told that they absolutely could not operate without the backyard garden. But there are plenty of other issues, and it doesn't seem that entering into stipulations would create a situation where there is a public interest. You know, in addition of another licensed premises where none has existed before, isn't in the public interest. That's what Judge DeLugo had written, and that's something that we would agree with. The applicant's claiming that the public interest is met with a unique and varied menu, that they're filling a vacant space, that they're creating more jobs, that they're increasing the tax revenue, and that this would only be a small establishment with a maximum occupancy of 74. But in this area, there are already 25 on-premise licenses, 15 restaurant, tavern wine licenses, and we don't feel that this application rises to meeting the public interest, and we would agree with the Judge DeLugo's finding.
Okay, thank you.
I need a quick bathroom break. All right.
Short recess.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I know it's late in the day already today, so I'll be brief. I'll address some of Mr. Booth's points and go into a few of my own. This is a 500-foot rule case. We know that as far as public benefit goes, as far as we're concerned, we look at this as a new restaurant going into a space that was in an otherwise abandoned and vacant space. This was an old laundromat. It was vacant. These gentlemen are looking to kind of inject new life into this space. As Mr. Booth mentioned, this is kind of an entry point into the West Village, and it's a corner that's at a really interesting location with Downing and 6th Avenue and West Houston. It's kind of an interesting point. And we are going to revitalize this corner. You've heard of some of the objections from the community board and the Block Association. It's important for this board to understand, and I'm happy to produce emails if you'd like them, that we did reach out to the Downing Area Block Association. The name escapes me at the moment, but we certainly did reach out, and we did not receive a response in advance of the community board meeting. We also received over 100 signatures in support, including the signatures of just about half of the tenants of this building who live upstairs. This concept is going to offer a mix of cuisine, ambiance, and experience and value that really you cannot find in this particular location. And you have two principals here, one which has operation experience in bars and restaurants in New York City, and one who has experience on the back end of rehabbing hospitality groups and things of that nature. The other issue here that was main topic of conversation at the community board meeting was the fact that this building is essentially a death trap as it stands right now. All of the fire escapes go out the back of the building into this backyard that has no means of egress. This is a big topic of discussion and one of the reasons that we scrapped the backyard plan altogether. It wasn't easy to make that decision, but these gentlemen really do like the space and have a concept that works well in the space. So there's no backyard on this application. There's no egress point from the backyard. What the plan is currently, if there's a fire in the building, is that people go out the fire escape into the backyard, then go into the basement of this burning building, and then out the front. That's your only option, or you stay in the back and hope you don't burn to death. What these gentlemen have committed to doing is creating that egress in the backyard because they feel that the building is relatively unsafe without it, and their space is relatively unsafe without it. So they're committed to doing that, and that's part of the improvements they're going to make to this property. So I would say, by itself, that's a public convenience and advantage to address the safety of people who live in the building and hopefully their future patrons. As far as TVs go, the community board does ask if there'll be TVs. We indicated there will be 3 TVs, but they won't be for regular use. They'll be available if there's a corporate event or something like that and someone needs a monitor. They will not be on all the time. This will not be a sports bar. We're happy to stipulate to that. You see the menu. It's not conducive to a sports bar. The menu that's been presented to the Liquor Authority is the same exact menu that was presented to the community board. As far as any updating of our application, we did say at the community board meeting that the backyard was very important to us, considering this was a small space. We did also offer towards the end of the evening that if this would be approvable without the backyard space, that's something that we would entertain. We were aware of no rule or law that provides that we have to notify the community board that we're making a change like that to you. You see our application, there's no backyard use there. As far as any representations that I or my office made about the space being licensed previously, this stemmed from a phone call that I had with a community board office administrator early on who told me that this address did not exist. And then she called me back and told me later to tell me that, oh yes, this is the old place that used to have a license. It was the barbecue place. That's why we put it on our application. This address did have a liquor license, just not this space specifically. This was a laundromat most immediately previous to us. As far as the venting issue goes, their architect has indicated that this is a non-issue, and if it becomes an issue of any kind, they do have other options like venting up the back of the building. So the venting really shouldn't be a big issue. Ultimately, this is an application for a new on-premise liquor license for a restaurant concept, reasonable hours run by people who've been in this business before at a location that could use a little freshening up.
What about the menu? You did indicate it appears in the 500-foot hearing, that it was going to be focused on Jewish, I'm looking for the words, so I don't see.
Jewish American?
Yeah.
Jewish American
Look,
food is,
there's matzo ball soup on the menu, so I don't think it's a huge leap to say there are Jewish influences here, whether
but
it's.
I'm looking at the menu, the menu looks good.
Sure.
But there's nothing extremely Jewish about it, or
You have kimchi twice. This could be considered a Korean restaurant.
I don't know that that's a major point of the application. It's not like there's some extra.
No, I'm just,
trouble.
so this is, the menu has been consistent, though, is what you're telling
The
me.
menu that you have is the same exact menu that went to the community board with our presentation.
Okay.
There's no concept shifting here. The way that it was described earlier to you is exactly what these gentlemen plan to execute. It's something above that gastropub fare, but not quite rising to the level of the fancy, expensive, special occasion dinner. And they plan to put together a menu and an ambiance that people may not have another option for. And like I said, 100 signatures is significant. Maybe they didn't get signatures from the people on one side, but they have signatures across the street. On the other side, upstairs, half the building just about of the residents of this exact address signed this petition. And this petition was inclusive of backyard space. No, it's giving people another option, an option that doesn't necessarily exist. It's creating an atmosphere that kind of fills a void in between a gastropub and a fancier dinner at this place, cleaning up what could be a really nice entry point into the neighborhood that's currently vacant and abandoned and was a laundromat. So, this is going to be a nice amenity for people in the neighborhood. They're going to spruce up a block, breathe some life back into a specific area that maybe has been neglected. Obviously, improving the safety of the building is important as well. And, these are guys who have some experience in the hospitality space and are committed to doing something that's going to be a nice amenity for people who live nearby. Again, you see the hours that were originally requested.
What are they?
The original hours were till 11 p.m. Sunday through Tuesday, 12 Wednesday, Thursday, 1 Friday, Saturday, with no backyard space to make this worthwhile. We'd like to extend those hours a bit, but certainly not too much.
And why this location versus others that may be available?
Speak about.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at a lot of locations in Lower Manhattan. We're looking for a combination of size, rent, residential mix, and we met all that criteria. I mean, that's not to say that there are any other space in downtown Manhattan that would also meet our, our criteria, but this one fit. We liked it. We liked the rent. Talked to the landlord. He said he's a reasonable guy. We talked about in terms of the lease that seemed to be possible to execute on this place, and we figured we could go. Thank you for that.
But why not even RW for a place that's never been licensed before?
Because I don't think a restaurant in Manhattan is really viable. It's just a difficult enough proposition. Fully licensed. So I'm going to give myself some advantage to make sure that this place can be advertised.
And the frontage of the building also is currently not landmark compliant. These gentlemen will bring it to landmark compliance as well.
So the main public interest arguments I'm hearing are the egress that gets created for the residents of the building, and then bringing the facade of the front into compliance with landmark status, which is great. I love the menu, but it is a 500-foot case. I just don't think there's something so unique about it. Like I said, looking at this menu, it looks great. I would go. But for this location, it's never been licensed.
But this
don't
menu
think
at this
it meets.
price point, you can't find
Right.
in the neighborhood.
But I don't think it rises to the public interest argument that would compel me to vote to approve. So I vote to deny.
I don't either, simply because of the menu. I think in this neighborhood, there really has to be a unique aspect to it. And while I certainly do agree with you that just fixing the building would be a help, I don't see that as enough public interest in and of itself to grant a license here. Yes.
I was going to say, one of the things that we were working towards was playing with regionalized American food and keeping it very American-based. But we have 2 chefs that we brought on board. They're female. We want to work with them 3 days a week in the kitchen, twice on the floor to keep back like a constant feedback. I think it's an interesting concept to take some of the people out of the kitchen, put them on the floor a little bit, give them a chance to earn a little bit higher wage, as well as have constant feedback with the customer. And if you look at that menu, it's actually bigger than what we would ever have planned to go through. We're gonna bring it down, but we want to work with a lot of, what's localized, what's sustainable, what's in season currently, and playing a lot with the local markets to bring in and play around. But we want to do this at a point that's not $75 to $100 a head.
No, and I understand that it's a difficult area to do this in, no matter what you're doing if you want a full liquor license, because unless you can convince them that you will abide by stipulations that they can live with, and more than likely, if it's a building that's not been licensed before, it's going to be even more difficult. So I mean, you guys are great. The idea is great. It's just the area, and they.
One is that it's, I guess there's some correction. It was a building that was licensed before, just not the storefront.
No, we understand that. We understand. The laundromat portion wasn't connected on the other side with the same address was.
Public convenience interest. I mean, if you look at the retail mix between, 6th Avenue going west on this little strip that's called West House, which is actually Bedford. I mean, there's really nothing there. There's this empty laundromat. There's a bodega on the corner. There's a dry cleaner. There's a real estate office from the guy who owns the building. And there's foot massage.
No, and that may all be true, but that doesn't bring it into public interest, and they're.
I mean, and the 100 signatures that we have, I mean, they're close. They're not like from all over the city. They're very, very close, including half of the building.
Well, then you need them to go and bang on the community board's door, because that's they don't want it, and they made it very clear they don't want it.
I mean, if you look at the resolution, I mean.
No, and the resolution deals with the outdoor space, and it was obvious you guys changed the outdoor space because you knew they weren't going to agree with it, and more than likely we weren't going to either. But I just don't see an advantage here, given what you're proposing. And in the 500-foot hearing, the judge came to the same conclusion, and I've asked him to do that, to make a conclusion based on what he sees, and I do listen to him. So, all right. So I vote to deny as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Recall 1180. Sayas?
She had to drive over that.
Hi. So have you thought about our suggestion?
Yes. I have just one question for you.
Sure.
With the dancing part, because I know about all of the fines that I heard earlier.
I'm sorry?
With the dancing part, because you said
Dancing?
no DJ, no live band, no dancing, but I could have a jukebox. So, but with the dancing part, what if someone's sitting there eating and they decide to get up and dance? How do I stop something like that? How do I
jukebox. I would never
refrain
allow a
from?
jukebox.
They just got to have some music.
I mean, because then I'll end up back here with a fine.
Well, that's what I think a jukebox is.
All right.
I'm assuming you have security there, or you don't?
Well, right now I don't, because I don't have any
Right.
liquor or anything.
I
I'm
mean,
just
it would be,
serving
I guess,
food
your
and-
job to go and stop them.
You don't need liquor.
We generally don't go in looking for dancing. What happens is we get complaints that people are dancing. So if it happens, yeah, you're certainly at risk of getting caught doing that. But it's when we start hearing that every time the music goes on, it's a complete dance fest, that we send somebody in. How you stop them, like she said, you have to ask them. You have to put up signs.
It's not you're against dancing, it's that's generally when it gets louder.
No, I'm against dancing.
It's like Footloose.
No, I'm not. But that's what happens. Is that tends to attract different types of music, and the music starts getting more club-like, and that's when it starts getting a little more violent, or potential for violence at least.
I mean, you're going to want to be very careful with that because a couple of those violations will lose your license. And if you lose the next one, if based on your other history, you'll probably not get one for a very long time. So,
And that's what scares me about it, because
right.
with the no dancing part, I don't want to get hit with one of those
Right.
fines that I just
Right.
heard coming through here.
But pretty much every bar in New York City is not allowed to have dancing, and most of them are able to control it. The only ones that you hear aren't controlling it are the ones that are in here.
You could put signs up. You could put signs up, no dancing.
Don't have a dance floor, open
Don't-
space.
yeah.
Yeah, don't have big open space.
Just have your tables, for dining.
So you said that I could have the comedy and the poetry still?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
But they said no dancing, so you can't. I'm sorry, that's my
That's
aunt.
okay.
She helps
That's okay.
me
Of
out
course. No, that's
when
okay.
I'm not, when I can't.
We understand.
I have something to do. She's the one that
All right.
goes
No,
in and
that's
supervises things.
All right, you'll make them no dancing. Right?
We were fine
But
with
she
the
was
hours?
asking about the kids' night, but we would
Yeah, the
have to
hours-
cancel the kids' night.
What are the kids' nights?
The kids' night it's like a lock-in for the kids.
Out with-
I know you're a liquor authority,
Lock-in?
but like we do a lock-in.
What's
And
that?
we have the kids, they're like from ages 5 to 12, and they do like karaoke. We have the kids do like
But
karaoke.
you're not serving
and have-
alcohol at that.
Right.
Well, no. So if you're not serving alcohol and you're locking the bar up, you can have music then.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
The kids. Oh, okay. Because I didn't want them to come in and say like,
Oh, for the kids, it's very different, right? But but you can't have kids and adult where the adults
no,
are.
there's no adults. Like the adults have to sign the kids
Yeah.
in at the door, and they're not even allowed to come into the
Yeah, if you're not
facility.
serving alcohol, you don't have to abide by any of this
yeah.
stuff.
But you
Okay.
can't have adults in there drinking while the kids are dancing.
no,
Okay.
no,
Right.
no.
No, so we have to make it clear, right? So,
Right.
so that's okay for kids to be in
Sure.
there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a teen night, so I don't.
No, it's not like they're from like 5 to 12. I got like a flyer in the thing.
Okay. Yeah, no, that
Still
they
do
can dance and sing and do whatever. It's the alcohol with everything that.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you
Oh, I'm in agreement. with
okay?
it, yeah.
All right. So based on those stipulations, I'll agree.
hours.
The hours was 2.
2 a.m., right?
Yeah, 2 a.m.
And you had for leave to come back after a year. On the-
Well, on the hours, I think
Not the hours,
initially,
what I
but
believe was for the dancing.
Yeah, she can
DJs
come
and all
back
that.
in a year for the music.
yeah. No guarantees, but after a year, you can come back and show us that you've proven to the community and the police, and you want to get their support as well while you're there.
And if you come back, you could drive to our Albany office, which is a lot closer for you.
But I just want to explain my part, because like just letting it go doesn't seem like you guys are understanding what I'm trying to do. Like, so.
Do you think we understand now, or yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, just want to
So
make
what did
sure.
you say? I could stay to 2
Till
with
2
the hour?
a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can open
Have
as early
lunch.
as you want.
Okay.
Well, there's certain prohibition on.
Oh, it's just Sunday. You can't serve
Sunday.
alcohol before noon. That's
Yeah. All right.
All right.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
You too.
You too. Drive safely.
1201, Speedy Smart.
Oh, shooting at UCLA. Lockdown.
Graduation time too. It's crazy.
You want to state your name?
Hi, my name is Danilo Marmo. My son come back today. He's the owner of the store, so I just came to show up for him.
49 packs. So who's the one who was selling the loose cigarettes?
Wow, that I know. I don't think he saw Lucy over there. I don't know.
49 packs of fake New York State tax stamp cigarettes.
Wow.
Do you know anything about this, or you just?
No, I just came because
you don't
he-
work. You don't work there.
I was working there, but
Were you there when
I
this
moved
happened?
No, I wasn't there when that happened.
Okay. 6, 2, 4, 7. It's failure to supervise is dismiss. Yeah. Okay. We dismiss count 4, And then for counts 1, 2, and 3, 5,500.
5,500. So he's going to get fined $5,500. He'll get something in the mail.
Okay,
He's got to pay it in 30 days or the license gets taken, gets canceled.
all right.
All right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
1145, Tropical Bar Restaurant. Did you want the other item called too? Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Victor Molina on behalf of Tropical Bar Restaurant. I'm here this afternoon because client defaulted on a notice of pleading and would ask if the authority would consider allowing us to enter a plea, or perhaps propose a resolution this afternoon.
I am not inclined to let you send
The
this.
business was closed?
On the 24th of March in the afternoon at 12:30, it was closed.
But it wasn't closed for business overall. Just at that time, it was
At that
closed?
time, yeah. That was a Thursday afternoon. And she said she wasn't open at that time that day. Normally, she's open at 11.
There's nowhere for her to get her mail there?
I don't know. And I know that they also mailed it to a house. And
that got delivered.
Well, when she renewed her license, when she submitted the renew application, she also notified the board through her license preparer that she had moved to Yonkers.
Well, we don't have that. We have St. Nicholas Avenue, New York, New York. Does her renewal indicate Yonkers?
I have. On page 4 of the renewal.
It's not scanned in.
Sorry?
He's talking to the chairman.
Okay.
I don't have it.
Was that her first renewal? No, we don't have one before that?
Oh, before that is from 2010.
When did she move to Yonkers?
Recently, she purchased a house last year.
Yeah, so I don't have that.
She didn't tell them immediately, but on the renewal.
Oh, she's got to tell us. All right.
And they took down the awning, they corrected the awning, so that it says Tropical Bar Restaurant only.
What about the security guards?
The security guard, they said on that particular day, one of the security guards did not come to work with his license. I have photos that they have the warning signs. And the last item that was of concern to us was that one of the employees had fireworks.
And that's the improper conduct? Okay.
That's correct.
And what about the warning signs? They're up now?
Yeah, they're up. I have photos of them also.
The address had been updated.
It has been? Was it then? Or do we don't know? We can't tell.
No, if it came in through the renewal, then it would have just been done.
Yeah, I have the mailing date of March 14th.
All right, what do you want to do?
So none of these others had any problems getting delivered? It's just this?
Everything is old. And
Did
what,
anything
the prior
else?
history? It's all
Yeah.
old.
No, he wanted to know if anything, they ever had trouble getting things delivered.
No, any of the other disciplinary, there didn't appear to be any,
There were no issues with the
no
others?
defaults initially.
So this is default.
Everything else was responded to, I can see. Yeah, I could these.
So this is gonna happen all the time. If we send something, she's not there, it's gonna.
Well,
be-
no, we got her home address, but she didn't tell us she moved.
Now we have it.
Yeah, we have the address
She
now.
put it on the renewal, but she's required to tell us if she moves, right?
All right. I'll open it, but.
Okay.
9,000.
You will open it?
Well, reopen and send it back, or
I'll
do you
send
want
it
to?
back.
You're requesting it to be reopened, correct?
Yeah, I can send proof to the council of the steps taken to prevent this kind of.
Tell me.
You tell me. If we open it, it goes back to council?
Right.
All right, well, he has a fine of 9,000. I think we could agree on 7,500 if you took it today, or it goes back.
We would accept the $7,500.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1144, El Flaco Deli.
This one is cancellation and a bond claim.
Yes, I accept.
Yeah. Accept.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Everyone have a good afternoon.
You too. I guess 1175 is recalled.
Oh, I put it back. That Hempstead, the
Yeah.
applicant? I threw it back in the pile.
Oh, okay.
They must have left, so I.
Well-
What, you want to do it now?
Let's do it. Oh, which one? Just go in order?
Right through butter.
Yep, okay, that Baldwin Fuel, is that what you want to do? Or do you want to start at the beginning?
Yes, start at the beginning.
I'm on it. 1138.
Okay, 5-day suspension plus 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1140.
So dismiss 2, 3, 4. Sale for resale, what's this? $1,000.
And you know what, I want to dismiss it because I read it, and I'm questionable whether they even knew that this was a club. So I'm going to dismiss
All right.
one as well.
Dismiss all charges.
Got it. 1141.
3,500.
3,500.
1143.
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
46.
3,000.
3,000.
1147.
1,500, accept.
Accept.
1149.
7,000, accept.
Accept.
1150.
Ask for copies. It's 3,000 accept, but we need to get their copies, right?
No, you're on
1150.
1151.
1151.
Yeah, that was my question, is did we actually ever check with the accountant that there are books and records?
All right, because even if there's an ongoing tax investigation, they can make copies and send it to us. I see.
Do you want to have enforcement follow up?
Yes.
On separately?
Yes.
Are you accepting the offer, then have them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good idea, Jackie. You're always thinking.
Moving ahead. 1151.
2,000, accept.
Accept.
52.
Letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
1153.
What do you have for this?
I have the accept.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
1154.
Accept. Same guy. Different felony.
Accept.
1155.
I have 2,500.
2,500.
1156.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
57.
2,000, accept.
Accept.
58.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
1160.
Stereo music. I have 10,000, but more until they reapply. Why did I say that? DJ.
Jackie, my question is, why didn't the investigator testify here? She had to call his supervisor. Thomas Vinegrove or Vinegrove Thomas? Oh, okay, it's not that big a deal.
Well, so dismiss 1 and 6, sustain 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, but it says on Yelp reviews that the DJ's still going, so I don't know if we need to send out again, but I think 10,000 for this.
10,000 and send enforcement back?
$1061.
Veterans Club, so I had 1,000.
1,000.
1163, I'm sorry, 62.
Cancel and bond
Cancel
accept.
and bond, accept.
63.
Here, they didn't explain how many bottles in the unauthorized source, so it's hard to tell, so I'll just accept the 4,500, but if we could have that.
4,500.
Okay.
1164.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
1165.
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
1166.
Was this part of an undercover sale to minor?
Not in Buffalo.
Not this,
Are you talking
Rochester?
about the stings that we let
Yeah.
these go? I don't believe so.
No, okay, 1,500 accept.
Accept.
1167.
So their offer was 1,500 plus 3-day suspension.
Yes.
So
I'll accept that.
accept that. So is it a counter or is that?
Well, it says proposed penalty closed from Friday through Monday plus pay 1,500. We don't let them pick the days they close.
But don't we want them closed? Oh, no, not, yeah, don't we want them closed on the weekend? Let's say Thursday through Saturday.
Thursday through.
That's a counter.
Got to get it back to them. Okay. So you want 3 days.
Where are they?
Very cool place.
Thursday, so we do Friday morning, Saturday morning, to Sunday morning.
No.
They go 10 a.m. to 10 a.m., so it'll be like Thursday to Sunday.
Okay.
All right, we'll figure it out. 1168,
4,000 accept.
Accept.
1169.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
1170,
2,000 accept.
Accept.
1171,
500 accept.
Accept.
1172.
Dismiss all charges.
Dismiss all charges.
1173 is carried over to 6-4. 1174.
Oh, 1173 is carried
6-7,
over?
right?
Yeah, Costco.
6-7.
Yeah, you said 6-4.
6-3, 7-3, sorry.
Huh?
I'm done. What, oh, 6-7.
June 7th, right?
We're done. No, okay. Don't listen to me, just know what I'm saying is right. All right, 1174, Willis Ave.
Didn't even come. This had been revoked, but I said okay.
I did too. Oh, approved. Approved.
It's a long time ago.
Okay. 1175.
So,
Ms.
this
Baldwin.
question about relationship to current owner, if any, because they share the last name. Does the current store has a license or not? Yeah, the Citgo.
Premise, yes, is
That's the one
currently
you pulled.
licensed by 221 Gas Corp.
Okay, it is currently licensed.
Which is her husband, right?
Is it her husband?
Go into her PQ.
That's my question. My one question is why the change here?
Yes.
So are they doing this because he's had several sales to minors?
It is a different spelling of the name.
And does Sharna Shah have an availing history with us?
It would be on your, you would be listed under the, he's the current guy at the premise, right?
Non-bona fide.
No, she's the applicant.
No, but who's at the premise now? Is that her husband?
Well, it says Bhavik Kumar Shar, and she lists Karan Shar.
I got her, for some reason I wrote down here at Manzi Enterprises, she had an availing history.
At non-bona fide on 5/7.
Oh, yeah, that would not what show on here.
Because of the availing?
And what does the husband do is my next question. I mean, they didn't show up. I had questions.
We
so-
should bring them in.
Or just to
Or deny.
deny it.
If they didn't show up.
I can't be not showing up.
I have
No, it's not.
character and fitness questions that are not being answered. Why the change from her husband to her? Does she have a history of availing? And what does her husband do?
Right, and the reason, and as to the why for husband to her husband has had 2 sales to minors in the last couple of years.
And I don't know if it is her husband or not. They just have the same name.
Her husband's name on their personal questionnaire is
different.
Different.
it's
Oh,
different?
okay, so it's not her husband. So she's buying the place, but I still have questions for her.
You want to just hold it over?
Yeah,
and
let's
have
bring her in.
Yeah, okay.
Over.
621, Jack?
621.
Yes.
1179.
Same building, okay. 8 miles away. Yep.
I'm okay.
I'm okay. Approved.
Approved. Savona, New York. Hit that, please.
1182.
So they have an offer of 5,000, and the amount of fines is like 20,000, over 20,000. So this is a low offer.
Is there a reason? So 15,000 or 20?
Let's see. They just got licensed, so 15,000.
15,000 counteroffer. Oh, no, it's a, counteroffer.
counteroffer.
Yeah.
1184. They're asking for an adjournment. The attorney's asking
I
for
think we can
adjournment.
grant it, right? And just new fee as refund already processed. That's what you asked for. Counsel's office asked for.
All right, grant it.
You just want to grant it?
Yeah, it's grant, and then the new fee is.
It kind of, when I read it, it upset me.
Well, grant, rescind.
But if he comes in, we're probably going to grant it, so let's save everybody the trip.
Yeah, you don't
rescind and
have the
ret-
application
Oh,
before you.
you're granting recon.
Yeah, recon.
Recon.
And rescind and return to license.
I know what I'm doing, Terry.
Okay, Chairman.
We're all getting corrected here. Okay. 1184, I have a request to adjourn to either 6/7 or 6/21.
6/7.
That's what I have too.
Huh?
1185.
1185.
That's what she's doing right now, right?
Yeah. I have a
That's what's-
request to adjourn.
That's the adjournment request.
Just so you know, just for the record, this license was surrendered after the penalty of cancellation was imposed. Because they were saying that they surrendered
Right.
it. It was canceled on 4/30/03 and surrendered on 5/12.
So it's going to 6/1?
Whatever you want.
Six-
6/1 today?
Oh.
6/7? It's up, yeah, do
6/7,
6/7.
yeah.
Okay.
I think we're all done.
1186.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
No?
Cancel
They're
and bond.
already- There's no bond and they're expired, so.
Is it? Just cancel.
1187.
2,000 accept.
Accept.
1189.
Cancel and bond, accept.
No bond,
Oh, no
just
bond, just
cancel, I'll
cancel.
take it. 1191.
4,000 accept. I'm sorry, 4,000.
Ooh.
Sustain the charges.
4,000,
4,000,
sustain the
okay.
charges. Fight on a boat.
1192.
1,000.
License is surrendered.
Oh, it is? Okay. So do we take the
1,000, I can
1,000?
just take the 1,000 or the bond, yep.
Let's take it.
1193.
This cancel for the record?
Cancel.
That's the bond claim that hasn't been paid. So there's no bond. Do you want to combine it with 1196? Save me one big order.
Sure.
So 1193 and 1196 are canceled for the record combined?
Yes.
I'm sorry, save Cindy paper. 1195,
3,500 accept.
Accept.
1197,
Oh, that 4, 5. I know. This place has got
Well, they
a.
can be actually a bar. There's nothing saying they have to act like a restaurant.
Except they have liquor.
Oh, well, that's a different story.
So what do we bring them in, or?
I have
Oh,
bring
they
'em in.
They defaulted
They
too.
defaulted.
So it's cancel and bond, right?
There you go, that'll show
All
'em.
right, cancel and bond for being
For selling liquor when you only have
1198,
6,000 accept.
accept,
1199,
1,000 accept.
accept,
1200,
1,000 accept.
accept,
1203,
250.
250,
1204,
3,500.
3,500. Sustain the charge, right? Yeah.
1205,
5,000 accept.
Accept,
1206,
Dismiss.
1206.
Yeah, I dismissed it too. Why did I say that?
customer tried to kiss bartender. She hit him. He hit her with a bottle.
Yeah, she was like acting in self-defense. And it's on
Okay.
video.
All right.
They have video.
Dismiss both charges.
Gotta let a woman
Gonna
defend
be
herself.
Yes, he's gonna be
1207.
gallant now.
500 accept.
He probably was trying to kiss her too. I would
1208,
3,500 accept.
accept
1209,
6,000
6,000.
1215,
cancel and bond.
Can-
Broken bond. There's a lot of drugs and Focal
And they
Point.
defaulted.
And they
Okay,
defaulted.
revoke and
Revoke
bond.
and bond.
That's a rarity.
1216.
It didn't say how long the workers' comp issue was, so I'll just say 10,000 counter.
10,000 counter.
Counter offer 10. 1218.
Yes.
Just workers' comp. Those are ones that we have gotten stop work orders on.
I see.
Yeah,
So
so
we have-
Alright.
dismiss charges 6 and 7
And accept 7,500.
and accept 7,500.
And accept. Got it, 1218.
500 accept.
Accept.
1227.
These guys, I mean, I'd like,
And I just don't know how we can accept that,
yeah, this is,
given the history.
plus this false material statement, non-bona fide.
Unlike him to not. It's true. And I know he has a deep interest in this place.
Really? So, well, if there was nothing, I mean.
Well,
cancel and
we
bond.
can,
You can always request.
yeah,
a
we can
cancellation.
counter and he can ask for recon. So counter, cancel, and bond. The Lower East Side will go up in flames because
1228.
of that.
7,500,
7,500.
1229.
250,
250.
accept. Sorry, 250
All right,
accept.
hold on. 1231. Hold on, I think I got something here. Request that,
We asked them to come, didn't we?
yeah, hang on, be placed on the next open meeting as on June 1st. He's before the city council, consumer affairs, blah, 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 blah. So he's asking for an adjournment.
6-1.
6-7.
Seven. Quick, cut the video.
6-7.
6-7. I have no other items.